welcome to the fourth day of the symposium. My name is Kenan Fikri. I'm the Research Director at the Economic Innovation Group and a member of the Programming Committee for Geography 2050. So before we begin, if you haven't already, please make sure you go to the quiz section of the Geography 2050 website and take today's quiz. Now, I'd like to take a moment to recognize our long-term partners and offer a special thank you to our sponsors. Now, today we have a lot to accomplish: a special plenary, 2 panel discussions, several spotlights and lightning talks, as well as a book review and the American Geographical Society's honors and awards ceremony. The theme of today is spatial equity as racial equity. We'll kick things off with a conversation with Congresswoman Terry Sewell, who represents a district steeped in history and the keystone of the country's Black Belt. And that'll segue into a deep dive conversation about that region between Dr. Veronica Womack and myself. And then we'll have a lightning talk on infrastructural racism from Mr. Greg Hill and a spotlight discussion on applying GIS as a framework for racial equity and social justice by Collier Brown at ESRI. And then we will also be going global today with a look at the geography of health inequities internationally in a terrific panel moderated by Dr. Dee Jordan, who's also on the programming committee for this event. So please don't forget to donate while you're watching. And without further ado, it's my pleasure to kick off the day introducing this morning's special plenary. We're joined by John Lettieri, President and CEO of my organization, the Economic Innovation Group, who will chair a discussion with Congresswoman Terry Sewell, who represents, again, the 7th District of Alabama, also known as America's Civil Rights District. So thanks very much and enjoy the day.
Welcome. My name is John Lettieri. I'm the President and CEO of the Economic Innovation Group. We're a bipartisan research and public policy organization devoted to building a more dynamic and inclusive American economy. I'm joined today by a very special guest, Congresswoman Terry Sewell from Alabama. Congresswoman Sewell is in her 6th term representing Alabama's 7th Congressional District. She's one of the first women elected to Congress from Alabama and is the first Black woman to ever serve in the state's congressional delegation. Congresswoman Sewell sits on the House Ways and Means Committee and serves in House leadership as a Chief Deputy Whip. She's an honors graduate from Princeton University and Oxford University and received her law degree from Harvard Law School. She brings to her work in Congress more than 15 years of experience as a securities and public finance attorney. And I can say personally, I've really appreciated the chance to work closely with her and her team over the years. So Congressman Sewell, welcome.
Thank you so much, John. It's a pleasure to be a part of this conversation.
So I wanted to start by talking about the district you serve and how that shapes your perspective as a policymaker. And in particular, I want to talk about the symbolism of the 7th District in terms of the country's journey towards greater equality socially and economically. So how do these issues of geographic inequality play out, including the urban-rural divide in your district, and what kind of symbolic importance does your district have for this country's journey?
Well, first, let me just again thank the EIG for all that you do and the opportunity to work closely with you on policy. I get to represent my home district, the district that I grew up in. In fact, I interned when I was in college for my member of Congress, who was Richard Shelby. He's now this U.S. Senator from Alabama. He's a Republican now, but he used to be a Democrat. So I guess I'm dating myself. But my district is a very historic district. It includes the cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, Tuscaloosa, Roll Tide, and my hometown of Selma, Alabama. In so many ways, it's America's civil rights district. And when I think about geography and sort of spaces and places, have just as much to do with where my district is located as it does with the mission and the people who were so instrumental in bringing about the social change. I grew up in Selma, Alabama, that bridge that everybody has heard about, the Edmund Pettus Bridge, where foot soldiers like John Lewis and Amelia Boynton Robinson were bludgeoned on that bridge during Bloody Sunday in 1965. Which ultimately brought us the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which I truly believe is one of the most consequential pieces of civil rights legislation that we have. It all happened in my district. The same is true with the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church, where 4 little girls' lives were lost. And frankly, it was that visual of domestic terrorism that really ignited Congress to pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So I often say that my district really not only brought us some very consequential civil rights legislation, but it's a district that's rich and steeped in history. And the places and spaces where the movement took place were just as important as the people and the mission that they had. And so, everything from the churches that held the mass meetings, which are now a part of the Selma to Montgomery Trail, to the bridge and the jail cell where Martin Luther King wrote a letter from a Birmingham jail. Those were also really important. And my district includes cities like Birmingham, but it also includes rural communities. Selma is only 19,000 people. And so it is sort of the Queen City, it's called the Queen City of the Black Belt. And it sort of sits in the center, but all around it are smaller rural communities, which used to be a part of the Cotton Belt. And so that meant that slave trade was alive and well in Alabama, and that labor that fueled the economy of the Deep South and the Southern Confederacy was very much present in my district. And so when you think about this country's journey towards a more perfect union and towards racial equality and justice, it was very much centered around the Deep South. If we could get it in the Deep South and figure out ways that we can bring about racial equity and at least provide opportunities for everyone and all Americans, it was definitely in the Deep South and in my district. So I often say that while my job right now is to definitely provide better opportunities and better resources for the people that I represent today, it also is about preserving and furthering the legacy that is the 7th Congressional District. That's a legacy of civil rights, of voting rights, a legacy of equity, frankly, racial equity, economic equity, environmental equity. So it's a district that shares many of the problems that the Deep South has had, and frankly, is ripe to also be a part of the revitalization and reawakening that I think that George Floyd's death, his murder, really ignited during the middle of this pandemic. So it's a great district full of amazing places, but also amazing spaces.
We've talked about your district, and that was a wonderful overview. We want to talk about you and your personal journey as well, because you have a unique and really powerful story yourself. You've straddled multiple worlds, as you said, growing up in Selma and then Princeton, Oxford, Harvard Law, now the halls of Congress. How did that journey inform your vision as a policymaker? What does that help you bring to your work as a policymaker, dealing not just with the issues of your state and district, but the entire country? What perspective does that give you?
Yeah, no, I think that growing up in Selma, I didn't have to read in the history books about John Lewis. He would come year in and year out. So would Coretta Scott King when she was alive, and T.C. Vivian, and so many of these amazing historic icons. I got to literally hear in my home church of Brown Chapel AME Church, which was the church where the marchers led the march from Selma to Montgomery, and where after they were bludgeoned on that bridge, they came back. So, those foot soldiers, those amazing people who fought for justice would come back year in and year out to remind us of what took place in Selma and in Birmingham, and to remind us that we should never go back, that was a very dark part of America's life. But at the end of the day, it could happen again. And in fact, I dare say old battles have become new again. While we don't have to count how many marbles are in a jar, the fact is that we're seeing voter suppression alive and well across the United States, as state legislatures, in response to the 2020 presidential election, have been, they've been introducing voters, very modern day barriers to voting, whether it's cutting the number of hours that one has to vote, or are closing down mailboxes and opportunities to do mail-in voting, or even just providing water and some food to voters that are standing in line. When I think about what informs my decision, it's definitely my life experience of growing up in that environment. In fact, you know, not only did I not have to read about them, when I think about some of the unsung heroes of the civil rights and voting rights movement, they were my neighbors. My babysitter was like an 8th grader sitting on the laps of Martin Luther King during the 60s, and marched across that bridge at 10 years old. And so, you know, it definitely informs who I am as a person. I love to say that that I am the 7th Congressional District. I represent the very best that it has to offer, but I also represent the frustrations of that district. It's a district that the median income for a family of 4 in 2021 terms is $34,000 for a family of 4. But what we lack in economic prosperity, I often say we more than make up for in heart and spirit and fight. I come from great stock, people who were ordinary Americans who dared to challenge America to look up to live up to its ideals and its promise of justice and equality for all. And so my challenge, though, is how can I leverage that history, those amazing historic places and spaces, to actually benefit the economic revitalization of the communities that I represent. And so, you know, I never forgot where I came from. While both literally and geographically, the biggest leap that I had to take was from Selma High School to Princeton University. The other leaps in my life were a lot smaller: Princeton, Oxford, Harvard Law School, partner law firm, you know, member of Congress. Those were small steps. The big step was really going from a public high school in Selma, Alabama to Princeton. And, you know, it was the people that back home that grounded me, that told me that I was smart and that I could do anything and be anything I wanted to be. And I believed them. So even when I went to a place like Princeton, where I was frankly woefully unprepared, yes, I graduated valedictorian of Selma High School, but no one in my school had ever gone further north than, you know, than Howard University, frankly. No one had really gone to an Ivy League school. So I was woefully behind in so many areas. But it was those folks that reminded me and told me often that if I didn't know something, it was because I wasn't taught it. That if I was taught it, I could learn it, I could master it. And so I never, even in my darkest moments of studying in the bowels of the library, ever doubted my ability to learn and to be, you know, a productive member of society. In fact, you know, the confidence that I often bring to so many arenas that I'm in, that comes directly from coming from amazing people who literally, you know, taught me the importance of fairness, the importance of justice, the importance of fighting to maintain the progress that we've made as a nation, but also contributing to it, figuring out how I can use public service. And so the opportunity to have a full circle moment, to be the intern in the late 80s, and then become the member of Congress, you know, of the same district, was a great opportunity. But I have to tell you that the district was the poorest district in the state of Alabama when Shelby had the district as a member of Congress. And then, you know, 26 years, 30 years later, we're still the poorest district in the state of Alabama. And so, you know, the opportunity to study abroad and to experience different cultures, the opportunity to really broaden my horizons. I informed so much about my district, you know, what I do for my district, everything from fighting for rural hospitals and trying to get young folks who are from these rural communities that I represent and urban underserved communities that I represent to actually go into public service, to become doctors, to you know, figure out ways that they can pay back their medical bills or medical schooling by coming back to those areas and giving of themselves and their talents to help home, is something that I truly believe in. It's why I came back to Alabama after practicing law in New York City. It was because when I thought about where I wanted to make a difference, I couldn't imagine a better place to want to make a difference than back home.
You have an incredible platform in Congress. You're a member of the Ways and Means Committee, as I mentioned in my intro of you, and that's known to be one of the most powerful and agenda-setting committees in Congress. Obviously, tax and trade and Social Security and a number of very
healthcare
and big-ticket issues that have enormous influence over the direction of our economy and about this broader push for equality on a number of fronts: individual inequality, wealth inequality, and geographic inequalities. We'll talk about a bit later. But one of the things that's new this Congress is that you serve as the co-chair of the Racial Equity Initiative on the Ways and Means Committee. Can you tell us about that? That's a kind of a new effort that the committee has undertaken. What are you hoping it's going to accomplish, and how does that lay the groundwork for a more equitable country in the years to come?
Very good question. You know, it was really the brainchild of our chairman, Chairman Richie Neal. As the Biden administration was coming into, new administration was coming into power, President Biden really, I think, as a result of sort of the triple whammy that this nation went through during this pandemic, which threatened our very lives, our livelihoods, and then we saw an attack on our democracy, not just with, George Floyd, but frankly with January 6th and what happened in the seas of the Capitol. So, I think that what he had hoped is that we would think about the policies that we got to draft and to inform as a members of Ways and Means through an equity lens. And he asked me to be a co-chair along with Jimmy Gomez and Congressman Stephen Horsford. And our objective was to try to figure out in the legislation that we were, that we were putting together as a part of the American Rescue Plan, as a part of the Build Back Better agenda, even as a part of the bipartisan infrastructure bill. How do we bring about better equity, racial equity, but in tackling racial equity, you could close the opportunity gap, the economic gap, and the environmental injustice that often happens in communities of color. And so that was our goal. And in fact, I think that we did a great job of trying to address that and being intentional about the kinds of policies that we were promulgating for the Build Back Better agenda. For example, you see a great emphasis on 3-year-old and 4-year-olds having universal pre-K, acknowledging that so often it's educational, lack of educational opportunity has held back many communities of color. And if we can level the playing field at an early age, or try to at least address the inequities at an early age, we help our whole society, and definitely those communities, get a leg up. Likewise, we saw in health disparities, and trying to address health disparities, being intentional in our efforts to get more healthcare professionals, not just across the board, but intentionally in rural America, in underserved communities, was something that was spotlighted and actually featured in the bill that came out of Ways and Means. That's just some of it, or even like when we think about environmental injustice and the real need to address climate change, how can we provide greater opportunities for leveling the economic playing field to rural and underserved communities by targeting the skills and training that goes along with the new industry that's going to come out of this Green New Deal. And I think that will also help not only displaced workers, but it'll also help our whole effort globally to be prepared for climate change. And so, we really did try to come up with policies in all three. When I think of three: healthcare equity, environmental equity, and economic equity. And so across the board, I think that we did a really good job of educating members about being intentional and trying to figure out ways that we can really make a difference in this, make a difference in America. And frankly, those are challenges. I mean, look at what's possible from a district that's poor, underserved, with resources and opportunities. I get to live that every day. And so to use my voice, to sit in tables and in rooms that people who look like me often don't get a chance to do, to speak up and speak out about providing a hand up and not just a handout to these communities is critically important.
What often gets lost in the economic conversation in this country is what's happening on the ground in communities. That just because the national economy may be doing well and growing, the idea that that doesn't reach everywhere and to every resident of every community, that there's a deep unevenness, particularly in recent decades. This is something that you, as you said, that plays out in your district in a very vivid way. And I think as a result, it's informed what's become an agenda in Congress that you're known for being a policymaker who puts place firmly in the center of the agenda. So you're a champion of policies like new markets tax credit, of opportunity zones, and of doing more through federal policy to target places that are lagging behind and where economic opportunity is not as easy to come by. I certainly have noticed a shift in the conversation in the last decade or so about place. Are you seeing that in Congress? Are policymakers more place conscious today when it comes to the economic agenda than they were when you first came to the Hill?
Yeah, I think that people, I know for me, when I think about helping the rural communities in my district, and like I said, Selma is really at the heart of a lot of the rural communities that I represent. And, it's about reaching across the aisle and partnering with Republicans that represent similar types of districts in Tennessee and West Virginia and, Florida, across this nation, and really trying to be intentional in realizing that where you live shouldn't determine the quality of your health care. You shouldn't be able to, the quality of your life, the air you breathe, the water you drink shouldn't be, determined by your zip code. But in reality, there are two Americas, or actually multiple Americas, but definitely the haves and the have-nots. And that wealth gap has only widened during my decade here in Congress. And so being targeted and intentional about focusing on where people live and delivering the resources and the services that they need to uplift themselves where they can get it is critically important. And so, for me, as a reform public finance lawyer, I think that understanding how the federal government can incentivize the behavior we want to see. If you want to see better economic development in underserved communities, then having new market tax credits that are targeted towards, giving the incentive for developers and industry to come to those places is going to be critically important. And using the tax code, using our healthcare policies, using our educational policies and our environmental policies to be intentional about addressing the disparity that exists in places is just as important, I think, as making sure that we are, as a nation, advancing economically and competitively and innovation-wise globally. So, I think that it all kind of makes sense. And I do believe that being very intentional about rural communities and trying to, uplift them is something that has been at the heart of a lot of the tax policies and a lot of the new market tax credits, historical tax credits that I've tried to do, as well as bringing back advanced refundings, because we know that this low interest rate gives an opportunity to local municipalities and these tax exempt bond issuers an opportunity to take advantage of lower interest rates. So I think that that I've tried to sort of leverage across the aisle in a bipartisan way the importance of space and places in my district.
Well, one of the new tools in the toolkit, obviously another aspect of the Ways and Means Committee's work, is the Opportunity Zones incentive. And what's interesting is that Alabama, and your district in particular, has become nationally recognized for its early success, even though the policy itself is still pretty new. Right out of the gates, it seemed like you had a lot of people in Alabama, including in your district, that were putting that to work on some tough challenges. You want to talk about that? I know that the St. James.
Yeah, I would love to talk about it. My hometown of Selma, we have a hotel that is a boutique hotel of Hilton that came about through Opportunity Zones. Look, I've always been a person who believes that, irrespective of whether there's a Republican in the White House or Democrat in the White House, my job stays the same. It's to use the policies, leverage the policies that exist to help bring about better economic opportunities and better growth opportunities for the people I represent. And so while, it was under the Trump administration and a Republican-led House that passed Opportunity Zones, I gave, Tim Scott all of he didn't adopt a lot of the things that I said because I wanted more targeted stuff. But reality is Opportunity Zones was a great way to immediately provide some economic opportunity in places that otherwise wouldn't have gotten it. So we've used in my district alone Opportunity Zones for hotels, for hospitals, for housing, And I've been pretty excited about the fact that the state of Alabama and the governor, to give her credit, really early on identified in all 67 counties in Alabama an opportunity zone, thereby giving me with 14 counties, 14 opportunities to try to leverage opportunity zones to help in the economic revitalization of those communities. So yeah, the St. James Hotel is one example of that, but we've been able to utilize it as well for hospitals and for manufacturing facilities throughout our district.
That's great. Build Back Better. That's a big effort working its way through Congress now, and you have played a key role in some of those debates. Talk to us about the Build Back Better agenda. What are the key elements that are most important when it comes to that conversation about place and distressed communities, and what we can do to really elevate policymaking with more of a place consciousness? How are you viewing that process?
Well, when I think about the fact that Alabama, unlike a lot of southern states, did not expand Medicaid, and one of the things that was a big priority for me was to make permanent these subsidies that allow the people in my district who are the working poor. They don't make enough, they make too much money, so they're not on Medicaid as it exists in Alabama and a lot of these southern states, but they don't make enough money to be able to afford health insurance. And so making good on the promise of the Affordable Care Act by making permanent some of those subsidies and those, providing, resources for these premiums is critically important. Likewise, making permanent the child tax credit. I mean, that's been hugely transformational in my district. Just by giving the $300 in quarterly increments instead of giving it, in monthly installments instead of making it quarterly, was a huge thing, and making it fully refundable so that a lot of the folks in my district who don't make enough money to file income tax at all gets that benefit. They're the main ones who need the benefit, frankly. That's critical. Earned income tax credit for single folks, enacting paid family and medical leave. What a game changer for American families. Prioritizing job training and financial support for individuals in distressed communities, expanding access to clean energy, and also providing training and skills training around that. All of those are really important provisions within the Build Back Better, which I think will not only serve us all well, but will definitely go a long way towards addressing the differences that we see in different geographical areas. I mean, I venture to say that the fact that so many southern states are being, are slow to get vaccinations and the like, we've got to be intentional about addressing just how we disseminate information, how people in different parts of the nation, receive information, and being intentional about making sure that we have people who look like the folks that we're trying to target, delivering those messages and providing that information and helping people make more informed decisions, I think is also important.
We've just been living through one of the most challenging and unique times, not just in the American economy, but in policymaking, where we've seen this massive response that spanned two different administrations now, two different Congresses. We've talked about your district and what a microcosm of certain national challenges it represents. How do you grade our response? And so nationally, how do you think about what we've done and how that compares to previous crises, perhaps? But on the ground in your community, how are you seeing the effects of policymaking, either for good or bad, helping to respond to that national challenge? And what has that meant to your constituents?
Well, look, I'm a tough grader. So I would probably say that we have a long ways to go in order to really try to close the opportunity gap that exists upon rural versus urban, underserved communities versus communities of privilege. And we have to be more intentional about it. And I know that for the successes that we have seen in terms of fighting this war on poverty and trying to close the gap, there are often policies that bring us right back to square one, or put us, as much as progress to me is elusive. we make progress, this country often retreats from that progress. I mean, who would have ever thought that I would still be fighting, that I would have the same cause that John Lewis had, fighting for the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to be fully restored so that the full protections are there for all Americans, 56 years after the Bloody Sunday, or that reproductive rights are being threatened. Surely my mom's generation won that war. We're still seeing, as much as we see progress, we can sometimes see retreat. Oftentimes we'll see retreat. So we have to be, every generation has to fight for the progress that we've already made and do their very best to advance it moving forward. So there's still a lot of work to do when I think about addressing racial equity in this country and economic equity in this country, environmental equity in this country. So many of the Superfund sites that I have in my district are in poor, underserved communities, whether they're urban or rural. And it's just unacceptable for us to not fully fund the Superfund to actually clean up and remediate those areas. So I think that we have a long ways to go. But I also know that the only way we can get there is by seeing that we share more in common than that divides us, whether that's the South versus the North or urban versus rural, that all of us want quality healthcare and affordable healthcare. All of us want our children to be able to learn and reach their God-given potential. All of us want to live in communities that have opportunities for us and our families. And all of us want to have access to affordable quality healthcare. And so I think that seeing our commonality and trying to build on that, as well as leveraging these communities, have to band together and really fight, for the limited resources we have to come to those communities. And I think that is not a Democratic fight or a Republican fight. That's an American fight, and that the sooner we sort of see that we're all in it together, and it's not a race to the bottom, but a race to the top. And unless you lift as you climb, we're not going to get there as a nation competitively.
I think that's a great way to close us out. Congresswoman Sewell, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Sewell, Mr. John Lettieri, for being with us today. We appreciate you participating in our discussions. And now we have a special spotlight presentation. Mr. Kenan Fikri is going to interview Dr. Veronica Womack, who's going to speak to us on equity and development in the Black Belt. Veronica and Kenan.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thanks for being with us today. My name is Kenan Fikri. I am the Research Director at the Economic Innovation Group. We're a think tank and advocacy organization in Washington, D.C., dedicated towards issues of geographic inequality. And it is my pleasure today to welcome you to a conversation with Dr. Veronica Womack about equity and development in the Black Belt. So Dr. Womack serves as the Executive Director of the Rural Studies Institute at Georgia College and Professor of Political Science and Public Administration there. She received her BA of Communications, MPA, and PhD in Political Science from the University of Alabama. So her research focuses on rural communities with a particular focus on the Southern Black Belt region. And she's a noted author and researcher, and her work has received support from the USDA, Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and the Southern Economic Advancement Project. She's also the founder of blackfarmersnetwork.com, which is a website that highlights the legacy of African-American farmers in the Black Belt region of the South. And I will now kick it over to her for a bit of a presentation before we enter into a moderated discussion. So Veronica, take us away.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you. Let me share my, I'll need someone to help me share my screen. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today about my home and my focus of work, the Black Belt region. So let's talk a little bit about the Black Belt South. I grew up in Greenville, Alabama, which is a part of the Alabama Black Belt. And I now work in Baldwin County, which is part of the Georgia Black Belt. And so I'd like to start off with just why is the South so unique, and particularly the Black Belt South? So first, 55% of African Americans live in the Southern region, which makes it a very unique region demographically, because we are around 13% African American in this country. And so to have such a large concentration of African Americans within one geographic region speaks to the unique history that we find here. So if you look at the maps on the PowerPoint that I've shared with you today, the left map looks at the enslaved population in 1860, and the darker the county, the more enslaved people. And then if you look at the map on the right, which is from our last census, we see the same concentrations of African American people in those same regions. So you look at the Mississippi Delta region through the Alabama Black Belt, all the way over to the eastern shores of Virginia. There's a large concentration of African Americans living there even today. So a great percentage of our history within the United States has been within this Black Belt region. And so the history of African American people in the US has been greatly influenced by what happens and has happened in this region. In addition, when we look at African American migration, we see significant migration out of the Black Belt into the larger urban areas of our community. So even when we talk about urban communities and what's happening there or has happened, you can't really talk about that without talking about the Black Belt region. So the history of the country, the history of urban areas is the history of the Black Belt displaced. And so I think it's important that we have that context as we talk about this region. So Booker T. Washington defined this region, and I know we don't often like a lot of text, but I think it's important for us to look at his quote, because he talks about the soil, the color of the soil of the Black Belt region, and the darkness and the richness and the fertility of that soil allowed for an enslaved population to build an economic empire built on that soil. So the large numbers of Black bodies that we saw in those counties from eastern Texas to the eastern shore of Virginia was to work that soil that Booker T. Washington talked about in 1901, and the profitability of the work, the free work of Black people. And more recently, as he said, the political ramifications of having those Black bodies, majority within those counties where they had no real political power, economic power, socially stagnated. So that's the beauty of having Washington's description of the Black Belt. And I also like to use Du Bois's discussion of the Georgia Black Belt, since I'm in Georgia and Booker T. Washington was in Alabama, because he talks about the strangeness of the culture, the chains that you could still hear, remnants of the slave empire that still runs through the Black Belt of this country. So before we get into some of the challenges that we still face today, I like to also talk about the assets, because often as social scientists we get a lot of census data or demographic data that does not necessarily tell the whole story of the Black Belt. So I like to talk about the resilience and community focus of Black Belt people, that in spite of the history of this region and the complexity that they faced from the very beginning, they've built a very resilient approach to life. And so that's very, very important. The strong faith and family focus within Black Belt communities, the innovative ways in which we have survived and used the resources, the limited resources that we have been allowed to have, and made ways, as our elders say, out of no way. That the American identity is largely Southern identity and largely Black Belt identity. I think when we look at the politics that we have even currently, we see remnants of the Black Belt in what is playing out before our eyes right now. We have immense natural resources, and the American foodways would not be American foodways without Black Belt foodways, right? The agricultural industry that is so still tied to the economy of this region. To this day, in many of our states, it's one of the more dominant industries that we still have. Black farming, one of the reasons that I love to highlight African-American farmers is because I don't think they get a lot of recognition in how they help to shape the social movements within the Black Belt region. You have to remember that within the Black Belt region, there was a lot of economic dependence. And so to have African-American people who owned their own land and were more economically independent, they were able to assist in a lot of the social movements in a way that helped to drive those movements toward freedom. So it's very important. The art and the music of the Black Belt is the art and music of this country and the South. The agrarian traditions that we hold dear in this country. America was founded, our way of looking at the individual and the ruggedness, the American farmer played a big role in that, the agrarian traditions. And so a lot of that was started right here in the Black Belt. And then our approach to healing and medicine, our connection to natural resources to move health forward. So I just wanted to make sure that when we talk about the Black Belt, that we also had an all-encompassing discussion about this region and its place within our society. So when we look at the 21st century Black Belt, we still have that historically large African-American population. There is still significant extreme poverty levels that are generational in scope. So when we look at persistent poverty counties, for example, we see counties within the Black Belt that have been persistently impoverished for many, many generations. And that plays into the stats that you often see today within the region. And the influence of the agricultural industry to this day and how we approach work, how we approach labor laws, even how we do our politics. In many of our states, that political calendar is set based on the agricultural calendar. So that speaks to the power still, right, of the agricultural industry within this region. So our reliance is historically on low skill, low wage jobs. And we see that playing out today with a shift toward the service industry jobs and the tourism sector. So the high unemployment, the low educational attainment in many of these communities is still present. And the physical infrastructure, we've talked a lot recently about the infrastructure bill that Congress is speaking to. In many of our rural communities in the Black Belt, that is so necessary. The lack of roads, of water, sewage, of just basic infrastructure, broadband access. How do you build a 21st century business without broadband? So these are challenges that we see in the 21st century. Limited access to healthcare. I think if COVID, one of the takeaways from the COVID pandemic is the lack of access to healthcare in many of our Black Belt communities. And early on with the pandemic, we saw these communities be hit very hard by COVID, and their ability to pull themselves out were significantly impacted by the fact that healthcare was limited in access. And then the housing issues that we currently have, a lot of old stock housing. And so these are just also ways that the Black Belt region has been defined in this century. So politically, I think it's important for us to speak to the politics of the Black Belt, because that in many people's mind, they think about, Selma and what happened in Selma, or in many of our Black Belt communities. We need to be cognizant of the fact that for many Black Belt people, political power, political participation in this country was not possible until 1965 on an inclusive basis. We had the Reconstruction period that lasted for a very short period of time. And in the Black Belt, the Reconstruction period was a very violent one. And so this desire to participate politically, but being housed, or your residence is being encompassed in a county or a region that does not see you as a citizen, has always been a part of the Black Belt experience. And so the segregated schools, our approach to education on the local level, we still have dual school systems that impact local support for public school. So the remnants of the South, of the old South, and the old ways of doing and thinking, we can still see them in many places within the Black Belt region. The increasing change from a mayor-council form of government to the council-manager form of government, which means that a lot of the power that used to rest in political people, and people that were elected, that power is shifting to appointed people. And so in many communities in the South, that creates this friction and this tension between elected officials that have been elected by the people and some of the folks that have been appointed. And so a lot of economic development decisions within the Black Belt region rest in positions of people that may not necessarily be representative of all the people within that community. And so that's another piece of this Black Belt experience that's very unique. I've talked a little bit about the K through 12 institutions and insufficient funding, but also infrastructure needs. How do you teach 21st century young people without broadband access? When COVID happened, we had superintendents, our superintendent locally had to equip school buses to be hotspot buses so that young people could get online. They had to scramble to find computers for young people. So this tells us that even before COVID, the inequity within the Black Belt and access to tools that are needed for 21st century success was, they were lacking. And so we have to grapple with, how do we move these communities forward for 21st century success? And so it's important for us to look at the Black Belt in terms of workforce needs, in terms of economic development needs, in terms of educational needs, so that we can be equipped to be competitive. And so I am, I'm hopeful that we are moving in the right direction. In many of these communities, the largest employers of those communities are public sector, your schools, your government, your local government, And so there's very little industry. So we have room to grow in terms of diversifying our economic sector.
Great, thank you, thank you. Yeah, that was an excellent overview, and I was really struck by how you said that the history of the country is really the history of the region, and that they're bound together. Yeah, and but I think that also draws attention to how much healing there remains to be done, because we have not done right by the region yet. It remains the most persistently poor part of the country. So yeah, how do you see that healing process potentially running through the nurturing of not just economic activity, but human life and human flourishing in the Black Belt, maybe in the couple decades ahead?
Well, I'm hopeful. I was speaking with a gentleman day before yesterday, about conflict resolution, conflict negotiation, and mediation, and how we really need a more focused and intentional discussion on that history. Unfortunately, what I'm seeing is a reactionary approach to wanting to bury it and move forward. But the problem is it's like a wound that we have not treated. And so it shows up in everything that happens, whether it's a school board meeting or a decision that the city council makes or the county commission makes, or even how we do our celebrations and who's included. So it's very important for us to not run from the history. I think it's important for us, particularly as institutions of higher education, to take the lead on educating people about how history is present today. And this is why I'm so excited about our conversation, because I think it's important. The maps that geography does is amazing data visualization. To be able to see 1860 Black Belt, next to 2010, 2020 Black Belt, and it's very similar, it tells a story. And so I think for us as academics, we have to continue to tell the story. The story, not to use it as a tool of division, but as a tool of healing. Because you can't move forward if you don't know why you're in the circumstance that you're in, and you're not willing to acknowledge how we got here. So when we look at those counties, until we're able to have a real conversation about us moving from an agricultural economy in the Black Belt to a manufacturing economy in the Black Belt, and here we have now many counties with people that do not have the educational or skill support to be able to tap into these 21st century jobs, then if you're reading data with low educational rates, then that's not the whole story. So if you're looking at schools where the performance of those students may not be what the national standard is, and the report only has the data without the fact that there's no broadband access, or the quality of the teachers within that school, or that the teachers have heavy loads. I have my sister works in an Appalachian school, which is another region with a very distinct, unique history. And the additional work that teachers in these kinds of regions have, the social dynamics that they're working with, and the added work is not factored into how we assess the schools or how we assess the students. And so I think we have to be honest with ourselves. And honesty is the best approach to dealing with what has happened in the Black Belt and what we see now, and the possibilities. Because if you have a region of people that, in spite of this extraordinary history are still moving forward, then we can tap into that resilience, right? To do some amazing things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the symbolic threads that you're weaving are brilliant, right? It's also, it's not just the story of, you know, the country's original sin still living on and not being healed yet, but it's also resilience. It's bootstrapping. It is fighting for freedom and all that.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
If we just look at the Black Belt from my perspective, of course, I will say I'm biased, is the American story.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Of resilience, of making sure that in spite of all odds, you are successful and that you continue, that you strive to do better every generation, no matter what the obstacles are. And then out of that comes this beautiful music, this beautiful art. I think about, I don't know if you've had the chance to look at the quilts of Gee's Bend. From Wilcox County, Alabama. They've been in the High Museum and in museums all over the world. Beautiful quilts, artistry that was put together by scraps.
Wow.
And so, you know, I think that's a symbolic look at how Black Belt people have been able to survive and to shape the country in spite of the obstacos. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we still have a long way to go.
Yes, we do. Absolutely. No. Yeah, the generation. For sure. But it's important as we look forward and, you know, envision that more equitable country and society and map in the United States by 2050. You can't just focus on the future. We have to know where we've been, where we are, and yeah, as the you know, the Du Bois quote said, it's generational, right? You can feel the generations. Yeah.
It's We can't walk away from that. You can't have most of your persistent poverty counties in this country since we started collecting the data.
Mm-hmm.
And they are just magically within one region.
Yeah.
And we have to ask ourselves, why, when we had we have several regions that are impoverished. When we look at the Northern Plain region, the Southwest border region, some people call it the Southern Crescent, I call it the Black Belt region, the Appalachian region, the Northeast rural regions. And yet we have not had a lot of intentional focus on the Black Belt, on the Southwest region, on the Northern Plains region. So we have to, as academics, make sure that we're examining why. Why is it that, you know, we have so few champions in these regions to go forward and demand resources for those places? We do have the Delta Regional Authority for the Delta region that came out of a lot of work that, you know, community-based organizations and some politicians that moved that forward. But when you look at the funding,
mm-hmm.
the difference between the funding for Appalachia and the Delta Regional Authority, there's questions there. There should be questions, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's very important for those of us that have the training to be a part of the conversation. And the analysis.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, if anything, it seems like the Southern Crescent or Black Belt region, whatever you want to call it, I mean, it is a unique geography that spans what is probably almost 10 states, has a consistent economic foundation, consistent demographics, and yet it's also kind of consistently underrepresented locally, state level, and in national politics because of how you mentioned the political environment.
Yeah, and the gerrymandering that happens. And then you have this tension between So you may have the Black Belt on political maps, you have this nice crescent shaped blue region within a red region. And so the politics is often conflictual, and the approach to economic and community development. Right now we have, for many, many decades, there have been support for a federal commission for the Black Belt to help to build the capacity. And so in the 2008 Farm Bill that was provided, we have not had funding for it, but we have had a commission, established. And President Biden, a couple of months ago, did move with putting a name forward for the federal co-chair. So hopefully we will be doing some great work once we get an intentional federal commission to do some work and investment down here. But we also need the philanthropic community. We can't do the work that needs to be done in the Black Belt. The focus is going to require both private and public investment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been struck by statistics from, I think it's the National Center for Responsive Philanthropy that shows on a per capita basis, New York City gets about $1,400 in philanthropic donation per person living under the poverty line, but it's down in the teens for the Delta and Black Belt regions in Mississippi and Alabama. Very
little philanthropic money, and it's very important that we get that. I think one, it provides the autonomy that we need, because it's not that money is not connected politically to political agendas and political identity. And so to have philanthropic support, to have private investments, we need corporations to think about how they may be able to help build the region as well. And so I think the more we talk about the Black Belt, we talk about the possibilities and how it impacts urban places. I think that's something that is very important, because we now are about, not only are we, when we look demographically at our society, we see an aging of the society, where we have, large populations of baby boomers now. And so many of these communities have very few young people, because the young people have to leave and go other places to find work. And so this is going to create significant struggles for elder care within these communities. And so, but I see hope with the growing remote positions. So if we have infrastructure in the Black Belt where young people could still be employed and be employed anywhere in the world, and yet be able to stay in their community, now we're talking about building those communities. And also other people who may not have grown up in this region. I talked a little bit about the natural amenities. You can't find a place more beautiful. We have lakes, we have coastal property, we have anything you can think of, wide open space, green, whatever you want to do here. We have it. And if we had opportunities for people to be able to live here and work other places, I think we'd be on the right track.
Yeah, I think so. It's about, it's about investing in and building just the enabling conditions for economic development to take place. And that, that helps weave a region or any locality back into, or more firmly into, the fabric of the country and the economy. And a lot can happen from there.
Most definitely, most definitely. And as I was saying about our approach to economic development, the traditional economic development model has not been as successful in the Black Belt community for many reasons. I often get a lot of pushback for that opinion. But if you have a community that is very hierarchically structured for centuries.
Yep.
And all of the movement in economic development is in positions that are appointed, that are in some ways disconnected from the accountability of the people of the community, then it's difficult for that to be an inclusive process. And so we have to expand the players in economic development within the Black Belt region. That's very important. We have to build the capacity of community-based organizations so that not all development is happening within a particular economic development bubble. So when you look in urban areas, you have organizations, you have community-based organizations over here doing development. You have, community financial institutions that play a role. You have a lot of credit, you have a whole mix. But in many of the Black Belt communities, that's not necessarily the case. And so there's not a lot of ways that you can leverage accountability on how your community is being developed. And so I think we need to expand our definition of what economic development is in the Black Belt to include leadership development, right? We have many of our political officials are part-time people. Many of our chamber people, if we have them, are part-time people. So if your community is impoverished, typically you don't have resources for professional development, and the things that are necessary to get plugged into networks that can assist. So how can we think about developing the Black Belt, not just the physical infrastructure, but also the people infrastructure, the leadership, the skills, the resources for developing entrepreneurs and supporting them. I mean, those are the things that we need. And so where federal government or state government is not able to do that, we need tech industry. We need, we need the philanthropic organizations. I recently did some listening sessions in the Black Belt around COVID. And that was a partnership with John Hopkins and Emory had some work that they're creating messages. And so they wanted the rural voice, the Black Belt voice. And I came away from that process realizing the power of social media in the Black Belt that I had overlooked. So some of the success of social media in the Black Belt is that the social isolation of being in rural communities, that's lessened by these devices that we're carrying around, but we're being impacted by the misinformation and disinformation in rural communities in a very dangerous way. And so I'm also looking to tech companies who are impacting the Black Belt socially, the social fabric of the Black Belt, to also invest and support.
Yep. No, I think that's it's natural. It's a responsibility.
Yes.
No, that's wise counsel. I do hope they listen.
I don't think so, but I would be very happy. I'm gonna throw it out there whether they.
Yep. No, and I think, it also, it speaks to thinking about economic development from a much more bottom-up and individual perspective and community perspective. I mean, when I think of economic development in the South being, immersed in this field, you think, it's about as big and corporate as you can get. You're doing the multi-$100-million manufacturing plants. All that money, is going to interface directly with existing. So that's all on top of existing power structures. It's going to bypass some of the neediest corners and most deserving residents of the region. Good. So I wanted to come back to the kind of agrarian nature again, and your book Under Development in Dixie, I think, really spoke to the history, of course, and the power struggles and institutions that grew up out of that economy. And just give you a chance to, if there's anything else that you want to expand on that, or from your research, or where you think the Black farmer is today, or anything. I think that was really interesting part of history of the region. So I'd love to hear.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I'm on a quest to expand our understanding of American agrarian tradition.
Mhm.
Because within the context of American agrarian tradition, there was an erasure of Black people. So when you think about the American agrarian tradition, that was in the minds of most our founders, right? Jefferson, Washington. If you read their writings, that was a white man who owned property.
Yep.
And so that man, that white man that worked that soil, from that soil, he became a virtuous person, and therefore was able to lead and to build a strong republic. Well, as that was being written and conceptualized, you had Black people who brought tremendous agrarian traditions of their own to this country, and used those to build this plantation and agricultural economy. So for example, in the state of Georgia, we don't really peel back the layers to look at that slave trade and the intentionality of it and the agrarian tradition. So there's no coincidence that in the coastal areas where they grew rice, that planters specifically looked for people from the rice coast of West Africa in which to enslave in those places to build those economies. So it's very important that we have an expansive understanding of the American agrarian tradition, that tradition impacted our political system and how we look at it, and who we believe should be a part of the political system, whether it's women or others, and how that created an othering of a lot of different groups. And so that Black agrarian tradition allowed for a more expansive way of looking at agriculture. So African Americans in particular in the Black Belt have deep roots in cooperatives,
Yep.
working together. When you're locked out of the private sector in the region in which you live, you create alternative ways to survive. And so there's deep roots in cooperative economics within our region that was also connected with our political regions. But you can't talk about Black farmers without talking about the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, for example, and the Southwest Georgia Project with Shirley Sherrod, because these were agrarian entities that helped to fuel a political movement.
Yep.
And so we can't, within the Black Belt region, there's this interconnectedness of American tradition, African American experience, and the connection between the plantation and agricultural economy and the political system.
Yeah.
And so if I could ask people to take away anything from the book, it was an attempt to really ensure that people understood the connection between the history of the Black Belt and what they're seeing today. So within the African American farmer experience, recently we have began to talk more about the discrimination that occurred.
Yep.
That have forced the numbers of African American farmers to be a very small percentage of American farmers. And on the surface, we may be talking about Black farmers, but when you talk about Black farmers, you're talking about political history
Mhm.
and present. You're talking about generational wealth, because in the South, if it's a plantation agricultural economy, land
Yeah. Tied to the
is
land.
the most important
Absolutely.
asset. And so if African-American farmers are being discriminated against and they're losing their land, that's impactful to many generations and the wealth they are able to accumulate.
Yep.
So, we have a discussion now about African-American debt relief and what that needs to look like. But you can't have a 21st century discussion on African-American farmer debt relief without understanding how that debt relief is connected to the history of this region and the experiences of African-American people. I'm working on a USDA funded project now, which is the Black Farmers Network. Black Farmers Network is a dissemination of some of the research that's being done. But my partner and I, Candice Dantes and Kimberly Moore, we've been doing some research on the communities of some of the farmers that we're presenting. And in every one of those communities, we're finding where Black farmers were lynched in those communities.
Yep.
And so the violence that was necessary to keep this hierarchically structured socioeconomic and political system at the local level in the Black Belt is still impactful today. And I think that it's in the, it's in the memory of people. And so when I talked earlier about the need for reconciliation and truth, when we look at other places around the world that have had these very difficult histories and this living memory, there have been attempts to speak truth about what happened and reconcile it so that they can move forward. And those were not pleasant experiences, right? And so I think the absence of us being able to do that still weighs down our ability to work together and to trust each other and be able to tell the whole story. I was recently at a conference and we were talking about telling stories as an economic development strategy, which is wonderful. I mean, the South is rich. I mean, the beauty of the place, the architecture, all of that. People come and do tours and, and some places have begun to tell the whole story. So Monticello, for example, some of your plantations have decided that there's room in our story for everybody to have an inclusive story, even if it's not all pleasant, because it was not all pleasant. And so you can't draw people to a story that's not authentic and true. And so I'm hopeful that moving forward, we'll be able to do a better job of acknowledgement. And I think sometimes people think, well, to tell that story that's not pleasant, I'll be blamed. No, that's not, none of us in many of these places, when some of these things happened, were there. So we can't take blame for something we didn't do, but we can take blame for continuing the legacy of exclusion, right? And also not being willing and honest about what's happening today.
Yes.
Yes.
I think the country's ready for that moment and that conversation. Well, thanks. So I will close this out with a personal question, not
sure.
about how this came to be your life's work.
Oh my gosh. Well, as I said, I grew up in Greenville, Alabama, and of course I am biased. I loved my community. I grew up around a lot of elders, in the family, not in the family, the warmth and richness of that. And the churches, the food, I mean, just all of it. And it wasn't until I went to college that I realized that a lot of people didn't view my community that way, that they viewed the community from a deficit model, that they looked at those census data and created an image of what the Black Belt was. And I knew there was more to the region. So my work comes from a place of setting the record straight based on people that I knew that did not have a deficit-filled life. And so my work is a contribution to my family, my ancestors, my elders, but also my community and my place of where I came from. Because I even as a youngster, I could see that we were different. I mean, I grew up in well, I went to college in the early 90s. And, that was the age of hip hop and all of that, which I did love. But I also listened to the blues and, old R&B and all of that from my roots. And even that, some of my vernacular, I remember sitting around a bunch of college students, and I was talking about back home, and I said, when I went to town, and they went to town, what are you talking about? Well, in the Black Belt, we didn't go to town all the time. Maybe once a week, if you weren't, you need to go get something, but that wasn't all of that movement. Yeah. And so growing up with my grandparents on both sides, raising their food, and they'd always have animals and fresh fruits, fresh vegetables. So that agrarian tradition, I was very close to that. Some of my family members left and went north, and I can remember when I was small, they would have these, they called them big meetings, where they were revivals, and people would come home. And I can remember being a young person saying, man, I don't know where up north is, but it must be really good. That kind of as a young child. And so that work comes from all of those experiences and how different my experience in the academy was and is. There's a lot of misunderstanding, not just about the Black Belt and Black rural people, but rural people broadly defined. And so this opportunity at the Rural Studies Institute gives me a chance to give voice to rural people and their experiences, and speak to the opportunities that could be presented if we work together and we're intentional in our approach. So I hope that kind of, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's a wonderful, inspiring note to end on. So I will, thank you for that lifetime body of work and leadership, and for being with us today. And really look forward to staying in touch and keeping this conversation going. And hopefully driving some change.
Thank you. Thank you. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Veronica and Kenan, for this very, very important discussion. And now a few words from Jack Dangerman, founder of Esri, long-term sponsor of AGS, on how his organization is working to advance equity.
I thought in closing, I would also share a little bit about my organization, Esri. We have been in existence now for 51 years, and its main purpose has been to support our user community. We have about 350,000 organizations, perhaps many of you in this audience, with about 10 million users. We keep advancing GIS and the science of geography. Sometimes we refer to it as the science of where. And we're continuing to grow even in difficult times. Our work focuses on building software tools that enable our users to be able to do their work successfully or better. We also build massive amounts of content, bringing our users' content together and making it shareable and useful. We also provide lots of support for the educational community and just technical support in general. ArcGIS is our main product. It really involves three sorts of systems, supporting systems of record keeping, like parcels or census data or statistics, and then systems of insight, these are analytic systems, and then systems of engagement, being able to communicate through things like dashboards or apps or story maps to the public. We also develop billions and billions of dollars of ready-to-use content in the cloud. This is largely our users' content that we bring together, and we share it and serve it openly. There are literally, I think, over 45 million data sets that now live in our cloud, and at least half of them are openly shared. We make billions of maps like the coronavirus map every day, and these are supporting advancements in global thinking and local government thinking. They're really content about everything. From a professional development perspective, we have over 100 publications to help GIS professionals. We also provide comprehensive skills training with hundreds of free courses. Last year, our actual formal training programs trained over 500,000 people in how to do various sorts of things with technology. And much of this is open sourced knowledge that can be used and adopted not only professionally, but also academically. Speaking about academic education, we have a number of programs, a school program which shares all of our software and cloud resources freely to all K through 12 schools on the planet. And we have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of students every year that learn geography using GIS tools. We also support over 11,000 colleges and universities with licensing of our tools in departments or for the entire campuses. Each year, we work closely with the National Geographic Society and others to support something called GIS Day, which promotes the idea of geographic learning and geo-mentoring within education. Esri has thousands of business partners formally. Some of them are quite large, and thousands of them are actually quite small startups. This is really creating a whole nervous system of innovation. In our global portfolio, we are about a $2 billion organization, but we drive about $28 billion of revenue to these innovative partners of various scales and types. We also enjoy a series of special relationships, and I've enjoyed working with the AGS for many years, but many of these here outlined are in the area of conservation and education, things that we care a great deal about. In conservation, there are similarly over 10,000 organizations that we donate and support our software to help do conservation activities at a planetary scale and all the way down to small watershed work. Let me summarize my overall talk. Our world is a single, integrated, changing ecosystem that's increasingly threatened by us. Some people have said we're living beyond our means. One of the famous people suggests that over 3 billion population, we're living beyond our means. And that's true. We're absorbing more from the world than it can sustain. To create a sustainable and equitable world, we need to take responsibility. And this really comes down especially to a message to you, applying our best science, our best tools, and also our best creativity to address these problems. Geography professionals, and many others, of course, providing leadership, doing the necessary work, and applying geographic approach at scale, and integrating geographic science and holistic things in everything that we do will be essential, creating a sustainable and an equitable future for the planet and for all of us as individuals. Thank you once again for inviting me to this conference, and I really wish you a great success in bringing everybody together around these themes that are so powerful and moving ahead. Thank you.
And now we're going to have a lightning talk with Mr. Greg Hill. Mr. Hill is a AP Human Geography teacher in Horn High School, and Greg is also a member of the AGS Teacher Advisory Board. Greg?
Unit 6 of the AP Human Geography course and exam description, commonly known as a CED, introduces students to the world of urban geography. As countries in both the developed and developing worlds experience rising levels of urbanization, urban issues will continue to spill over into all facets of the CED. This exemplifies a concept I stress to my students to connect the dots. Connect as many of the other units in the CED to whatever unit we're currently covering. Geography at all levels has been compartmentalized, but as issues overlap, like climate change and urban land use, there exists a need for a crosstalk between the physical and human worlds, even within genres on the same side of the geography spectrum, like political and urban geography. In my work as a grad student and my work as a geography teacher, they lend ideas to each other like I never would have imagined, particularly when looking at Unit 6 of the CED. Topic 6.7 to topic 6.10 are just a few of the areas in the CED that overlap with my research. The focus of much of my main research is on the triangulation of displacement. This triangle consists of redlining, the introduction of the interstate highway system, and gentrification, with urban renewal resting in the middle. Looking at this triangulation through the lens of their orchestration by the U.S. federal government, as well as state and local agencies, I go further in looking at how these government policies have led to widespread displacement of African Americans primarily, as well as other social groups. It has been African Americans, though, that have suffered the most. I've dubbed this infrastructural racism, a part of the emerging Black geography genre of geography. Stepping back for a minute and focusing on one aspect of the triangle, I'd like to share some examples of tools I use to teach redlining maps, such as ArcGIS and the HOLC or redlining maps overlay, along with median household income and housing occupancy layers to have students make inferences and connections with the redlining maps to the current urban landscape. Another tool we like to use is Map Warper. We take the HOLC maps and overlay them onto OpenStreetMap to analyze them with tools like Open Historical Maps, where you can take historical maps and interact with them as you will in OpenStreetMaps. We introduced Open Historical Maps in the spring while using OpenStreetMap throughout the year. One other tool students really find interesting is the Housing Precarity Risk Model from Cal Berkeley. Students can see how their neighborhoods could be potentially affected by some of the urban challenges we discover. The interstate highway system is another point on the displacement triangle. The 1950s Interstate Highway Act surgically destroyed many communities and has led to decades of places of cultural significance for African Americans to lose their cultural characteristics. Destruction through African American, Latino, and even poor white neighborhoods like New Orleans' Tree neighborhood, as I-10 destroyed Claiborne Avenue, which was the center of Black business and the center of much of New Orleans' jazz scene. Add others like the 10th Street section of Dallas that was not only bisected by Interstate 35, but is now in the crosshairs of developers. So a couple of conclusions. First of all, there needs to be further research into where do the displaced end up. Much of has been said about the process of gentrification or the process of redlining, but where do these people end up? Further research needs to take place. there needs to be community investment as well as community involvement in many of these ventures. The Biden administration's committing to righting the wrong is a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Greg, for that great presentation. And thanks to all of those AP Human Geography teachers out there who are teaching geography across the country. And now we're going to have a book review, Data Feminism. The author is Professor Catherine D'Ignazio, and she's going to be interviewed by Ms. Isadora Cruxon. Isadora?
Hello, everyone. My name is Isadora Cruxon. I'm a PhD candidate in Urban Studies and International Development at MIT, and I'm very excited to be here today with Professor Catherine D'Ignazio to talk about her book, Data Feminism, which was co-authored with Lauren Klein and published in 2020. Before we get to the book talk, I just wanted to take a few moments to introduce Catherine. So Catherine is an assistant professor of urban science and planning at MIT. She's also director of the Data and Plus Feminism Lab, which uses data and computational methods to work towards gender and racial equity, particularly as they relate to space and place. D'Ignazio is a scholar, artist, designer, and a hacker mama whose work focuses on feminist technology, data literacy, and civic engagement as pathways for which we can use data to build a more just and equitable society. And I say that that's very much the spirit of the book as well. For those who have not yet had an opportunity to read the book, Data Feminism is not simply the title of the book, but also a lens and set of principles through which we can think about how to approach data science in a way that understands that systemic inequalities and power asymmetries along gendered, racial, sexual, and class lines shape not only our world, but the data that we produce about it. And as Catherine and Lauren write in the book itself, data feminism is, and I quote, a way of thinking about data, both their uses and limits, that is informed by direct experience, by a commitment to action, and by intersectional feminist thought. So Catherine, the book is organized around 7 guiding principles: examine power, challenge power, elevate emotion and embodiment, rethink binaries and hierarchies, embrace pluralism, consider context, and make labor visible. And in discussing each of these principles in the book, you and Lauren not only seek to make existing biases in data science visible, but also show and elevate concrete practical examples of how to challenge this power differentials in society and advance data justice through grassroots activism. So I wanted us to start by your telling us a bit about how what was your motivation for the book and how you developed these principles.
Sure. Thanks, Isa. And thank you also to the American Geographical Society for the invitation for today. So our motivation for writing the book really came about because of the narrative circulating at the time that the book was conceived. So this is like 5 to 7 years ago that I'm speaking about. And folks may have heard of this what is essentially a meme, but you have all probably heard it if you're following these conversations around big data, which is that data is the new oil, is how the meme goes. And we sort of pick on this one because it's very representative of these sort of techno-heroic sort of metaphors around data. So like data is the new oil, sort of first came out in the late 2000s, and then it was like kind of picked up and boosted by The Economist, the magazine. And if we think about it carefully, there's a metaphor here being used of extraction, right? Because oil is an extractive industry. And in fact, many of the metaphors that we actually use as data scientists are extractive metaphors. So we extract, we mine, we process, we clean, we refine, and ultimately it's about taking what is essentially kind of like natural raw material or supposedly natural raw material and converting it into value. And in the case of this sort of metaphor, and in many of these narratives circulating, it's really about profit. And yet, at the same time, that profit that is being generated from the data economy and the methods by which the data are extracted and used showcase these very profound asymmetries in who's actually benefiting from this quote unquote new oil. And so one of the wonderful things I think about the past, let's say 10 years of scholarship, that I think actually we're in a place where geographers have also led in this space is around the emergence of critical data studies and a kind of critical pushback to these techno-heroic, and I would add very like sort of masculine narratives about what is the power and potential of data and technology. And so Lauren and I were really inspired by that, by this emerging scholarship, and here I'm thinking of folks like Virginia Eubanks, Sophia Noble, Kathy O'Neill, Joy Bolamwini. Folks are starting to say, in fact, data are not all that new, first of all, and our metaphors are not correct that we're using. In fact, what data are doing is exacerbating this kind of same old oppression that has always fallen along race and class and gendered lines. And in fact, might even be accelerating it and exacerbating it and kind of re-inscribing it into the world. So there's this way in which data are reproducing the same structural inequalities that already exist in important ways. And so Lauren and I felt like, okay, there's this moment here where there's a lot to be learned from bringing an intersectional feminist lens into this equation. It's kind of like, what can we learn from feminist theory, but very specifically intersectional feminist theory? What does that have to offer us in this current moment where data are so powerful and are being taken up by such powerful institutions? And what would data science look like if it were grounded in a kind of feminist lens? And so that's like the starting point for us. And the reason that we wrote the book was really this desire to say, what does an intersectional approach to data science look like? And how is it already made manifest in the world? Like, it's not this impossible vision that we could never realize. It actually is already happening. We just need to know where to look for it. So.
That's great. One of the aspects that I wanted to bring up as one of the really fascinating and commendable things about the book is that it really embodies and exemplifies a lot of these principles that you articulate in the book and that inspired your writing as well. Like, for example, embracing pluralism, like, is very apparent in the book by your bringing of different voices, citing a very inclusive body of scholarship, very different like references and citations. And I think that's particularly relevant at a moment in which academic institutions are really trying to be more inclusive and more diverse in how they define and develop their curriculum, their programs, and so forth. But the aspect that I thought was particularly cool and innovative about the book was like incorporating a participatory dimension into the writing. You put an early draft of the book online at a public platform where anybody could read it and provide comments. And you actually interacted with the users, responded to your comments and then suggestions. So I wondered if you could share a little bit more about what that process was like, just like, what was it like to put the work out there, to be held accountable in some ways, and how did you incorporate that back into the writing?
Sure. Yeah, thanks. So Lauren and I both felt strongly that we wanted our book and our process to sort of embody those same feminist principles that we are writing about and sort of advocating, that we have a normative stance, like this should be how things are done. And so we did a couple of things in this regard. So we actually we have a value statement, and we wrote that together that kind of guided the work. We actually audited ourselves. So we audited our citations for along the lines of like a variety of axes of oppression in terms of like, who are we citing, whose voices are we uplifting in the book. And then we had this open peer review process, and this was through MIT's platform PubPub, which is this open publishing platform that does versions of things. You publish a version and it can be open and people can comment on it and so on. And I have to say, the first time when, this was actually, the press was at this moment where they were experimenting with the platform, and they came to us and they said, would you all want to, put your draft up and put it up for public comment, in addition to doing like the regular peer review where like 3 or 4 people read the text and give you comments. And we talked about it, and I would say both of us had a lot of trepidation. This wasn't fully like, yay. We're like, we do have to think about this, because there's this way in which the work is not yet finished. It's like there's a draft, but it's not polished. It's not perfect. Not that it would ever be perfect, but so there was definitely this moment of anxiety of like, putting it out there. But then I think when we talked about it further, we felt like this really resonated with the principle of embracing pluralism. And so this is a kind of feminist approach, which we can trace back to feminist scholars of science, folks like Donna Haraway, Sandra Harding, who have advocated for a kind of idea of feminist objectivity, where instead of like, one person creating some kind of universal truth, we actually pool our standpoints. So we bring diverse perspectives together into the equation and pool those. And through this more robust understanding of kind of where people are coming from and what they're advocating for, we ultimately arrive closer to what could be considered a objectivity, or maybe more like a consensual understanding of the truth or something. And so we felt like, okay, this is we should try this. And I'm very glad we did. We did have some fears about things like trolls and, that kind of thing. Luckily, that did not come to pass. We put the draft up there. It was open for, I think, 3 months or so of comments. And we actually did architect some participation. So we invited colleagues to be peer reviewers of like individual chapters. And so that was the way we did very consciously architect some participation. And then we also had lots of participation that happened just from people finding it, sharing it, commenting on it. And we ran the gamut from everything from spelling mistakes. so there was a lot of helpful copy editing. Yeah, we were like, oh, okay, that's great. That was very helpful that they corrected our errors. But then we also had a number of people come in and say, well, yes, what about this citation, or what about this body of work? We had other people come in and say, well, here you're not being inclusive from a gender perspective. And so kind of thinking about, and so like deep engaged critiques. We had, it was interesting. It was online and you can go look at what people said. One of the very interesting things was that a lot of comments came in offline to us. So people emailed us separately. Actually, one person printed out the entire book as a paper and made extensive notes and then handed it to me one day. So I was like, this is amazing.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. And so I'm deeply grateful. I would say on the back end, if folks are considering doing something like this on the back end, then it made the revision process actually a lot harder, I would say, because we were dealing with many voices and they did not all agree necessarily with each other. There's just like a sheer volume of feedback that was a little bit hard to integrate. So we actually did a lot of rewriting and restructuring between the first draft and the final version, which I think a lot of that is due to the extensive nature of feedback that we received. But I have to say, I believe the work was strengthened so much between that first draft and the final version. And it gave us the real impetus that we needed to do that hard process of rewriting and restructuring, I think. And it was so helpful to see the ways in which the work wasn't communicating actually. Like we thought in that first version, for example, our principles were very clear. And in fact, it turned out we could tell from people's comments they were not clear. So we were much more, I would say actually like kind of didactic in the final version to kind of really signpost a lot more like, here's where we are, here's what we're talking about, here's this very specific principle and that kind of thing. So, yeah.
That's wonderful. Did you all also receive comments and suggestions from the people whose work you cover in the book that you describe, the activists? There are a lot of really interesting and concrete examples that you cover.
Yes. Yeah, well, we invited all of them. And I will say I actually conducted interviews with around 10 to 15 projects that we feature in the book, especially the ones that are kind of lengthier or that we have direct quotes from, because I wanted to be very careful that we were representing their project in a way that they agreed with. So yeah, in some cases, we reached out directly to those people to invite them to be these chapter reviewers, for example.
Yes.
And part of that too was, of course, to make sure, again, like on a kind of accountability thing, like to make sure that they were comfortable and on board with the way that we were framing their work. Because in some cases, I mean, we are doing in a way what I think academics do, which is like we're using these case studies in practice to then formulate new concepts or build on concepts. So concepts like missing data or counter data. And so, but we didn't want any person to feel like we're using their work or being extractive basically of their work. So yeah, a number of those folks included the people themselves, as well as the scholarly work that we cite as well. We invited the scholars themselves in, so yeah.
That's great. Well, I wanted us to turn a bit attention to the theme of the American Geographical Society's event, which is Geography 2050 Toward a More Equitable Future, and talk about the intersections between data feminism and geography. So what do you see as the relevance of this book, for example, for our understanding of spatial dimensions of inequality? And how can it help us think through the role of spatial analysis and geography in building a more equitable future?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm thinking a lot about these questions right now. So in our department, I teach the GIS and spatial analysis course. So we've just this week actually been talking about ethics of mapping. And so I think there's many connections that I see. Like we wrote the book more broadly about data science. But there's very important ways that these discourses of data science, AI, and so on, definitely apply to geospatial data. And in a sense, almost needing to be more careful when we're talking about geospatial data and geospatial data science because of the ways in which location information can be so sensitive and potentially exposing people to harm depending on who's looking at where who is. So I think there's connections along the lines of geospatial data to all of our main concepts. So like in terms of thinking through like what are the power dynamics of like who produces the data, who produces geospatial data in particular, who has access to actually do something meaningful with that geospatial data, who can make maps and so on. But then on like the flip side of that, I think one of the really exciting things, so I think we have to ask what we call like, in the book we frame these as who questions. Like basically we need to examine power and challenge power. Where we find power to be distributed unequally, we need to challenge power. And I think that certainly applies in relation to geospatial data and mapping. But yeah, like I said, on the flip side, one of the really interesting things about geospatial data and mapping in particular is I think it has a really long history of sort of civic engagement, participatory mapping, indigenous mapping, feminist mapping. All of these are already strands within mapping. So actually I think I find that the discourse around power is actually further advanced in a space like geography. And that's actually where we saw a lot of the important work kind of defining the field of critical data studies coming from, because I think we've already had a lot of these conversations over, say, 40 years around how maps embed these structures of power, they reify these structures of power, and so on. And then I think the other important things we've seen a lot, especially in the past 20 years, of citizen-led projects that engage with mapping. So I'm thinking here specifically of like OpenStreetMap, for example, not without its, there's important critiques of OpenStreetMap, like I think of the work of Monica Stevens, for example, along the lines of gender. So it's not like it's this perfect example, but at the same time, I think it's a really interesting example of a kind of ground up production of infrastructural geospatial data. Like that is a really, I think, unique example of that, and continues to be a really vibrant community, which can be used in so many different ways. And then, I think there's a lot of activist mapping efforts as well. And so, the map is like a form that citizen groups and activist groups sort of turn to as a kind of first stage form of data visualization. And so I think we increasingly see and in fact, in the book, we feature a lot of examples of work that whether it's about eviction data or data about gender-based violence, street harassment, and all of these have chosen the map and have chosen spatial analysis as their preferred form of putting the data out there. So they're, I think, asserting that in these struggles to rectify the balance of power at some level, this is also about space. And so this is also about space and place, and this is also about rectifying spatial inequalities at the same time as it might be about economic inequality, gender inequality, racial inequality, and so on. So I think that I find geography, and in particular sort of GIS and mapping, to be a really rich space, both for analyzing some of the problematics, but also for really looking to who's working towards more just solutions that are using data in a kind of more positive way. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I guess to conclude, I wanted to ask you, how are you building on the data feminism framework in your current work and research, and where is that work going moving forward?
Yes. So we have a project, and Isa knows actually the answer to the question because we work together on a project called Data Against Feminicide. And so one of the cases I just mentioned, maps of gender-based violence. In data feminism, we feature the work of Maria Salguero, who is something of an activist or a person of civil society who has been mapping feminicide, gender-based killings in Mexico for now 5 years. And I was really fascinated by this example, and in fact interviewed Maria for the book, and now we've since interviewed her again for our project, because of the, I would say, highly sophisticated ways in which she is gathering data that are not readily available from sort of institutional sources, assembling those data, publishing those data, sort of giving them out to activists, to NGOs, to data journalists. She actually has ended up amassing the largest public archive of feminicide in the Mexican context. And interestingly, because of this work producing this database, she has been invited to speak in front of Mexico's Congress several times. And so digging a little bit more into this, found that, and in fact, Maria's case is not unique. It's not like she's the only person who's doing this. In fact, there are a large number of citizen observatories, feminist collectives, data journalism organizations, and more, particularly in Latin America, but also in North America. We're looking at sort of both areas. And these are organizations that are scanning media reports. They are looking at institutional, official data sources, all as a way of trying to compile data about feminicide, so which may or may not, given the context, have legislation that defines it or frames it as a problem in some way. And a lot of this is a response to what you might call missing data. So like this is not a phenomenon that is adequately addressed or measured by the governments and the policies that are currently in place. So in any case, this is our current area of focus. We've been interviewing groups that are doing this monitoring, observatory data production work. And then we're also, we also build technology. So we have a design side of the Data Plus Feminism Lab. So we've been looking at how do we build tools to support exactly this kind of what we've been calling counter data science. I would have to support citizen and civil society led groups to be able to work with data in this way and really to use data as a tool for holding governments to account, to potentially raising public awareness and public consciousness around specific issues, and so on. And so that's sort of where we're at, and we've been developing these tools and building relationships with groups. So yeah, that's where we're headed.
Awesome. Thank you, Catherine, and thank you all for engaging with this work. And we hope that you will take some time to read the book, which is a really wonderful book.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine and Isadora. I know our attendees look forward to reading your book. I hope you are enjoying the symposium. Remember, you can purchase all of the books featured during the symposium this week. Just go to the main website page for Geography 2050 and click on the bookstore button. And now we have a spotlight session featuring Ms. Sarah Williams. She will discuss data action using data for a public good. Sarah? Thanks, Sarah. And now we
In the last decade, we've created unprecedented amounts of data, which is only set to increase tenfold, largely developed by private companies such as this data set from Google's autonomous vehicles, which creates a new world as cars drive through the urban environment. This new world can be plugged into for almost everything. And while this data set is closed, others are open, available for us to use. And all the excitement from civic hackers and consulting groups such as McKinsey and even Sidewalk Labs left a pain on my side. Did these groups know the ways in which data intentionally or unintentionally can cause harm? Did they know how, in their excitement to do good, they might be marginalizing and even forgetting whole populations? And while criticism began to mount from academics about the potential misuse of data, as you can see in the examples above, and rightfully so, I found we needed a way to show people how data can be used ethically and responsibly. I found we needed to explain to these data enthusiasts and my MIT students alike the ways in which we could use data towards empowerment rather than oppression. So I decided to develop data action, which I believe presents a corrective to standard data practices, by acknowledging that data represents the ideologies of those who control its use. The book starts by positioning the reader within the larger narrative by providing historical account of the ways in which those in power have used data to shape our cities, how they have reinforced structural racism and how data has helped enforce the marginalization of various populations. But at the same time, I illustrate the many benefits that analyzing data has provided society, such as establishing social services and stopping the spread of disease. The juxtaposition of these two outcomes provides us all with a reminder that the person analyzing the data defines how it's used. The book illustrates projects that use data for empowerment rather than oppression. And I take the reader through 7 principles to do that. First, we must interrogate the reasons we want to use data and determine the potential for our work to do more harm than good. Let's take the project I did in Nairobi, Kenya, the maps, the matatus, the small buses that act as the main form of transit. Seen here in the image, these buses represent a large portion of the traffic congestion in Nairobi and were essential for me creating a data model. But I realized that data about this didn't exist for everyone. I thought, how could I create data for my model, but also data that everyone could use and build upon? In this project, our research team collaborated with the University of Nairobi Computer Science Department to develop an application that collected data on the routes and stops. As the data came in, we wanted to visualize the system so everyone could have access to the data for planning. As we developed the map, we asked ourselves whether visualizing the system could cause harm. We teamed up with stakeholders in the community, including bus drivers who helped us edit the maps as seen in this image, and learned that making the systems more visible could help with developing transport in Nairobi. However, you could imagine in other cities in Africa where exposing these systems might cause government crackdowns and therefore removing an essential infrastructure. In fact, several cities asked us to make maps, and we refused because of the potential harm developing these maps might cause. Here we see the diverse team that was created for the Nairobi project. Building teams to create narratives around data for action is essential for communicating the results effectively. They allow us to understand the potential harms, but they also allow us to further understand the policy impacts. Here, the visualizations were important for the government, who didn't understand why collecting data was so important until we visualized it on a map. In another project, my research team worked with the Associated Press to collect data on air quality during the Olympics. Through the partnership, we created visualizations that showed data was well above the health standards for developing countries, where no other data was being released by the government at that time. The information was seen by all Associated Press members and started a global debate on air quality conditions in China. That was seen by all Associated Press members, even including the New York Times. 3, we must change power dynamics. Building data helps change the power dynamics inherent in controlling and using data, while also having numerous side benefits, such as teaching data literacy. One way to change power dynamics is by collecting data and presenting it from other perspectives, we saw in the previous example. In a current project in Kibera, one of the most overstudied informal communities in Africa, we created a system where the community built a wireless hotspot that also collects essential information on environmental conditions and a current road development. While this data is often collected by researchers who come outside into the community, they often take this data with them. They don't give it back to the community, and the community doesn't own the information, and they can't use it for their own civic change. Here, you see our partners building the wireless hotspot during COVID, giving them an essential resource as everything moved online, attaching the air quality sensors to these hotspots. The project connected these air quality sensors to part of a global network of sensors. You can see here, Africa is underrepresented in the data, but by contributing, we were literally adding Nairobi to the map, making the issues of air quality available to everyone, but also highlighting the missing data needed for our climate change crisis. The value here is not just in the development of an infrastructure, but the development of social skills. The communities learned how to build this technology and use the data. 4, we must expose hidden systems. Coming up with unique ways to acquire, quantify, and model data can expose messages previously hidden by the public eye. However, we must expose those ideas ethically, going back to the first principle above. In China, we have a phenomenon where whole cities are left vacant. And this is even a phenomenon we see in small pockets of existing cities. The government would say the economics of developing these places are often more important than whether people actually live there. However, I believe these places show the extent of risk in the Chinese real estate market, as has been recently given example by Evergrande development that's been so much highlighted in the news. Our model is based on the idea that thriving cities need amenities, and lack of access to amenities might make a place a ghost development. The model not only set out to identify the risk in the Chinese real estate market, but also shows local planners the ways in which they can improve these places by adding amenities and making them more habitable. Our results on the ground show places like this, which are completely bought, but no one lives. This is because the average Chinese citizen uses properties as a form of investment. This is because previous to the development of the Chinese stock market, there was no way to invest their money, and buying was encouraged by the government. The government needed citizens to buy these homes to drive the economic machine, and started encouraging properties to be highly leveraged with mortgages, or bought with highly leveraged mortgages rather. 5, ground truth. We must validate the work we do with data by literally observing the phenomena on the ground and asking those it affects to interpret our results. In the Ghost Cities project, the data visualizations helped us communicate with urban planners in the area to verify our results. In turn, they were much more candid with us about the reasons that there were risks in the market. So that previous data visualization I showed you allowed them to understand our model by exposing the components of it through the visualization. Even real estate developers were candid. They talked about how the burst of the real estate bubble will cause irreversible impacts on residents who buy homes with mortgages. And academics talked about how addressing this oversupply is looming ahead. And this is so much so in the recent news that we've seen about this topic. Share it. Sharing data is essential for communicating the need for policy change and generating a debate essential for that work. Data visualizations are effective at doing that. For example, this map showed that $17 million is spent to incarcerate people from just 17 blocks in Brooklyn. The maps were seen on the walls of the Museum of Modern Art, and ultimately a congressman saw them and used the maps to advocate for the Criminal Justice Reinvestment Act that allocated $25 million to re-entry programs. While this is just a drop in the bucket, we can see that data visualizations can affect change. Finally, 7, create your own ethical standards. Remember that data are people, and we must do them no harm. We must seek to develop our own ethical standards and call upon others to do the same. Apparently, this is a rule that Facebook didn't follow. And while they asked people inside the company to research these ethical practices, they didn't live by them. I believe it is the responsibility of tech communities and all of us as we build cutting edge technologies to create ethical standards and think back to the first principle of whether our work can do more harm than good. These principles can help us take data to action, use it to shape our cities for empowerment rather than oppression. And I ask all of you whether you can create your own standards of practice. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sarah. And now we pivot to a lightning talk on equity and justice, location-based challenges of global employers with Mr. David Duraco. David?
Hello, everyone. My name is David Duraco, and I am a consultant in the Workforce Strategy and Analytics team at Mercer, based in Chicago. Mercer is a business of Marsh & McLennan, the world's leading professional services firm in the areas of risk, strategy, and people, with 81,000 colleagues globally. Thank you for inviting me to the conference and for giving me the opportunity to talk about our work on equity and justice for global employers. Companies are under intense pressure to address and close their racial and gender pay gaps. More and more companies proactively conduct pay equity analyses to identify and address these issues. Environmental pressures come from different sources and different stakeholders, such as employees, general public, the media, investors, regulations, and social justice movements. We saw an uptick in demand for pay equity studies driven by the social movements such as Black Lives Matter and Me Too movement. New regulations in the United States, such as Equal Pay for Equal Work Act in Colorado, increase pay transparency. In Illinois, the Equal Pay Act, the new laws require private sector employers to disclose workforce demographic and pay information. On the other side of the Atlantic, employers in the UK already have a yearly gender average pay gap reporting obligation. Also, companies and investors increasingly prioritize environmental, social, and governance issues. Here is an example of investors' pressure with regards to pay equity. Arjuna Capital is an investment firm focused on sustainable and impact investing. They published this year the 4th edition of the Racial and Gender Pay Scorecard. The scorecard is a quantitative assessment of current pay disclosures, performance, and commitments among US corporations. In the table here, you can see that companies are graded and they receive grades like at school from A to F. And many companies with the best grades, A and B, are actually Mercer's clients. We work on pay equity studies for over 100 clients per year, mostly global corporations. But it doesn't mean that we have one global model and one size fits all approach. We have a consistent approach, but we localize it. We use location-specific modeling to account for different culture and different pay philosophy. We find that in Asia, employers value the general experience of employees more than in the US. And this outside of company experience is a more important driver of pay differences there in Asia. Results vary by country for the same company. And we often find that the more discretion, the higher the pay gap. And the more prescribed the role is, the less of a pay gap we're going to find. Pay equity outcomes are often driven by career equity outcome. So we conduct internal labor market analyses to assess and predict talent flows, as well as to track representation and race, ethnicity, and gender. we often find that women and people of color do not have the same career opportunities, and they are not represented well in the higher up the hierarchy of a company, and they're not represented in the higher levels. And this underrepresentation of women and people of color at higher levels is a reason for persistent broad pay gaps. Let me talk now about a different dimension of equity and justice: the living wage. The concept attracted more attention recently, as many employers are struggling to attract and retain talent. It is very relevant in the current tight labor market conditions. Why the living wage? Because the federal minimum wage in the US, for example, is $7.25 an hour, and it does not cover basic living expenses. And in most cases, in most countries, the minimum wage does not cover basic life necessities. Employers' living wage reflects the cost of living in certain locations where their employees work, and employers' values. Because what is the living wage? The living wage is different, and it has different levels for a single adult or a family of two or a family with kids, and it is a philosophical choice to choose the right family profile. On the right-hand side, you can see a recent client work example. These are living wage estimates by two family profiles for a single adult, as well as two adults, only one working, with two kids. The estimates for Mumbai in India, Warsaw, Poland, and Brisbane, Australia were calculated by Mercer colleagues, and the New York County estimate in the US, that's Manhattan, is taken from the MIT living wage calculator. And you can see that the living wage levels differ a lot by country, right? In Mumbai, $3,352 is enough to survive the whole year, but this is not going to cover the living expenses in New York City, where $45,000, $282 a month is required to survive and cover the basic expenses. And kids are expensive, right? Childcare and supporting the whole family is more expensive than just a single adult. Therefore, the estimates for two adults, one working with two kids, are much higher. In some cases, even twice higher. So we're helping our clients determine what is the appropriate living wage level, and then we assess how many employees are making the living wage in the company, and we advise on potential remediation. We tend to find that there is a bigger problem in the manufacturing sector and minimum wage heavy sectors and minimum wage level jobs. And the other dimension of equity and justice, and we think that this is a new big frontier, is health and wealth equity. We know that there are racial disparities in health outcomes in America, and we're working with clients trying to address racial disparities in health outcomes and retirement readiness by looking at benefits utilization and 401k plan participation. And so employers are now more cognizant of these disparities, and they would like to assess these things through racial and gender perspective as well. Thank you very much for listening to this presentation. If you have any questions, please contact me via email, and you can learn more at mercer.com.
Thank you, David. While Geography 2050 is complimentary for you, it requires considerable resources to host this week-long event. Please consider making a tax-deductible contribution today to help offset the cost of production. It's very easy. Just go to the Geography 2050 website and click on the Donate Now button. Thank you. And now we have a special panel featuring an initiative from Youth Mappers Ms. Courtney Clark, the Program Director of Everywhere She Maps, has an impressive panel to discuss this topic from an international perspective. Courtney?
Hello, and welcome to this special session, Everywhere She Maps, She Makes the Difference. My name is Courtney Clark, and I serve as the Program Director of Everywhere She Maps for Youth Mappers. Soon you'll hear from the Everywhere She Maps regional ambassadors, as well as two of my colleagues, as they interview each other and explore the importance of gender equality in the field of geography. But first, I'd like to take a few minutes to provide a brief introduction to the problem of gender equality in geography and tech more broadly, and to the Everywhere She Maps program. This data shows the representation of respondents to an OpenStreetMap Foundation survey by gender from 2021. OpenStreetMap is a free and editable map of the world. It's the largest of its kind and is often compared to the Wikipedia of world maps. It's used by everyone from multinational companies to humanitarian responders to local municipalities who have GIS programs. It's an incredibly important and rich source of geographic data. However, experts estimate that only 2 to 5% of OpenStreetMap contributors are women. Perhaps maybe the maximum is about 8% of contributors. We don't have incredibly clear data. But this chart clearly shows that many, many more men than people of any other gender responded to the OpenStreetMap Foundation survey in 2021, and that cisgender men are disproportionately represented in OpenStreetMap to a significant and startling degree. In addition, only 30% of women who are higher education students choose to study STEM-related fields. Only 3% globally enroll in information and communication technology fields. And this map shows that of all researchers worldwide, only 33% are women. Science as a whole, including technology and geography, remain male-dominated. This map shows the share of female members of national science academies around the world. In fact, there is no country represented here that has more than 30% of members of its national science academy that are women. Why is this? Globally, what are the barriers that are preventing so many women from participating in geography and technology? One reason is the gender digital divide. We know that there's a massive gender gap in terms of mobile device ownership, as well as access to the internet, particularly in low and middle income countries. In addition, learning how to contribute to maps, learning how to map in OpenStreetMap, or simply studying geography, computer science, and other technical fields takes a lot of time and resources. And women are already unfairly burdened by an unequal distribution of unpaid domestic and care work. Globally, women spend approximately 4.2 hours daily on this work compared to men who spend approximately 1.7 hours, which leaves them with a lot more free time to learn skills related to geography or to become involved in OpenStreetMap projects. In addition, we know that there is a significant lack of women in leadership roles. This graphic shows the percent of women in technical and leadership roles in select multinational technology companies. And this data is as recent as 2019. In addition, according to a study conducted by GIS Lounge, only 22% of GIS executives are women. There is some good news though. We know and the data show that women participate more in geo-related projects that intentionally recruit and include them. For example, an estimated 40% of the 5,000 students who participate in the Youth Mappers Network are women. And one of our partner NGOs, the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap, in 2018 estimated that about 28% of their volunteer mappers are women. The Youth Mappers Network is a global community of students, researchers, educators, and scholars that use public geospatial technologies to highlight and directly address development challenges worldwide. Youth Mappers was envisioned to fulfill the demand for open geospatial data access in all parts of our world. A generation of empowered young people has emerged from this movement, who have become leaders in creating resilient communities and have defined their world by mapping it. In 2020, Youth Mappers launched the Everywhere She Maps program. Critical features and attributes that are most relevant to women are missing from maps as a result of their underrepresentation in the geospatial field. Everywhere She Maps is a program designed to increase the participation of women and non-binary students within the Youth Mappers Network, OpenStreetMap, and rapidly expanding industries that utilize geospatial technologies. This program builds the technical capacity of women student mappers, enhances their professional and networking skills, and contributes to mapping projects focused on adding data relevant to women's needs. In closing, I'd like to introduce you to the 5 founding pillars of Everywhere She Maps. These pillars represent our understanding that everywhere women create and use maps, the benefits to society and the environment are incredible. And now I will pass things over to our incredible Everywhere She Maps regional ambassadors and my Youth Mappers colleagues who will explore each of these pillars in more detail. Thank you. In the first interview of this session, Stella Maris-Nakachwa and Marcela Zabayos explore the connection between economic empowerment and inclusiveness in open mapping. Stella Maris is an active board member of the OpenStreetMap community in Uganda and has contributed to numerous projects applying GIS for the improvement of livelihoods and humanitarian response, including the COVID-19 rapid response in Uganda. He holds a bachelor's in land surveying and geomatics from Makerere University and was previously a Youth Mappers Leadership Fellow. Marcela Zabayos is the Managing Director for Youth Mappers, an international network of university student-led chapters that create and use public geospatial data and technologies to highlight and directly address development challenges worldwide.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcela Zabayos, and I'm the Managing Director for Youth Mappers. I joined the team in 2017, and back then, this network was made up of about 60 to 62 chapters and has grown to a network of 287 chapters across 62 countries. Although by the time this airs, I suspect that number will be outdated. It's incredible to think what we as a community have been able to establish and support through our capacity building programs, fellowships, the cohort of regional ambassadors who directly impact chapters, and the collaborative activities that are bringing together student leaders from across the world. Investing in youth and engaging them to represent the places they are from and the places they live in makes a difference. Through our newest campaign, Everywhere She Maps, we are promoting the participation of young women mappers, highlighting their contributions, not just the data, but their perspective to complete a fuller picture of the world. And while they generate local data, youth mappers are also data users who enter the workforce every year. And I'm very happy to introduce Stella Nakachwa, Regional Ambassador for Everywhere She Maps.
Thank you so much, Marcela. That was so much of detail. Yes, my name is Stella Maris-Nakachwa, and I am Everywhere She Maps Regional Ambassador, currently also a graduate research assistant at West Virginia University. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Land Surveying and Geomatics, and I'm currently doing my master's in geography here at West Virginia University. And my interests straddle geospatial governance and gender, like in the broader framework of regional development. I come from the suburbs of Kampala in Uganda, but currently I'm residing in Morgantown, West Virginia.
Wonderful. Thank you, Stella. And thank you for sitting with us today and telling us more about your work and the work you and your colleagues at Geo Youth Mappers, the Youth Mappers chapter at Makerere University, have organized since 2016. Over the past 5 years, you and your peers have had the opportunity to create and collaborate with a variety of organizations and institutions across departments and schools, and you've applied geospatial thinking, techniques, and tools to so many themes. Because this work directly impacts the well-being and has the potential to improve the livelihoods of local communities, your work fits well under the Prosperity Rises pillar of Everywhere She Maps, correct?
Yes, it does. I mean, talk about the current ongoing outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate change discourse that is ongoing. Prosperity for women is such a key concern, and it's like timely for us to build prevalency and bridge and connect communities, and strengthening women's leadership is something that we need to look at. Yes, it fits.
I mentioned earlier that Geo Youth Mappers has been an affiliated Youth Mappers chapter for many, many years, and that you and your team have explored the application of tools and platforms to address a variety of local challenges. Can you tell me a little bit more about the projects the chapter has supported over the past few years?
Yes, that's a really, really long story. Geo Youth Mappers joined the entire consortium of Youth Mappers in 2016. And since then, I was particularly just as a leader in the chapter, and I have grown through that to Everywhere She Maps Regional Ambassador. But we have done quite a good amount of work in terms of projects and in terms of like opening up use of open source tools and OpenStreetMap as a platform for communities, but also for authorities within the different municipalities in the country to do quite a number of projects that talk about collecting data for community resilience and addressing SDGs like 6, which really focuses on WASH, sanitation, water and sanitation, and then decent work and economic growth, sustainable cities and communities. There is so much to mention. Maybe specifically is we've talked about, we've done projects around locating vulnerabilities to floods, and then waste mapping. I could talk in detail about all the kinds of projects that Geo Youth Mappers has done in the bid to like strengthen and build resilience for communities in Uganda.
Absolutely. And did the choice to use open mapping tools benefit these projects? And if so, how so?
Yes. First and foremost, using open source tools and using OpenStreetMap is quite, I wouldn't say it's an early concept, but it's very new in a community where I come from. So each time we move out and create and expose our leadership in our communities to how available these tools are to collect data and improve the quality of information that authorities do have to simplify and quicken decision making. I think that's one of the benefits that our project has really, really provided, that we have easier ways that we can collect information and improve the way we make decisions and create impact in our own communities, change livelihood.
That's amazing. And can you tell us more about your experience and the role that you played in these projects?
Yes, my experience is huge. I would say that it's been a learning curve for me as an individual, but also understanding and learning about team building, because that's the entire concept of Youth Mappers, building geospatial leaders that utilize geospatial tools to address community challenges. And my role was basically to build my team and also conceptualize the projects with other collaborators that we had, because we really didn't do this project as GeoYouth Mappers alone, but we worked with so many other actors, INGOs and NGOs in the country. So those are some of the experiences that we got from there.
That's wonderful to hear. And what did you and your team learn from these projects? Like, what sort of lessons learned could you share?
I could say there is so much that we did learn as a team. However, I think we understood the value of field and community engagement. This is something that doesn't often come through the academia, I should say. And having OpenStreetMap and Youth Mappers bring this to students, moreover at undergraduate level, like just entry into understanding professionalism and practice, being able to engage communities, being able to collaborate, being able to build teamwork, and being able to understand the tools themselves. Like, it was kind of like, it built curiosity among my fellows and myself to keep searching and to keep building and to keep being inquisitive about what best and how best we can approach and create and improve our communities with our efforts and our knowledge.
Absolutely. And did you face any challenges in the field?
Yes, we did. I come from Uganda, I said that, and one of the challenges we grapple with as a country is connectivity. It's not so vast. Even when it's in the city, it's still scanty in some areas. So in some areas like the urban informal settlements that we did projects in, like the waste mapping and the locating vulnerability to flooding, you find yourself that connectivity was quite a challenge. And other challenges like the complex schedule, the unbearable field weather that we had to go through, and sing on resilience and collect this data, and a few, I would say, visible quality issues, because we are all learners in the environment. And so we faced some of these, but I'm sure we were able to find solutions also to overcome, and also the inadequacy of tools to use as students.
Absolutely. And did your team's response to the challenges change your perspective on how to address issues and, anticipating future challenges in future projects?
I would say yes, because talking about the journey and the trajectory of GeoYouth Map as a single chapter, we started as a very small team, and basically seeking for space where to do what we wanted to do, because it was simply a desire of 7 girls who really felt that OpenStreetMap was something to benefit from for the community. But today, GeoYouth Mappers as a team is over 100 members. Today, GeoYouth Mappers has embedded, has pushed for the inclusion of OpenStreetMap as a module in the syllabi in class through our chapter patron. And this is a way of increasing awareness, building the quality that we are talking about, so that we have everyone leveled with just the basic skills before we go to field. And also having the capacity, now that they are a larger number, the curiosity is over the bar, and they are able to think and, create projects that can actually source funding. GeoYouth Mappers today can acquire its own funding, which didn't happen in 2016 while I was just a leader there. So it's something that we have learned from and we have improved over time.
Yes, absolutely. And it's been wonderful to watch that journey, I must say. So zooming out, pulling back a little bit, and looking at the 2 areas you mentioned that your projects have been involved in or focused on, flood risk and waste management specifically, I'd like to center the second half of our conversation on how women are impacted. So what kinds of conditions exist within these challenging issues that directly affect women?
I would say coming from specific spaces as a girl child, going through university that is also in a specific place, we kind of have an abstract understanding of what society looks like. In having the ability to go to field, we were able to, I would say, understand and sit with these communities that we were actually, engaging and participating with, for example, in locating vulnerabilities, identify and see the spaces. We are talking about vulnerability, the Lake Victoria flooding and hitting this fishing bay, and women sit at the post of doing, I would say, they do labor, they're making money, they are doing what we would say fits in SDG 8, pulling up decent work and improving their economic capacity, but the conditions are kind of dire because women sit at the vulnerable ends of, these flood points. They sit in those zones, and it is something to learn about, because you wonder if it is categorically meant that women will be there, or it's a coincidence that they find themselves there. So learning about that vulnerability and being in field is so important, because it helps to understand the level and the situatedness of women in this aspect, but also the engagement of us, women ourselves, to acquire the leadership skills, to acquire the geospatial, technical capacity to do the work. So it is very important for women to participate.
Absolutely. And as a young professional working towards finding solutions, as you mentioned, to these challenges that exist within your community and globally, how do you bring in this particular knowledge to how you approach these challenges from your lived experience? So what I'm really getting at is, how does the work impact you, and how do you impact the work?
How does the work impact me? It changes my worldview. Saying that I get through university to get this level of professionalism, having the ability to sit through the Youth Mappers model and be able to engage before I actually go out, because I can't talk about how many projects we did because there are really many. These are just 2 projects that we are talking about, but I engaged in quite a number before I even reached my final year of school. Changing my perception of the lived reality, being able to understand and being able to position myself. On the other hand, I would say is that knowing that there is so much that needs to be done. I would say that fellows, women, and the gender of my generation, sometimes we sit into discussions and we talk about equal opportunity, and we tell each other about how we have equal opportunity. But when you go to field and sit in such environments and collect data on locating vulnerability to floods, and find out that women actually sit at the skirts of, where the floods actually hit the most, for them to be able to survive and provide for their, families and make money and improve their welfare. I would say it's valuable knowledge to be in there. And also it teaches us to know that there is so much to be done to create awareness, to cultivate leadership, to build women's ability to speak up when conditions are uncomfortable, and not take pride in what we would say the struggle, and speak up and know that this is an injustice and unfairness that authorities need to look into and address. Like, have the gender focus, proportionate, have the gender lens when doing the distribution of housing, electricity, and all that, because women sit on the vulnerable sides. When you look, talk about the waste mapping project, I think women are mostly in the markets. I remember as we did the project, you find that women sat in those markets mostly. And if we are talking about waste disposal and illegal dumping, that means they are the most vulnerable for any outbreaks, like health outbreaks, like cholera, diarrhea, those communicable diseases.
Absolutely. And your response has been incredibly complete. You went ahead and answered the question I was about to ask, which is, why is it important for women to be part of creating and implementing these solutions, and why it's important to contribute their point of view and knowledge on this topic? Yes, I completely agree with you.
I would add to that and say that it's actually not only in field work, but we have to like examine the constructs of how we do what we do and why we are collecting such data and who we are collecting it for. So women have to be at every part of that construct. If it's data collection, women should be part. If it's a discourse, women need to be part. And if it's a field research, women have to be part because they only can voice their challenges. They only have a unique sight to what their challenges are or how they uniquely feel about their struggles.
And through your work, through Everywhere She Maps, as we're trying to build and incorporate this knowledge into open maps to make this information widely available, this is important because it asks us to reflect on who creates the map and who sets mapping standards. And the answer really helps us fuel the energy that we are bringing to include more women to participate. Would you agree?
Yes. Yes, increased participation of women, increased input of like, for example, maps. We need more attributes that speak about women's issues. And basically, yeah, that's what Everywhere She Maps is doing. And I agree, it's very important because it's what is going to shift the standard. If we don't have all this data and this content, if we don't have these unique perceptions coming through, then barely do we know what we are supposed to be addressing, and then we might even form the wrong research questions in the first place.
Exactly. And as a leader in this space for so many years, what are some concrete steps that the OSM community could take to drive progress on the inclusion and participation of women, do you think, in this, more sort of technical space of geography?
I think first and foremost, I applaud Everywhere She Maps because it certainly kind of compounds all my ideas of what should be done. The first and foremost is training, increase the training, provide training and capacity building for the girl child in STEM, in geospatial technology, and also neutralize the geospatial workforce because we know that women in STEM are, a proportion, just a small fraction of the entire global workforce. And we need more of those to have an equal say, to have a balanced action for both women or for all gender. And it is also doing the campaigns of collecting data, increase women attributes in all your map, and it doesn't matter what language it is. I think this is the beauty that I come from where I come from, and I can uniquely, include, embed all information as we understand it as a community, as any other chapter do understand it as a community, and understanding our, through the trainings, understanding our challenges and how unique our challenges are, because it's very easy to be gender blind, very, very easy to be gender blind because of the notion of equal opportunity. Like we are equal opportunity right now, which is not true.
Thank you, Stella, so much for letting me interview you today. And I hope that your message resonates deeply with our community. Thank you so much.
It's been an honor. Thank you so much.
Our second interview features Jariatu Jallo and Laura Mugeha. They will be speaking about how Everywhere She Maps, power is generated. Daria is a third-year computer science student in the University of the Gambia. She is fueled and fulfilled by projects that solve challenges in her community and better the lives of individuals, especially solutions that positively impact the lives of women and youth. She loves mapping, and generally, she loves making things easier for people. Given that in the Gambia, about 70% of streets and buildings remain unmapped, in March 2018, she registered the first OpenStreetMap chapter in the University of the Gambia. She is also the founder and CEO of Yonima, a geospatially powered errands running company in the Gambia. Laura Mugeha is a geospatial engineer working in the intersection of open technology, open data, and development. She currently works with a social enterprise in Kenya to support teams in using data for good. Additionally, Laura is a Youth Mappers Regional Ambassador, where she supports chapters in East and Central Africa. In her free time, she volunteers with local open data and free and open source software communities.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this part of this session. We'll be talking about one of the pillars for the Everywhere She Maps initiative called the Power is Generated pillar. My name is Laura Mugeha. I am joining in today from Nairobi in Kenya, where I currently live and work. I have a background in geomatics and currently work for a social enterprise here called Synergy. Other than that, I also support the Youth Mappers Network as a regional ambassador, where I support chapters within the region through technical training and other forms of development. Joining me today will be Jaria. So Jaria, kindly tell us more about yourself.
Oh, hi. I'm already inspired about you, what you do. You do a lot of things. So my name is Jaria Tijalo. I'm from the Gambia. I'm the president of the Youth Mappers chapter in the Gambia at the University of the Gambia. I'm also the president, the chairperson for the OpenStreetMap community in the Gambia. So I do a lot of things around OpenStreetMap. I believe in open data so much. Yeah, I'm also a regional ambassador doing Everywhere She Map under the project of the regional ambassadors. Yeah, so we'll be talking about power is generated. I'll be talking about my site, and I think you'll be doing some talking to, even though you will be the interviewer. So it's gonna be a two-way thing. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, sure. So we'll just get right into it. So when you're talking about power and that Everywhere She Maps power is generated, could you briefly explain to us what this means and why you're interested in this pillar in particular?
It's a fascinating thing. I think it's one of it says the pillars of what the Everywhere She Map stand for. So it's when you hear about Everywhere She Map, you hear about women, right? You will hear about power created or power mapping. So that's very fascinating. So it's one of the pillars of Everywhere She Map, where power is generated through women involvement in open source and open data. For example, let's just say a Mapillary project, you know, for women to be able to access to places for hospital or, you know, for a gender-based activity place. And an example in Tanzania, crowd mapping, you know, where women will map FGM places and all that. So it's more of like, you know, women being part of the power that is generated from the open source data. So, which is very fascinating.
Interesting. Because I think for a lot of people, when we look at how this pillar is named, and even when you go through the website, you might tend to think you're just talking about power and in the telecommunications space. But we're actually also talking about power and female empowerment, women empowerment. And even as you mentioned, some of the examples of how mapping is currently being used to empower women and girls around the world. So could you share also a bit more the relationship between open mapping and power? Because these seem to be two different topics. So where do these two meet? And yeah, how does one enable or sort of inform the other?
Yeah, for me, it's not that different, because I think the open source, it's like you mentioned, and it's open, so it's easily accessible for women, and it's easily accessible for people to be able to generate power in that. So it's might be, some people might think that, oh, it's different, but it's not that quite different. It's more of like trying to connect, trying to involve more women in open mapping, more women who will be able to access, you know, giving back the example of the FGM mapping for the crowd mapping in Tanzania. You know, they do a lot of mapping, they do a lot of adding so many data that is accessible. For example, if there's an FGM, you know, happening, or if there's anything that the government or the health facilities need to be aware of, you know, they put that thing. And so it's really connected. It gives us more leverage, you know, because it's open, and then it gives more women to be able to do and contribute their work in an open source data.
Amazing, amazing. So great to hear all those examples. And if I don't know if we have any examples. Can you tell us about a time when you personally, or a woman or girl that you know was affected by this topic? Are there any use cases that you can share with us today?
Maybe you can share. I think you have more knowledge in that, but yes, I think one of the two things I know I can share is I did participate in a map learning project where we map healthcare system, for easily accessible for women. And then since we're, we're under 22 years dictatorship, the victim centers and all that. So I was part of the group that were mapping the facilities that people, can say, okay, if you were a victim of the former president of abuse, this is the place you need to get to and all that. But yeah, let's see if you have any more example that will be more fascinating.
Yeah, sure. I can share more about the Youth Mappers project in Sierra Leone on power mapping, where chapters within the region were basically mapping a number of areas to sort of show the access to electrical connectivity. And by this project, in as much as we are mapping how communities are connected to electricity, especially rural communities, a lot of female mappers or a lot of female students were engaged in the process, which in turn sort of empowers them in terms of the knowledge they acquire. In as much as they're using this power mapping project, it's the same skills could be used or sort of applied in other projects. But also at the same time, when you're looking at the energy sector and how women and girls in rural Africa interact at home, it's mostly, you'll find that it's women who sort of involved in things like cooking and all that. And in rural Africa, people still use methods such as the use of firewood, which has a lot of health, not good impacts, bad health impacts. So we, by this power mapping project and making more communities to be connected to official electrical lines, then they're able to shift sort of things like cooking methods, enabling them to be able to use more sustainable methods that are good for their health. Another example still under this power mapping project is also still looking at rural Africa. A lot of children, when you get back home and they have to do their homework and probably do some extra studying, still, I guess half of the population are women and girls, meaning that by also making more communities to be connected, they're able to have also better methods that they can use for studying. So as opposed to using what we all know is common in rural Africa as well, use of candles or other methods that are not as good as well. We're making sure that these communities also have access to electricity all through the night and are able to do more activities, which includes things like studying. Other than that, I think all the other examples that you've shared are also great, especially for girls also in rural Africa. When we're looking at things like FGM, so by mapping health facilities and police posts and actually routes and showing them that in case of an incident, you can access this facility by using this route. That is empowerment in its way because you're able to protect this girl and protect their future as well, which directly can be seen as power. So I think generally there are so many examples on how open mapping has been used and can be used in this when you're talking about power. Yeah, so I guess we can move to the next one, which is why do you think it's important for women, not just women, but everyone to talk about this topic? Why is it important to talk about power?
Data, because it involves data, and data is power. So I think that's why many people, want to have access to it. Like, the data is the new money, or the new whatever they call it. But especially for women, it's important for us to be part of it, because most of the data that affect us. So it's important for a woman to be, a representative. For example, all this example we have, if it's a man or somebody who just, I'm an enthusiast mapper who is doing that, he might not do it justice, but a woman will surely do it justice, and uphold the etiquette, and doing everything that is right to make sure that data and the what is available is, it's fact, and it's real, and it's tangible. So that's very important. That's why I think women have to be part of it. I don't know the male side, they have their own decision, their own reasons. But for women, yes, we have to be, because especially if it have to be involved with us. So we have to take power. We have to take control of our data. We have to see if it's fact what they're saying. For example, you don't just map an FGM center if it's not an FGM center for health crisis. For example, if you just run in and you run into something that is not, it's not good for you. So, which is very important. So I urge every woman, everybody to be part of it. Just take a hold of your data. It's open source, so you own your own data. So be proud of owning your own data, and be proud of putting it that way.
Yeah, very true, and quite powerful that you've just shared that it's very important for us to take part, for us to share our thoughts, our voice to be heard as well, because that's the only way that when solutions are being implemented by different institutions, whether if it's government or private organizations, that they're able to also cater for our needs. If they're not shared, and if these discussions are not held, then no one would know what's actually happening on the ground, and what people actually need, or specifically what women need. And as we wind up, any parting words?
Yeah, just to add on to that, when we have a representative, for example, if it's like, with the woman thing or something, the man or someone who doesn't know will just assume. But if there's a representative, if there's a woman who understands a particular issue, they will never assume. They will tell you what is there and what is not there. So I just wanted to add that and put it across that, how important it is for us to be part of it, and how important it is to own and control the data that it's centered around us.
Yeah, sure. I guess that still also just emphasizes what you shared earlier, and which I guess is a great point that needs to be passed across. Yeah. So other than that, I don't know if you have anything else to share in general under this topic.
I think we're on the right path. Everywhere you map is on the right path. Having this project is very important. And then, when we begin, you're in East Africa, I'm in West Africa, but we still have the same problems. We still have the same way we think, the same thing that affect us, is the same way everywhere for women. So it's very important. Like I always say, it's very important for us to take a hold of our data, to control what is going around us. The moment they say it's a woman or it's a society, we have to take control of it. We have to control the data, and then we just, be part of it. So that's what I would say, just be part of it and create more power.
Amazing, amazing. So I think that will be it from us. Thank you so much for sharing, Jaria. I guess also same for me. Our main takeaway is that as we are carrying out our projects, I guess one thing that would be important to assess is how does your project empower women? How does it create more power? And it doesn't have to be any specific project. It can be in the health sector, in the education sector, in whichever sector. As they say, in as much as all the sustainable development goals are important, the only goal that cross-cuts all of them is gender equality. So meaning for each of those, there's a way in which you can empower women and you can create a more equal world. So with that, we'll end it there and go ahead and wish everyone a great day, wherever you might be joining us from. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You are an amazing interviewer.
Our third interview focuses on the role of mapping and geographic data in improving security, particularly for women and girls. Natalia da Silveira Arruda is an architect and urbanist from Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil, and she has a master's in territorial, urban, environmental, and landscape planning from Polytechnic of Turin in Italy. She is currently a PhD student in urban planning at Arizona State University in the United States. She worked as a professor at Universidad de Antioquia in Colombia from 2016 to 2021, where she helped found the Youth Mappers Chapter GeoLab. Natalia is a Youth Mappers Regional Ambassador for Everywhere She Maps, and her interests include urban planning, sustainable mobility, collaborative, and humanitarian mapping. She'll be joined by Dara Carney-Needleman, who works as a Youth Mappers communication specialist. Dara manages Youth Mappers social media and supports the planning and organization of virtual engagement activities for the network. Dara is passionate about youth development and truly believes that mapping brings us together.
Hello, I'm Dara Carney-Nuttleman. I work as Youth Mappers Communication Specialist, and today I'll be interviewing Natalia. And Natalia, I'll pass it to you now to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Dara. Hi, my name is Natalia da Silveira Arruda. I am a regional ambassador for Everywhere She Maps program in Latin America of Youth Mappers. I am also a PhD student in urban planning at Arizona State University. And I am from Porto Alegre, Brazil, but I'm currently living in Tempe, Arizona, in the United States.
And Natalia, can you share what your professional and educational background is?
Yes, my educational background is in architecture and urbanism. I have a bachelor in architecture and I'm a Master of Science in urban planning. And my research interests are related to three lines of interests. There are land use and urban growth, mobility and transportation, and GIS applied to collaborative process, and all the interrelationship among these three lines.
And today I know you're interested in and plan to speak on the Everywhere She Maps program pillar, focusing on how open mapping improves security. Can you please tell us why you're interested in this topic?
I am very interested in this pillar, how security improves, because mapping security issues can assure that places considered safe or services that offer the right attention to people in difficult situations are on the map, and that means that people can find them, their location, their opening hours, the services they provide, and mapping them in a platform like OpenStreetMap allows people to get access to this data without costs and under a common creative license, which means that you can volunteer to create or aggregate data. You can use your local knowledge to corroborate this information. You can download it and use it in your own project or insert this data in another apps. So it's very important to create open geospatial information also regarding security issues. And on the other hand, it is also important mapping sites where conflict, violence, or environmental disruption occurs. This type of information must be mapped also in order to identify problems and make a call for change. And by this, I mean mobilize civil society and other institutions to demand that this problem is addressed.
Thank you, Natalia. And can you please describe a mapping activity that you were part of that addressed improving security in your community?
As I said, I am involved with this pillar, security groups, or more oriented toward to mapping mobility in urban areas. So I can share with you a project that I coordinated in. It's called SIG en Bici. SIG en Bici in Spanish means SIG is the acronym for, is the translation for GIS. So it will be like GIS on bike. But it's nice because in Spanish you have a double meaning that is like keep on cycling, keep cycling. So this is the name, the short name that we decided to give to the project, SIG en Bici. And it's a collaborative mapping project of cycling infrastructure for create optimization routes and thematic maps for the metropolitan area of Medellin in Colombia, where I have been lived for many years. And in SIG en Bici, we worked as youth map chapters with a group of cyclists to update the entire existing cycling infrastructure in the city of Medellin. And we have made a great effort to adapt the existing conditions, the physical conditions of the cycling infrastructure to all the system of tags that we have in OpenStreetMap. And we published all these relations of tags in a guide, and a step-by-step guide that we put available on the internet. And also we created a survey to understand better cyclist profile, their routes they follow, their motivation, and their perceptions also about the environment. So we were able to collect this information, map it, and analyze in a series of charts and thematic maps that are also provided in our webpage.
That's great to hear how collaborative it was based with the community, Natalia. So can you share a bit about what you learned from the SIG en Bici project, the results of the project?
Yes, of course. We were very happy with our results. We received a number of responses that were equivalent 72% of the orange destination survey that is officially conducted by the local government in the metropolitan area. So it was a good number of answers. And concerning gender, we found that we had just 36% of female participation. It's not so much, but anyway, it was like higher than the official numbers that you could saw in the origin destination of the metropolitan area. And also we found that women choose to follow the bicycle paths more than shared lanes. This means that they prefer avoid high traffic roads, contrary to the behavior of men that they use more alternative routes for their commutes. They are not so worried about safety perceptions and more worried about time and the continuity of the routes, you know, so they are able to spread more on the territory. And as we can see in this map that is on the screen, we created a map with all the perceptions of the cyclists. You can see in red the points that are considered unsafe, and on magenta the points that are considered safe or have a nice perception. So we can use this map to allow people understand better the conditions of the territory and select their routes regarding on this. And I believe it's a really nice tool for people, for women, but also for men to prepare their route in advance, knowing the territory. Yes.
That sounds like a very community-based project, so that's so great to hear, Natalia. And can you please share what you learned from this project, the results of SIG en Bici?
Yes, of course. So we received a really great number of responses that reach the equivalent of 72% of the same of the sample that the region destination survey from the metropolitan area of Medellin, the official survey that they conduct in our area. And concerning gender, the female participation was equivalent to only 36% compared to 62% of male participation. And we also found that women choose to follow more bicycle paths and bicycle lanes and not so much the shared lanes, the common roads, you know, preferring to avoid high traffic roads. Contrary to the behavior of men, they don't care so much about if the cycling infrastructure is in their routes, you know. They use more alternative routes for their commutes, and for this reason, they are more spread out in the territory.
And Natalia, I would be interested in, and I think our audience would be interested in hearing why women choose these different routes in comparison to men.
Yeah, you know, we also found that their preference for bicycle paths or shared routes could be explained by the self-perception of the females, the women, about their own level of experience. As you can see here in this map that we have on the screen, we obtain results that indicate that women perceive themselves to be less experienced in cycling than men, despite not having this proportional relationship with the time they have been cyclists. I mean, we saw a lot of women that tell us that they have more time than men sometimes being cyclists, but they perceive themselves less experienced. What can be the impact of this less confidence that women have on themselves? This can limit the routes they can select on the territory when they will move. You know, this can limit also the times they will select to move. Maybe also the ability to women to commute alone. They will have to wait someone or wait to be in a group to commute. So this can limit a lot women and mobility in the city. You know, you can see here in this map, we have a lot of points. All these points were mapped by the cyclists in our survey. The red points here are points that are considered unsafe. And the magenta points are points that are considered safe. We can clearly see that they don't overlap. So this map, I believe, is a really nice tool that people can use to program their commute and avoid certain areas instead of others. And this can give, in a certain way, more confidence to people that don't perceive themselves so experienced using the bike. Yeah. And you know, this kind of information is very important because when a girl or woman has to think about, for example, we know that a lot of women or girls, they have to think about what clothes to wear to go out, depending on the path they will pass. Or we know that some women are forced to pay more for safer transportation, and this really can affect their issue of safety.
Thank you for sharing all this informative information, Natalia, and it's really great to hear that there's this resource for women in Medellin to use. So I think something else that others would be curious about is some of the lessons that you personally learned as a result of leading the SIGIN BC project. If you'd like to share about that.
Yeah, much of the activities that we have been developing was in virtual mode due to the pandemic, the COVID. So we learned a lot about how we needed to restrict some activities, and these we had to pass most of our activities to remote activities, you know, in virtual activities. This take from us much more time than we expected. However, the fact that the project was structured in a collaborative approach allowed us to overcome these difficulties presented and move towards its conclusion. So I know I learned a lot about the importance to apply community-based participatory approach to projects involving, in this case, the cycling community from the beginning of the project. And this has guaranteed us to address the issues of interest to the community and that the really problems were addressed.
Thank you for sharing, Natalia. And now I'm curious, from your experiences with the SIG and BC project as a Youth Mappers faculty advisor, a regional ambassador, and now an Everywhere She Maps regional ambassador, why do you feel it is important that women are included and leading the conversations when collecting and creating maps?
It is very important because, you know, we have a lot of gender issues, and gender and security are completely intersect, since the safety of women and even, you know, LGBTIQ plus community has not yet been guaranteed in many parts of the world. So it's very important to bring gender diversity to the mapping community, since cartography is the representation of the territory from someone's perception. No matter how objective is the information that is being added to the map, it always will pass through someone's filter that will say what is or is not necessary to map. So having a diversity of people generating geospatial information in a certain way can ensure that the data will respond to the needs of a more diverse group.
I completely agree, Natalia, completely. So can you share about when you realized, or what did you realize when you started addressing issues related to gender equality in the geospatial community?
When I started to take action on gender issues, on gender equality, I became aware of the responsibility to share knowledge oriented to empower and motivate other women with less experience than me. And one way that I found to be quite effective is through example. And by this, I mean my own example, you know, as women, guiding people, training other women, open doors for more women to have other possibilities. And for this reason, I believe that women who are in leadership positions should share their experience, motivating other women to open their paths and overcome existing barriers.
Exactly. And that's a great segue into my final question, Natalia. Asking, do you have any advice related to gender-oriented mapping that you would like to share with the audience?
Yes, I believe that my advice is that you should always ask yourself if you are addressing the issue of gender in an equitable way in any of your activities. You know, when you are mapping, in your work, when you are creating projects, anywhere, we should ask ourselves this. Because as a society, we still have a series of prejudices and barriers to overcome. And gender-oriented mapping also is necessary to make existing gaps visible and draw attention to essential security issues that affect the lives of countless women around the world.
Thank you, Natalia. Your passion and drive show through in everything you've shared with us today. So thank you so much for your time. And unless there's anything else you would like to add, that concludes the interview.
Just thank you, Lara, for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Innovation increases exponentially when we make technology spaces more inclusive and welcoming to all people. In this interview, Indapile Makubu and Raya Amada will discuss their experiences implementing innovative solutions to issues faced by their communities. Indapile is an instructor at the African Drone and Data Academy and also serves as a Youth Mappers Regional Ambassador. Her recent projects have involved integrating drone and open data technology to solve some of the challenges that her community faces. Raya Idrissa Amada is an assistant lecturer at the State University of Zanzibar, a mentor and student advisor. She is very passionate about data science and is researching in the areas of open source GIS tools, database administration, data analysis, and web application development. She is also keen on mentoring students to come up with innovative ideas to solve existing problems in the community. She has worked with students in several development projects, such as the STEM for Success project of Zanzibar, as a technical assistant with KioKeet, a digital classroom technology, and with the Resilience Academy as an internship coordinator to help equip youth with the tools, knowledge, and skills to ensure resilient urban development. She is also the faculty mentor for the State University of Zanzibar's Youth Mappers chapter. She is currently a Youth Mappers Regional Ambassador in Tanzania and is leading the Zertech initiative at her university with the aim of helping young girls to excel in technology.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ndabile Nku. I am based in Malawi, and I am a national instructor at the African Drone and Data Academy. I am also serving as a regional ambassador for Youth Mappers under the Everywhere She Maps. So as an instructor, our organization is basically geared towards equipping African youth with 21st century skills through drone and data technology. And when I'm not an instructor or regional ambassador, sometimes I'm freelancing drone mapping jobs with organizations that are basically using drones for good. And on the call, I have Raya, so I'm just going to let her introduce herself.
Thank you, Ndapile. My name is Raya Ahmada, an assistant lecturer at the State University of Zanzibar. I'm also working closely with the Youth Mappers, as I am the faculty advisor of SUZO Youth Mappers, but I'm also working as a regional ambassador in Zanzibar, Tanzania. Apart from the work that I'm doing, I also mentor other group of students that we are focusing on technology. And the aim is to inspire, motivate, and support students, especially girls in upper primary and secondary schools, to follow or to be interested in STEM-related subjects and STEM-related fields. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So today we're going to talk about one of the 5 pillars under the Everywhere She Maps initiative, which is innovation happens. And Everywhere She Maps, innovation happens. So this is of particular interest to me because in most cases, working as a regional ambassador and as an instructor, I'm constantly witnessing the power of open data, the power of imagery, and the power of just thinking innovatively and coming up with innovative methods to sort of help different communities. I've firsthand witnessed a project that was using drone imagery to sort of combat malaria that different communities here in Malawi experience. So I'm going to go into that later on during the interview, but for now, I'm just going to ask you, Raya, that what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear that Everywhere She Maps, innovation happens?
Well, what comes into my mind is that the Everywhere She Maps program doesn't focus only on creating, developing mappers and open data, but also the usage of that open data to tell a story that has happened in the past and to use the datasets to help make decisions about the future. You know, when people or when the mappers are or people are exposed to open data, they could come up with different solutions based on using that data to come up with the innovative project or innovative program or software using the available data, because we know, as we know, that data is everything. So with data, of course, innovations happens, because most people using one data set, different people are seeing that data in a very different perspective. An educator could see the same data into a different perspective than another one that is working into a different field. For example, it could be a doctor, or in health, or in politics, etc., etc. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that one. So do you have any projects that you've been part of that is built around the Everywhere She Maps Innovation Happens pillar? Like, if you've been involved in that, maybe you can share more, and also just briefly walk us through how you think the data that you're collecting is going to help bridge the gender gap that is currently there.
Okay. I could talk about the school mapping project, a project that we are currently working on. And while I was writing the proposal of that project, at first I looked at the needs that is being there. Working in the educational sector, I know the needs or the challenges that education sector is facing right now, and that's why I proposed the school mapping project. And the school mapping project is not only collecting the school's location, but in addition to that, we are collecting the ICT data for that is available in all the schools across Africa. But of course, across Zanzibar. But we have started with the secondary schools. Because what we are trying to achieve is to have a data set that will help the Ministry of Education and other stakeholders that want to help the ministry to devise or to come up with solutions that addresses the help of internet accessibility into those schools. So we are trying to collect the ICT data into those schools and trying to find out which of the schools have which facilities, as well as seeing which educational development projects have been there before. So as I have said, that the data is telling a story of what has happened in the past, so that we come with the informed decisions to help in the future. So in the project, we are going to have a data set that will be helpful to the ministry itself to make informed decision, but also we have partnered with the Liquid Telecom, who's using the same data so as to help them plan proper facilities, or how they plan so that they provide internet connectivity across, into all the schools across Zanzibar. So you could see, as I have said, the data is being used in different perspectives. In addition to that, because Youth Mappers is working under the Open Data Initiative as well, we are also planning to upload the data into the OpenStreetMap. As currently we have been going through the OpenStreetMap, and the schools data that is available there is, of course, is quite small compared to the available schools in Zanzibar. So we know, of course, we know the place better. We know the schools that most of the schools are not on the OpenStreetMap. So if somebody outside Zanzibar looks at the OpenStreetMap and he finds about 100 schools, but in reality, we have more schools than that. So we are also trying to do that to help local organizations as well as international organizations. And that data, I believe, is really helpful not only to the Ministry of Education itself, but also to international organizations like UNICEF, who are trying really hard to help the education sector.
All right.
And I think you have asked something else as well. Yeah. Okay.
My question was like, how do you think the data that you're collecting is going to help or improve the gender gap that we have, the existing gender gap that we have?
Okay. You could see it. Maybe it is not directly, but what I'm thinking is now that we are trying to have the existing data of the schools, the government, and I mean the Ministry of Education and the government, of course, can take efforts to improve those schools that are, I mean, they are having bad conditions, like they don't have electricity and stuff like that, in internet connectivity. In doing so, we believe that this will lead to number of dropout students to decrease. And we know that if there are many dropouts, it means those who are affected more are women, because women are the ones who are taking care most of the time, especially in our area. Those are the ones who are taking care of the kids. So if their kids are dropping out of school before he finishes or she finishes up, then it's a mother who is taking care of the child, and she's affected directly. So we are looking into it in that perspective. But in addition to that, we are also collecting the number of girls and number of boys that are available into those classes, and that will help us know if we have gender gap that exist, especially into science subject or STEM related subjects. Yeah.
The drone mapping project that I was talking about. So an organization called Malawi Live Up Welcome Trust was basically doing mapping in Kasungu, which is a district in the center of Malawi. They were trying to use drone imagery to identify malaria breeding sites because this particular area is known for high malaria numbers. And ideally, we know that once a person's sick, the person that's ideally going to take care of the sick person is going to be the woman. So this means that everything stops, and because the attention needs to now be focused on the person that's sick in the household. So the project is harnessing drone imagery power. It's also harnessing data technology, which is GIS. They're using GIS analysis to sort of identify potential breeding sites. So once they identify these sites, that would be hard to otherwise just pick out by manually transacting the area. They are able to do it more efficiently. And I think the community has also been very welcoming to the project. And it's a project that's being led by a female, which is a good thing at the end of the day, because I feel like once there's a woman that's leading a project, there are certain aspects that we're able to identify that would otherwise not be tackled if there wasn't any woman in a leadership position. So I also think that project's going to benefit the community because malaria will be combated, and certain burdens that come because of a sick person in a household can also be eliminated. So that's one of the projects that I think are pretty interesting and are taking place here in Malawi. All right, with that being said, maybe we could also talk about how you think the Everywhere She Maps is going to change the GIS and tech space, maybe in the next 5 years.
From my side, I think it's going to help increase the number of female participation, as Everywhere She Maps program has some programs or initiatives that it has started. For example, the Everywhere She Maps internship program, which is kind of helping building capacity, especially to female students. So if females have the same, I mean, it will reach a point where women or girls and boys or women and men have the same skills, needed skills in the job market. So it's helping a lot in that, and it's going to bridge the gender gap that exists into this kind of fields, in the GS field in particular. Yeah.
Okay, I do totally agree with you on that one, because some issues do come up with the approach that's being taken in trying to empower women. There's another approach that's just there to put women in certain positions without actually giving them the right skills for, say, a job. But I feel like what Everywhere She Maps is doing is it's built on capacity building, again, with the internships and just empowering regional ambassadors that are going out there and just encouraging more female participation, conducting trainings. And I feel like this is surely leveling the playing field. And yeah, 5 years looks like the gender gap will be closed, at least close enough to actually make a difference. Yeah. All right, Raya.
Yeah, I
I
agree
think
with
that's
you.
all.
Okay.
Yes. That's all the questions that I had for you today. Thank you very much for making time. It's really nice talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
In our final interview of the session, we'll have the opportunity to learn from two women who have extensive experience using map data and geospatial technology to help save lives in their home country of Bangladesh. Maliha Binte Muhyiddin is a Bangladeshi PhD geography student at West Virginia University. Her passion for the nexus of geospatial technologies and women's empowerment has been enriched by receiving her undergraduate and master's studies in disaster management and her work experience as an Everywhere She Maps regional ambassador. Irene Akhter is currently also working as an Everywhere She Maps regional ambassador. She completed her master's and bachelor's of science in geography and environment at the University of Dhaka. She has been with Youth Mappers Dhaka University chapter since it was first started in 2016. She received a Youth Mappers Research Fellowship in 2018. Irene has skills in implementing research methodology, assisting in data management, and analyzing the results of research. Her educational background and experiences reflect a commitment and ability to plan, design, and implement research activities, training management, mapping projects, and communication with local people. Her interests include disaster risk management, gender inequality, climate and climate resilience, sustainable development, and humanitarian mapping.
Hi, this is Maliha Binte Muhyiddin, and I'm a PhD student, and I'm doing my major in geography from WVU. And I'm also serving as a Everywhere She Maps regional ambassador. And I have been the part of Youth Mappers since 2017. And today I'm very excited because I'm going to interview a person whom I really know from my university. And okay, there's one thing I forgot to mention, that I'm from Bangladesh, but right now I'm based in Morgantown because of my study purpose. So I'm going to introduce with you a very dynamic and very passionate person whom I know, and she is Irene Nila. So Irene, could you please introduce yourself to the audience?
Hello everyone, I am Irene Akhtar Nila from University of Dhaka. I have been completed my Masters and BS honors from University of Dhaka in Geography and Environment, and currently I am working as a regional ambassador in Youth Mappers. And now I am working as a senior research associate in a consultancy firm in Bangladesh. Also, I work here as a GIS specialist. That's my background, and I am from Bangladesh also. Thank you, Maliha.
So, like, as I know that you have worked as a research fellow program, like in 2018. So could you please tell us a bit about the project that you have worked with?
Yeah, sure. I have selected as one of the fellows for Youth Mappers Research Fellowship Program in 2018. My project title was that use of OpenStreetMap to reduce the vulnerability of women in cyclone-prone areas. So basically, I wanted to focus on women development and their reducing their vulnerabilities in disaster-prone area, because they are more of victim of the disaster. So that was my first priority. Then I input there as a major that some kind of mapping and evacuation plan. So that was basically denoted as a native language based map, because of their convenience, or their particularly because of that they can input their thoughts on that evacuation plan. So I thought that that would be better for them to communicate with us. That's all.
Okay, so that's excellent. And I would like to ask you one question, like, how you're going to do the relationship between the open mapping and the native language-based evacuation plan in cyclone disaster in Bangladesh, because we are both from Bangladesh and we know that that's one of the most important issues. So how you are going to magnifying or defining the relationship between these two?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, here living in Bangladesh, you will familiar with disaster, because this is the, a very familiar issue here. There is coastal areas, people are suffering from cyclones, flood, etc., etc. So basically, what I would say that there is a really friendly relationship, because if you want to measure, or if you want to reduce the vulnerabilities for disaster, you have to have some management, right? You have to have some procedure or some process to gather people and then help them get out from that situation. So open mapping is that platform. Actually, this platform will give you information and accessibility and everything you need, and you just need to make it as their need, like what they want from them. So what I would say that I wanted a native language map, and I used that open mapping for that purpose. So it was like a medium for me, and I was really happy to have that platform for that project.
Okay, great. Actually, as you know that my background, I'm from disaster management background too. I studied my bachelor's and master's in there. And I can see how the paradigm has been shifted. Before we were really giving lots of focus on the disaster relief, but right now we're giving lots of focus in the disaster risk reduction. And how open mapping could be a part of it. It's really excellent that you have mentioned. So my next question is going to you that could you please give us any kind of example of the project or a program where the open mapping was used to make a positive impact, especially to reduce the vulnerabilities for women in cyclone disaster prone areas?
Yeah, sure. This is one of the recent project because this platform is not very spread in Bangladesh. Before 2016, we are both from that time, so we know that this platform is actually introducing to us in these days, right? We are here since 2016. So basically, what I have seen that American Red Cross has used this data or open mapping during Cyclone Amphan. They also mention this because of they actually evacuate more people from the cyclone prone area before the Amphan cyclone. Why? Because they know that place is going to be cyclone devastated area, so they are just evacuated the people from there, and they use that mapping because of it is something like that everyone can input data on that platform, right? So it is a free platform. You and everyone can input data there, so that would be convenient for them. So maybe that's why they use that platform. Also, I have seen one of my junior who is working in a Virginia Tech right now. So she once told me that she actually now working on open platform, and this platform is spreading now. So I would say that this is actually a great news for us, right?
Yes, definitely. And I think the way you have described, there is so many insight that we can get from this topic. But I would more like to know about what was your involvement and your experience related with this.
Yeah, I would like to share this because I want to share my experience to all over the world, so that people can engage more in this platform. So basically in 2018 I was in a master's student. So so during the starting of my project, I used this OpenStreet platform to navigate where I would go, where I would stay, or then what area I should cover. And then before I going to the field, I already knew that would be my obstacles, or that would be my advantage. So after going there, I have found many new things I have to face, like face a lot of problems too, because that was a very remote area from Bangladesh, not like a capital city or something like that. You need to do your work before before dusk. So that is very common there. So besides that, I really appreciate the people's hospitality, because they were like, someone is working for us. So they were so friendly, and they try to communicate all of their efforts. So that was one of my experience. Also, from professional thing, I would say that they really give me insight, like I was like, what, people bear these things, or people face these things. I was shocked. One of my respondents said a story that during Ayla, she managed to
mention the year that happened, then that would be good for the audience. The cyclone Ayla.
It was in 2008.
Okay, yeah.
2008, yeah. So during Isla, she was managed to go to the cyclone center because of it was in daytime. She said that if it is in night or something like that, after evening, that she couldn't manage to go there because she doesn't know exact, road or which road she should pick, or she doesn't, either she couldn't take a decision, I should go or not, because she had to ask his main person that she can go anywhere or not. This was like shocking because this is about your life, right? So life really matters. So but they thought before that, I have to take permission, or I have to, should I go or not, should I take care of my house or not. This kind of things is very common there. I got this type of story from two women, and then one of my respondent husband was so curious about my projects, so I was described all my projects things. So he was like, it's not necessary, like we always go the cyclone shelter or anywhere else. My neighbor house have is a building, so she thought that a building can save from a cyclone. So that was one of my experiences I wanted to share with that, and I really want them to develop their self so that they can, like, they can at least assume what is the depth of these cyclones, or what is the intensity of this disaster, so that they can take the measure, or they can save their self
Actually, like, we are from the same country, we know the social context that, if we really need to work outside, sometimes after the evening we need to take some of the permission, like in from home, or I think, like, I completely understand, but during you have worked during this situation, that could you please tell us some of the challenges that you have faced, and how you have overcome those kinds of challenges? Because I think that would be really a very good learning for the audience, and I think that there are so many females who are going to, like, hear you, and they will be inspired by that. So could you please tell us something about it? That would be really great.
Yeah, sure. The challenges was there, I must say, because I already mentioned the first challenge, because it was a remote area from Bangladesh. It was not that suitable for go around for a girl alone. It was not safe. And there was 9 ward. Ward means unions subdivided some segregated some parts.
Yes, in
And
US it's
that
called
is like,
counties. Yeah.
Yes. So there was some ward which is really near to the Sundarban area. There was no
mangrove forest.
Forest, and there was like very little transport. You will have to walk, and there is no road. Actually, there is a mud road, you can say that, like pavement, some kind of, you can walk there, but you have to walk only. But you can take any vehicles, any kind of, you have to take a small kind of vehicles, like a auto rickshaw, and then you stop there a stoppage, then you have to walk like 1 mile or something like that. This type of area, and there is like, there is some houses which is very far from that road. It's not really, there was no shop, no people, nothing. It's like a bare land, and it was like I was frightened that time. One of my colleague was there, because I was working with the 15 people from that particular area. So he was there for me, but that was a big challenge for me. Next challenge was that when I talked to the, my respondent, they are not, able to talk much, because during the noon time, their husband
Do you think that, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but the conversation is so like, it's a social constraint that they cannot talk, or there is some kind of bindings, or they felt shy? What do you think about it? The respondents who are not able to express their point of view.
I'm telling that part, because they are not able to express their inner thought, because there is some male person in the house, so they are afraid of expressing their thought. That's what I was saying, that when there is a male person in their house, they are not communicating at all. Then they say that, is it going to give me any kind of resources, any kind of money or something? Then this was like a prominent challenge, because I have to convince them that I'm not going to help you directly, but indirectly it's going to help you, right? But they were like some kind of that. Many NGOs working there during CDOT disaster, so they only thought that if any kind of NGO is working here, they are giving us money, they are giving us any kind of resources, like anything that helps them, like food, like dry food, that's all. And the last one I was facing, that women are not allowed to join any kind of training. I was like told all of my respondents, please come here, we can talk, we can resolve these issues, and only 15 was managed to come the training, because they are not what I would gauge by the training is they are giving anything or not. Also, they are afraid to go anywhere, because they have to take permission from their husbands or any male person from the family. So they are not like something, I don't want to take any kind of problem, so I am okay where I am. That's what I wanted to say. And what I did to overcome these challenges: one, I work, because I had to work. Two, I just try to convince them much that please communicate. And for the third one, I try to convince the male person of the family, so that they can they can allow them to come to the training and like something get from the training. But only 15 minutes to come there. So.
But it's okay. I completely understand the perspective, because I have also faced those kinds of things. And I think the coping mechanism that you have said to convince them, to negotiate with them, it's quite hard to convince
really
them.
very common there, because you have to do it, because they are not allowed to talk.
Yes. So my next question goes to you, that what are your thoughts about the gender intersects the language-based map for better understanding of women who are living like under the poverty line? What do you think about this?
Yeah, it's a really good thing. They are mostly illiterate. I shouldn't say this word. They are not able to educate themselves, because there is scarcity of resources, also the culture, that. And that is why most of the women and children are like they didn't even pass the any kind of thing. They only write their name, that's it. So they are not able to educate themselves because of some problems or heartaches. So what I observed there is that this scenario goes for only women, not the men. They are going to school, they are going to college, they are moving from that place to another place because of education. Also, another thing, they men are, after doing some education, they are doing some business and they got that power. Yes, I have done something. Then they marry a girl and just like, this process is going since ancient period maybe, because this scenario is like common, very common. You can say it's 90% families like same. I have seen something different. Some of the girls who are actually try to educate themselves, and but the problem is this educated woman married a man who is not, that much educated. So scenario is the same, because that man is not going to allow you to do something, to do a job, to develop yourself, nothing. You have to stay in home, you have to like take care of your children and household chores. That's all you have to do. And then this scenario is going on. It's not only that, you have to take permission for going anywhere. You have to take permission for going in a cyclone shelter. Can you imagine? Because this is for your life, right? This aspect is actually described, everything, every situation of that, of those women, what they are bearing right now.
Yes, and I felt like there is so much social construction and as well as the cultural determinants. Actually, these are the two factors who are really making those kinds of things that's going on day by day. And that's why I have heard a lot of stories like that women are not getting the permission to go to the shelter, and it's really needed for them to go. So I can really connect with all of the things. So like we are discussing about the women and their issues surrounding this thing. So my next question goes to you. What do you think it's important women to be the part of creating and implementing solution around this topic?
I would say that a woman need to be, develop herself first to save herself, because your life is matters. If you are educated, you marry a man and then you forget about yourself, that nothing going to be changed, right? And then I use native math, because of native language based math, because they were not educated. So native language Bangla will help them to understand what they should do, right? So in that aspect, I would say that a woman need to be like, conscious about themselves first. They need to be developed. They need to develop themselves first. They need to think about themselves first, rather than thinking like that about their poultry, about their cattle, their family. But you need to be serious about your life first, then you have to think about others. So this one thing can change many things. Like if you concern about yourself, you can take care of yourself, you can take care of your family, you can take care of others. If you develop yourself, like if you train yourself as a shelter, as a leader for shelter, shelter, for going to shelter, right? Then you can engage more women for this purpose. Then you can make a change for this process. So I would say that first you have to train yourself. A woman have to train herself first, then he can develop anything, she can develop anything.
Okay, that's really important. Like yeah, woman needs, like I am also from that background. Sometimes I really saw that, like to see my grandmother and my mother, and it's like you can see that they're all the time thinking about their own family rather than themselves. So
and you will see the changes, right? You will see the differences, because you are standing where and they were standing where. You can see the difference in your family. So like they are most of the women from that area is actually from our grandmother times, like their thought, their, you know, their approach, their talking, their thinking, everything was that times. Now isn't that times. So
Yes,
they need
that's
to
true.
develop.
Yeah, I'm completely agree with you. But however, I think that, you know, like what I do believe that like our mothers, actually they have faced those problems, but and for that reason they want us to explore the world and to see the difference by our education and to do something. They have given us the inspiration to do great things in life, you know. So I really understand. They face those problems, but they are capable of us to do something great. Yeah, that's right.
This is actually inspiring.
Yes, that's true. And now I'm going to ask you about that. Why is it important for the women to contribute the point of view and their knowledge about the open maps related to this topic, and how you can feel that women can be more in the leadership position according to the theme that you are working right now?
Okay. I would say, I think, I would say that you already mentioned that that change is beginning. So if a woman in a technology-based profession or this open map platform, she can develop herself, some of their, you know, juniors, seniors, or some kind of them, and the surroundings, you know, she can make a, you know, good ambience for the next generation, like our mothers, like my mother like faces problem, and she thought that she's never going to let me face that problem. So if I engage myself in this platform, I will get to know the things, the problems, the challenges, the measures or solution, so that I can, you know, I can input more of my knowledge or more of my, you know, thinking to develop myself and my surroundings, so that going to develop our my area, right? You can do the same. So if a woman like involved here, she not only can help herself, but also the people of surroundings her area. So it is a very impactful thing, like, you know, positive impact. We are facing adverse impact, but we can make it like something positive, because we because of this platform we can like change our views, our surroundings view, that women can also be a tech person, women can also be in this, you know, research area, so that we can like explore this area and develop ourselves.
So my next question goes to you, that what is the main takeaway that you would like to give the audience to remember after watching this whole video?
Well, I would say develop yourself first, develop your surroundings, and then just dream big, that you can do it, that you can change the not only your surroundings but also your world, and your you can you can reach the apex. That would be a, you know, inspiration for all the women over the world, because you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it, right? That's what I want to share with all.
That's a wonderful takeaway, and thank you so much, Irene, for your wonderful contribution. And I think that the audience is going to really like, and they're going to learn a lot from this conversation. And I'm being blessed, and I think that I'm really happy to learn from you. Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much for your question. I was very overwhelmed to answer this question, because, you know, that actually remind me my project time, what I face. I really want to share that things with people. So this platform is giving me this opportunity. So I am overwhelmed. Thank you so much.
Welcome. No, that's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much for attending this session. We were so excited for the opportunity to share with you how we are trying to reduce gender inequality in geography and increase women's perspectives on OpenStreetMap. To learn more about our programs, please visit youthmappers.org.
That was great, Courtney, and thank you so much for all of the people you had from around the world who came to join us today. And now a lightning talk, mapping resistance, analyzing the geography of urban art in the Twin Cities using crowdsourced data with Dr. Paul Laura. Dr. Laura?
My name is Paul Laura. I'm a geographer at the University of St. Thomas, working with the art historian Heather Shirey and English professor David Todd Lawrence. Our project is Mapping Resistance, analyzing the geography of urban art in the Twin Cities using crowdsourced data. Street artists are in a unique position to respond quickly and effectively in a moment of crisis. Street art isn't sanitized or compromised to appeal to funders or collectors. Instead, it strengthens overlooked and underrepresented voices in a manner that can be raw, direct, and honest. Street art is deeply embedded in place, and the geography of street art can give insights into the ways cultural landscapes influence art, and in turn, how art can reimagine and help to remake the neighborhoods it appears in. As in the Twin Cities after the murder of George Floyd, street art has the potential to reach a wide audience, transform urban space, and foster a sustained political dialogue that can promote change. Our urban art mapping team created the George Floyd and Anti-Racist Street Art Archive. This crowdsourced site currently hosts submissions covering more than 3,000 pieces of street art from locations all around the world. Each one has been cataloged, archived, and made publicly available. This is an example of one of the 3,000 pieces in our database. Each piece is uploaded and assigned to a collection. It's also assigned metadata. And importantly, for geographers, most of these pieces also have geolocation, which allows us to upload data about the art into a GIS for analysis. For this presentation, we focus on mapping only art from the Twin Cities metropolitan area in Minnesota. This map depicts both downtowns as well as the campus of the University of St. Thomas in purple. This map depicts the location of street art appearing after George Floyd was murdered in May of 2020. Most pieces have anti-racist themes. 2010 tract-level census data was used to create this map. It depicts two variables to show that anti-racist street art appeared in both white and black neighborhoods. Areas in dark green have relatively high concentrations of street art and are also more than 30% African American. Areas in lighter green also have relatively high concentrations of street art, but are more than 90% white. Using select by location, we were able to highlight the locations of art appearing only in the neighborhoods that were more than 30% African American. We can do the same for art appearing in neighborhoods that were more than 90% white. Heather Shirey, our art historian, then analyzed pieces from both black and white neighborhoods to see if there was spatial variation in the tone and content of street art in those neighborhoods. Heather's research showed that there were a number of common themes in both black and white neighborhoods, including focus on Black Lives Matter and explicitly political works, many of which focused on the police. Some differences did appear, though, that were fairly significant. In black neighborhoods, a great deal more of the art focused on George Floyd and Remember Their Names, 4 times more common roughly. And in white neighborhoods, there was a stronger call for unity, solidarity, bridging racial divisions, and calls for justice. We're also interested in art that appears at the boundaries of Black and white neighborhoods, including this piece called Lionheart. On one side of the street, tagged plywood says, "Can you hear us now? Are we loud enough?" On the other, a white artist responds with "see, hearing, and believing." Nearby, and also at the boundary of a Black and white neighborhood, a Sherwin-Williams store, which was tagged with anti-police sentiment, soon displayed a different message. At another border location, this piece clearly focuses on the heart of the George Floyd uprising and spotlights the desire for overlooked voices to shape community narratives. We agree with David Harvey's assertion that the right to the city is more than the liberty to access urban resources. It's a right to change ourselves by changing the city. The freedom to make and remake our cities, according to Harvey, is one of the most precious yet most neglected of our human rights. Our team believes that street art is one of the clearest examples of underrepresented voices attempting to change places, reimagine neighborhoods, and resist injustice. Special thanks to all the students that have worked with Heather, me, and Todd. If you have questions, please feel free to contact me, Paul Laura. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. That was really interesting. And moving on, we're going to have a panel discussion next. The Geography of Health and Equity, Examples from Around the Globe. This panel is going to be led by Dr. Dee Jordan. She's a research fellow at the Global Health and Social Medicine at Harvard Medical School and an AGS counselor. Dee?
I am Dr. Dee Jordan, a postdoctoral research fellow at Harvard Medical School in the Department of Global Health and Social Medicine and a council member for the American Geographical Society. And I will be moderating the following panel on Geography of Health Equity, Examples from Around the Globe. So let me introduce our panelists. Dr. Matthew Vaughns is an associate professor of global health and social medicine at Harvard Medical School and co-founder and scientific director of Pivot. He holds a PhD in economics and a PhD in disease ecology from the University of Georgia. His research focuses on the ecology of poverty and economic development, infectious disease modeling, and the science of implementing global health delivery systems. Pivot works with the Madagascar government to establish a district-level model health system. Then we have Dr. Anup Jain, is the founding director of Sanitation and Health Rights in India, SHRI, an organization that fights to eliminate open defecation throughout India. Anup started the organization with 2 colleagues in 2012 as a response to India's sanitation crisis. To date, SHRI operates 8 community sanitation facilities in Bihar and Jharkhand, serving over 6,000 daily toilet users. Dr. Jain received his MPH from Tulane University and his Doctor of Public Health from UC Berkeley. He is now a postdoctoral researcher at Harvard Medical School. Dr. Danae King is an associate director in the Robert D. Bullitt Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at Texas Southern University. She enjoys working with community leaders on environmental justice projects designed to address community-identified environmental health concerns in underserved people of color communities in Houston and along the Gulf Coast. Dr. King is a graduate of Texas Southern University, and she received a PhD in environmental science and toxicology from the University of Texas Health Science Center, Houston, School of Public Health. First, we'll hear from Dr. Matthew Vaughns.
Thank you for giving me the chance to talk with you all today. My name is Matt Vaughns. As Dr. Jordan said, I'm an associate professor in the Department of Global Health and Social Medicine at Harvard Medical School, and the founder and scientific director of Pivot, which is a rights-based healthcare organization that is focused on developing a model with the government around universal health coverage. So today I want to talk a little bit about the role of Pivot's partnership with the government and integrating science and clinical programs, and the role of geography in helping reduce geographic barriers to care and general health inequity. So this is Madagascar. This is a village in the Fonadine district where my colleagues and I work now. Many of you know Madagascar is an island nation, about 22 to 25 million people off the coast of Africa. It's technically considered part of the WHO Africa region, part of sub-Saharan Africa. Ethnically, it's mixed. It has some Asian influence and African influence. This is a Fonadine district here on the right. It's in southeast Madagascar. And the star here is the area of Ranamafana, which is actually the area where there's a lovely national park, as tropical rainforests, and a UNESCO World Heritage Site where we actually have our headquarters. This is, as I just mentioned, a typical village in that district. About 8 years ago, I had my first experience working in Madagascar, actually visiting Madagascar, and I came across a health center. This is Ranamafana Primary Care Health Center. At the time that I was there, this was actually 2011, so 10 years ago. And I had been working with the organization Partners in Health in Rwanda at that time. And during that time had witnessed a lot of progress in the health system, along with the rest of the world's progressing, partly inspired by the Millennium Development Goals. And here in Ranamafana, Madagascar, 2011, there was a girl around 8 or 9 years old lying on this bed. I didn't take a picture of her, but I did take a picture of the space, and she had malaria. She had agonal breathing. She had cerebral malaria. She was nearly comatose. She was about to die. And she was in this health center where there was a physician. She was receiving no treatment. This is a decade after the Millennium Development Goals were set, after the Global Fund for HIV, TB, and malaria. This is well after we know how to solve these problems like this. And so the one question that arises is, why does this happen? We've since learned that in the Fonadine district, there are many people like her. The under 5 mortality rate, probably of dying before you're 5 years old, in the Fonadine district in 2014, when we later did a proper baseline study, was 1 in 7. The lifetime maternal mortality rate was 1 in 14. So this experience had compelled us to pursue the question of how to advance actual universal health coverage. So the central question here is, why did this happen? Why does someone who, why does treatable illness not be treated when the costs are low and the technology is actually quite straightforward? And in fact, policies are in place and there's some international and national movement. So why does it happen? So we created this organization, a non-governmental organization, Pivot, to partner with the Ministry of Health to help solve this problem. This is called, in some circles, the no-do gap, and to actually establish this district, Fonadine District, as a model. So Fonadine District, you've seen a few maps of this already. This is the district. These are communes. These gray areas are different municipalities, essentially, within the district. And the central philosophy of the model district is that we work with the partnership with the Ministry of Health to design, deliver, actually implement healthcare programs along with those policies and design, and collect data and tighten those feedback loops meaningfully so that the data are used at a time till it's relevant to decision makers, whether those decision makers are staff or clinicians or political actors in the government. This works at all levels of the health system. So the district of Fonadine is very typical of districts throughout the country of Madagascar. It's also very typical, this health system structured really similarly across much of sub-Saharan Africa, in that in a single district, about 200,000 people, there's a single district hospital where secondary care happens. There are many primary care centers that are organized at the level of a municipality, so one primary care center or two per municipality. And then there are community health workers and community health systems, so that local lay community health providers who live in the villages where they're working are able to provide some primary care services from maternal and child health. So since 2014, this organization started to pivot, and the kinds of programs that we do are across the board. They're comprehensive health system strengthening. So these are child health programs, infectious disease programs like tuberculosis, malnutrition, maternal health, and social programs and emergency referral programs. We even have ambulances here, motorcycles, trucks as ambulances. And these kind of clinical programs are combined with what we call readiness. So readiness is providing the capacity across clinical interventions, such as infrastructure, human resources, finance, supply chain equipment, quality programs to improve the quality of care, and the kind of data systems that are embedded into the health system for routine work and record keeping and registry information. And so what our unique proposition has been is when we take those fundamentals, the fundamentals of health system strengthening, providing the horizontal and the vertical programs, the horizontal meaning the readiness, the vertical meaning the clinical programs, you combine those together with the Ministry of Public Health, and also collect enormous amounts of information, collect the kind of data that allows us to understand whether or not clinical programs are being met, whether patients are being served, whether there's breakdowns in the supply chain, et cetera. And so that there's a learning process, so that the kind of breakdowns that we saw in the case of the girl in 2012, those are able to be identified and resolved. So we track actually 800, we've treated 800,000 patients since we started in 2014, and we actually track about 800 individual health indicators. These are routine indicators that sound like a lot, but they actually are tracked. In fact, these are the kind of data that are collected routinely in health systems all over the world. What we do is we collect the information, keep it in a database, and allow real-time indicators to be present. So in addition to the health system data, we have a range of epidemiological designs to help track population-based data. So not only we're seeing what's going on with patients in the health system, we're seeing what's going on with patients outside the health system through representative household surveys. So we have a longitudinal cohort tracking about 9,000 individuals in the district, returning to the same individuals. Some are inside the initial catchment area, some are outside, and we're using standardized questionnaires that are doing them nationally. So the demographic and health surveys and things of that nature. And with that kind of data, we get to do things like this. We can map changes in access to care. This is vaccine coverage. The solid line is in our intervention area, and the dotted line is outside of our intervention area. And we've seen major improvements like this, like I just said. And then there's some things that don't improve in the way that we had hoped. So this is under 5 mortality. The orange is in our intervention area. The green is outside of the intervention. On the one hand, you can see that under 5 mortality dropped faster than the comparison area, but they started rising again. This raises big questions. We have all this information. We're doing integrated health system strengthening with the government. We're seeing progress in important indicators like vaccine coverage, but really in fact, the holy grail of health system strengthening is really, I think many would say, under 5 mortality. We're not seeing changes. So what's going on? One answer is geography. So while this work is being done, while the routine systems are being corrected, strengthened, and while population-based data are being collected, in addition, we're doing a deep geographical analysis to understand geographic barriers to care. So this is work that was led by Dr. Felina Ihanta Malala, who's a postdoc at Harvard Medical School, who's Malagasy, lives in Madagascar. And what she did and her team did is actually map every structure in the district, every household, every primary care center, every community health site, identified every trail in the district, so 20,000 kilometers of footpaths almost all of it there's almost no paved roads across the district. And to identify precisely what it takes for people to get from one point in the district to another, modeled it using software from Humanitarian OpenStreetMap and some mathematical and statistical modeling to identify exactly what it takes for people to get access to care. What you can see from here on the right side is the Euclidean distance, other circles. The shade is actually how far things are in terms of the time. And what you can see is Euclidean distance is not the same as the distance along these trails. This gave us really important information. Exactly how long does it take to get to a community health site? The left is a community health site here. The right is a primary care health center. So on the left, a 4-year-old can get treated for malaria. On the right, a woman can get a vaccine or deliver a baby and get treated for malaria. And what we're learning from this program is that not everyone has access to care. Now that we know who's got access to care, where people are living, how far they have to travel, what you can see here is that in our intervention area, that's the turquoise here, folks who live close to a health facility really had access to the strengthened primary care system. Folks in the orange area, the orange those are villages that are outside of Pivot's intervention area where the system hasn't been strengthened. What you can see is their utilization rate, even for is less, even for those who live close to the health facility, aren't accessing much care. But as we go away from the facility at 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, what you can see is folks even who are in the catchment area of a strengthened system aren't accessing care. So this map tells you, hey, after 5 kilometers, like folks do not access care even when strengthened, even when user fees are removed, even when the Ministry of Public Health policies are being implemented. So why is that a problem? The majority of people live more than 5 kilometers from a health center. So what we're learning here is through geography, through deep analysis, through strengthening the health system, we're learning the limits of the existing policies in place. And we're also learning, we're being able to shine a big light on some of the fundamental challenges of a country like Madagascar, 25 million people, actually meeting its own goals of universal health coverage, given the geographic disparity across the population. So in other words, the health system is not designed to reach everyone. So what's the solution here? Maybe it's geographers, right? Maybe that's a part of the solution. I think it is part of the solution understanding. It's also community health. It's actually programs to implement that get outside of this initial 5 kilometers. So since then, since we had this data, as just an example of how we use data in this model system, we've actually taken that information, we've strengthened community health worker programs. Community health workers are now compensated more, they're trained more. They actually, through a new program with the government, knock on doors and visit every household once a month through what we call proactive care as a response, as a policy and implementation response to the science in the geographic analysis of the work that had been done. So this is the basic summary of my work. So to summarize, the no-do gap presents challenges for achieving health-related development goals that many countries aspire to. Feedback systems of design, delivery, and data are important for closing this gap. In Madagascar, Pivot partners with the government to create model system of UHC. Program services do not reach everyone equally with persistent geographic disparities. Community health has since been redesigned, delivered, and evaluated. So in sum, these are solvable problems. We have the right information, we have geographers, we have implementation happening alongside the public system. Good things that happen. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Anoop Jain, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be presenting today on the small area variations in dietary diversity throughout India. Next slide, please. I would like to first acknowledge my partners on this work, specifically the Geographic Insights Lab, which is an interdisciplinary lab based at the Harvard Center for Population and Development Studies. More specifically, Dr. S.V. Subramanian, who is one of my advisors at the Harvard School of Public Health, and our colleagues, Dr. Rockley Kim, Wei Yu Wang, and Akhil Kumar. Next slide, please. So this is an image from one of the communities where I work in India. It's a village located in the Saharsa district of Bihar. And as you can see, there's a child here. There's very high rates of malnutrition. Very few people have sanitation facilities. Very few people have safe drinking water. And certainly people do not have enough money for adequate dietary diversity. So people are facing a lot of concurrent social and asset deprivations in their lives. And as you can see, unfortunately, very poor living conditions as well. And so I started working in India in 2010, and I started working on nutrition projects actually, because I knew that there was a very high prevalence of anthropometric failure throughout India, so stunting, wasting, and underweight. And what I wanted to do with my colleagues was address that through sanitation. We believed and continue to believe that improving access to sanitation is one way in which you can diminish a child's risk for anthropometric failure. And certainly there's evidence suggesting that that is the case. And yet, as I noted, and just a few moments ago, and as you can see from this photo, the lack of sanitation is just one of many deprivations that families face. And so what my colleagues and I wanted to do is start mapping anthropometric failure and dietary diversity throughout India as well. Next slide, please. And so child malnutrition remains extremely prevalent throughout India. Child malnutrition is commonly measured through child anthropometry and anthropometric failure. So height for age z-scores, weight for age z-scores as examples. And so approximately 39% of the children in India are stunted, so they have less than 2 standard deviations of the World Health Organization sort of normal score, below the height for age z-score. And the prevalence rates for other forms of anthropometric failure are also very high for stunting and wasting. And approximately 30% of the world's stunted children live in India. And so one of the things that we know from a geographic perspective is that there are these really wide variations between populations. And so what do we mean by that? So if you look at the 2 states that I've highlighted here, Bihar and Jharkhand, where I've been working for the better part of 10 years. So while the national prevalence of child stunting is 39%, in Bihar it's 48%, and in Jharkhand it's 46%. So above the national rate. And so if you were to go to South India, in states such as Kerala, it's much lower. It's 21%. It's still certainly very high, but you can see that there's these big disparities between states in India. Another thing we know is that there are within population variations in child anthropometry. So what do we mean by that? So a little bit of context. So India's geography, the units that we really care about are states, analogous to states in the United States, and then districts, which are analogous to counties, and those are nested within states. And then nested within districts, we have the urban and rural clusters. So these can be peri-urban areas or villages, but these are then nested within the clusters, nested within the districts, which are then nested within the states. And what we know for anthropometric failure is that not only do we have the between state variations, we have within state variations. So different districts within states have different prevalence rates of anthropometric failure. And certainly when you go one level below that, within districts, we see anthropometric failure varying between clusters, so between urban and rural clusters. So we can see that the finer and finer we go in terms of granularity at the geographic scale, we're still seeing these variations in anthropometric failure. And what we wanted to do as an extension to this is start looking at dietary diversity. Next slide, please. So we have all of this sort of background knowledge on anthropometric failure, and what we don't know is the extent to which dietary diversity also varies between and within geographies in India. So dietary diversity is another very important indicator of malnutrition, and it's often not thought of in the same way as anthropometric failure. And it's important because it highlights the nutritional deficiencies among children who might not be experiencing any form of anthropometric failure. So you could have a child who is not stunted and yet does not have adequate dietary diversity. And then it actually points to the specific food groups that are missing from child diets. So for example, eggs, a child might not be getting enough protein through eggs or flesh foods, or enough fruits and vegetables. And so it's really important for us to understand these between and within population variations in dietary diversity, primarily so that we can start informing policies aimed at addressing the heterogeneity in child nutrition outcomes throughout India. Next slide, please. And so I won't spend much time on our methodological approach, but what we did was we used the World Health Organization's minimum dietary diversity scale, which goes from 0 to 8, and it includes 8 major food groups. A score below 5 means that a child does not meet the minimum dietary diversity. And so we estimated the following 3 equations to obtain geographic residuals, cluster predictions for the percent of children not meeting the minimum dietary diversity in clusters, and then the same in district. So equation 1 here is a 4-level, multi-level model in which we model the odds of a child not meeting the minimum dietary diversity. And the parameters of interest here are the U, V, and F terms, which are just the error terms for urban and rural clusters, districts, and then states respectively. And then what we do is we use those values to estimate equation 2, which gives us the prediction of the percent of children who do not meet the minimum dietary diversity in each cluster. And then we repeat the process in equation 3, and we do it for districts. And so what we end up doing then is we find the standard deviation of the cluster level predictions within each district to quantify the small area variation. And then we correlated this with the district level predictions from equation 3 to quantify geographic inequality. Next slide, please. And so what we have here are the maps that sort of correspond to these findings. On the left panel, we have the mean percentage of children who do not meet the dietary diversity score, minimum dietary diversity per district. And what you can see is that children who do not meet it are clustered in West and North India. And on the right panel, we have the standard deviations of the clusters within each district. And what you can kind of see is that these are inversely correlated. And so if we go to the next slide, please. So we actually chart this correlation, and what we see then is this negative correlation, and there's a reason why this matters. So the Indian government, there's 640 districts within India. There's 1.3 billion people. So understandably, the Indian government is trying to understand which geographic areas to prioritize. And so they have prioritized districts, and in particular, those districts that are performing poorly. And yet what our plot here shows is that even in districts where there's a low mean number of children who are not meeting the minimum dietary diversity, there are clusters within those districts where the percentage is much higher, actually. So we can see this within district inequality is really noticeable when it comes to minimum dietary diversity. And if we go to the next slide, we can actually see this with specific food groups as well. So I just picked eggs here. I really like eggs. And so we see with eggs a similar sort of pattern. High percentage of children in West and North India are not getting eggs and the nutritional value associated with eggs. And we see this inverse relationship with the standard deviation within districts as well. So if we go to the next slide, again, we see this negative correlation. So by and large, the districts in India, there's a high percentage of children who are not eating eggs. And yet, even in the districts where there is a lower percentage of children not eating eggs, there's still this very pervasive inequality. And this really points to why the Indian government and multilaterals and the World Health Organization should be very careful in which geographic level they select, because we understand from a practical consideration the importance of selecting districts. And yet, if you look within those districts, we're still seeing this very high degree of small area variation. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, inadequate dietary diversity or dietary diversity in general is an important indicator of child malnutrition. Quantifying the small area variations is important, as it can help elucidate between and within population variations in dietary diversity. And not only does it point to the regional inequalities, but the within region inequalities. By and large, consistent with previous literature, we show that there's a high percentage of children who do not meet the minimum dietary diversity in West and North India. And districts with a low percentage of children not meeting the MDD might still have a very high degree of within district inequality. And this remains true for, when you look at specific food groups such as eggs as well, and points to why we need a finer level of intervention at a lower geographic scale. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Dr. Danae King. I'm an Associate Director of the Bullard Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at Texas Southern University. And today I'm going to share with you about a collaborative project focused on vulnerable communities, COVID, and public transportation. We'll discuss areas of Houston that are most vulnerable. We'll talk about who was impacted by COVID, and then we'll share some residents' perceptions of public transportation use during COVID. This image shows you where people of color live in the Houston metropolitan area. And the take-home message really is that African Americans live in kind of the northern and southern parts of Houston. Our Hispanic and Latino residents live in northern and eastern parts of Houston. And then for the most part, our white residents live on the west sides of Houston. And I think it's important to note that while there are a few areas where we see kind of a mixing of colors, for the most part, the city of Houston is a very segregated city. So where are the vulnerable communities really located in Houston? The image on your left shows you where people of color live. And basically, the darker the color, that means that more people of color are living in that area. And you'll see that for the most part, people of color live on the eastern sides of Houston. And then in terms of social vulnerability, this is an index used by the CDC really to kind of determine how to prepare and respond to disasters. And so you'll see that those areas where most people of color live are also the areas where we see vulnerable communities. This image shows us once again where people of color live, and let's pay attention to the eastern parts of the city of Houston. And here, the image on the right side shows us our total respiratory hazard quotient. And basically what that is it shows us where communities are more at risk of poor air quality. And the air quality issues seem to concentrate more in the eastern parts of Houston where people of color live. Here we're going to look at where COVID cases occurred and also where COVID deaths occurred. And it's important to point out that this study was really done at the early parts of COVID, of the coronavirus and the pandemic. And so we really focused on the first 6 months as it related to data. And so COVID cases and COVID deaths, we see some similarities, but what's most important is that we see the same trend as it relates to the east end of Houston. And so the last image we're going to look at is a transportation index demand index. And this basically tells us where transportation is needed most. And so you'll see that on the east end of Houston, there are darker colors related to more need on that side of town. And that once again relates to where people of color are concentrated. So we use these 5 data points, these 5 indexes basically, to develop what we called a priority community map. And so this map was used to help us select communities that were considered vulnerable, one for COVID in terms of cases and deaths, and also for identifying areas where transit or use of public transportation was most important. And so this is the map that comes up from the 5 indexes. And so the pinker color is basically referring to communities with high priority, and the yellowish or blue colors relate to communities that were considered low priorities. And the communities outlined in the black line show communities that were selected in terms of priority communities for our project. And so those communities are the Kashmere Gardens communities, 3rd Ward, which is where Texas Southern University is located, and also the Gulfton Sharpstown communities. So these communities were selected, and then you'll see on the end a comparison to Houston as a whole. And so for the Kashmere Gardens 5th Ward community, 34% of the residents live in poverty. 97% are people of color, and 6% are workers who use transit to commute. And then in the Sharpstown Gulfton community, we see 29% of the residents live in poverty, 91% are people of color, and 6.8% are workers commuting by transit. And then 3rd Ward, 31% of the households are in poverty, 82% of the residents are people of color, and then 9.4% of the workers use transit for commuting. And when we think of comparing that to the city of Houston, whereas only 14 households are living in poverty, we are a city with 70% people of color and very low percentages of workers who commute by transit. So we are a individual car driver community with lots of traffic and air pollution caused by moving goods and moving people. And so as we selected the priority communities, we conducted focus groups with transit riders in these communities. We used community leaders to facilitate virtual focus groups and really learn about transit riders' perceptions of public transportation and what they thought about using it during COVID. We ended up with a total of 30 community members participating in focus groups, and these were some of the findings. And so participants told us that they used public transportation such as bus, and Metro is our public bus service. They used the light rail, they used bikes, they even used things like Uber and Lyft. They used public transportation because they lacked vehicle ownership, and some people said they use it to avoid traffic and congestion. Residents talked about using it because of its convenience. It's affordable, it's efficient. They felt like it was reliable, convenient, and for some families, it was a necessity. And then people use it to connect. Basically, they connect with other people, and they also use it to connect to opportunities and resources. And so in terms of opportunities for improvement, transit riders felt like there were some opportunities to improve equitable access as it related to bus routes and also bus shelters and ADA compliance. There were definitely opportunities for improvement as it related to crime and COVID precautions. And remember, we were doing this at the early onset of COVID. And then there were opportunities to improve negative perceptions of public transportation use. And so these were some of the quotes from residents. They talked about they use buses for everything in their house, whatever it might be. One resident said, I think if we continue to take precautions, both the passengers and the bus drivers, public transportation could still be used comfortably. They thought they need masks, sanitizers, and also using social distancing. And then one resident said one of the reasons people should use public transportation instead of driving is really to help with reducing asthma, climate change, and fatalities on the road. And so the findings from the focus group suggest that our community participants without access to a vehicle continued using public transportation and primarily for work purposes. And so these participants were our essential workers. They were the people that relied heavily on public transportation during the COVID shutdown that maintained our city and kept us going. And so it is very important to identify vulnerable communities, one, to prioritize funding, and also to prioritize resources that are critical for enhancing the quality of life for all Houstonians. And so these are my project partners. This work was done along with Air Alliance Houston and Link Houston. Air Alliance Houston is a nonprofit that advocates, obviously, for great air quality in the city of Houston. And then Link Houston is a nonprofit advocating for transit equity. This work is highlighted in a report called COVID and Public Transit in the Houston region. And the work was funded by the Urban Institute via the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And thank you.
Great presentations, everyone. It was so fascinating to see your work, such great research on truly complex issues that have implications on equity. I should let you know that this panel was intentionally brought together. And the reason why I said it was intentional, it's in the sense that you are carving out space that might not be easy for you to occupy. Effectively, you are navigating spaces and places that are contested for a myriad of reasons. For instance, Dr. King is an African-American scientist studying environmental justice in a majority conservative state in the US within a county with innumerable environmental justice concerns. Dr. Jane is an East Asian scientist doing work in global health. And this field and the space of global health is very global North and Western dominated. But Dr. Jane is using his opportunity to expand the research and our knowledge on India. And Dr. Bonds is a white American scientist conducting research to help reduce inequities in remote rural Madagascar. I consider each of you to be systemic disruptors, as your work has the potential to shift the status quo, address systemic issues, and reduce structural barriers in order to make health more equitable. So I have a few questions for you. Tell me what drives and motivates you to do this work. And we'll start with Dr. Jane.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. I appreciate that question. There's a few things that motivate me to do this work. I remember when I started doing this work back in 2010, I was 24, just a couple years out of undergrad at the time. And we were trying to do a very rudimentary sort of household level survey to understand the extent to which households in our communities have access to a toilet. And we were at one particular household, and there was an elderly man who was there with a very badly infected foot. And he was asking me what he should do about it. And I had zero medical training. I still don't have any medical training. And yet he looked at us as I was with my colleagues from the US, and he looked at us as though we were some sort of expert. And I've never forgotten that. And it's motivated me to want to become an expert in all things relating to health inequity in India, because I think the least we can do is be the best service providers for the folks that we care the most about. And so for us to become the best, we have to understand at a very high level what inequity means in our context. I mean, I think most of us have a very sort of high level understanding of inequity, and yet my opportunity to be a researcher at Harvard has allowed me to push that even further and look even deeper under the hood of what it means for inequity to exist in India. And so it's really important. I think that's my core motivation is I know that we serve fathers and mothers and children and grandparents and uncles and aunts, in India on a daily basis. And I take it in the same way when I go to see a doctor here, I want them to be the best expert. I want, as a public health practitioner, I have the same expectation of myself when I'm providing services to people in places such as India.
Thank you for your response. Dr. King?
I do this work because the communities that are often faced with environmental racism are communities with residents who look like me. And so I spend a lot of my time working with community leaders who are resilient and passionate and are always on the forefront of making sure that people are aware of what they are being impacted by, whether it be industrial pollution sources or now more in the Gulf Coast and particularly in Houston, the impacts of climate change. So the results of extreme weather events such as hurricanes, and more recently with the effects that we had from the winter storm that we were not used to dealing with. And so I do a lot of this work because it is important to make sure that all of us have equitable access to a healthy and safe environment, and also equitable access to recovery from disasters that occur, whether they be man-made or natural disasters. This work is important, and we all deserve to have a great quality of life.
And Matt, Dr. Bonds.
My reasons have changed over the years. When I first started doing this work, my motivation was to connect. It was there are problems, and there are lovely people everywhere, and if there's a way to address problems and the spirit of dignity and respect and connection, then I was there for that, I would say. Over time, it's different. I'm an academic now. I'm a professional academic, and to me, what riles me up is cognitive dissonance. So there's problems that persist. There's an industry around that produces information and evidence around that. There's global organizations and institutions, and I don't think it's working as well as it should. And so my motivation is, wait a second, like, experts say this, problems look like this, why does that keep on happening? And that's a real question. It's to try to fill in that gap.
Outstanding, remarkable responses from you all. My next question is a bit more on the nose, given that this is GEO 2050, towards a more equitable future. My question is, in your work, though we saw the maps, I want you to share with us your own perspective of how you feel geography plays a role in your research, informs the outcomes, or if geographers need to lean in a bit more. And for that question, we're going to start with Dr. King.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. So geography plays a significant role in the work that I do. And I'm going to share a great example. So we do work as part of an HBCU CBO Gulf Coast Equity Consortium. And as part of that consortium, we do work with Dr. David Paget, who is a geographer from Tennessee State University, the other TSU. And so Dr. Paget works collaboratively with a community in the Pensacola, Florida area. In that area, though, the community is faced with burrow pits, which are basically areas where they take all of the sand out of the area, and then at some point they fill the area back in with unwanted things, so it becomes a landfill. David Paget worked with the residents in that Pensacola community to create a map that demonstrated how many burrow pits were concentrated in a certain geographic area, and he also helped them to display flooding that occurred in that area and how that flooding of those contaminated sites might impact other communities downstream of their community. After presenting that map to the county commissioners in their area, there were lots of changes that occurred. One, they created an environmental justice working group that the community members now serve on. Two, they decided that before permits were reviewed or even recited, they basically had to go through an environmental impact assessment. And so that decreased the number of those sites that were being placed in that community. And the only reason that really happened was they were able to visualize the effects of the burrow pits in that community. So communities and researchers alike, being able to work with geographers certainly helps us in the environmental justice and climate justice movement.
Dr. Bonds?
At Pivot, we say what makes our nurses different is that they care for people that they've never met, and the way they do that, the way that we do that, is to identify people who come into the health system, identify people who do not come into the health system. And how do you do that? You have to find them. And I'm someone who believes, who really appreciates the complexity and multiple dimensions at work, at play of determining health equity. I've really come to believe that geography is one of the most powerful ways to capture a lot of information, honestly, about a particular issue or problem. And so for us, that boils down to, oh, some people are getting care and some people are not. Where are those people? Well, how do you do that? You find someone who knows how to locate things. Geographers.
Dr. Zhang?
So my family and I, we immigrated to the U.S. in 2000, and I remember when we moved here, we were either going to move to New Orleans or Houston, and we ended up in New Orleans. And I remember going through high school, on Saturday nights, I was kind of a nerd. I would sit at home and do my homework, listening to WWOZ radio, DJ Soul Sister. And I became obsessed with sort of funk and disco music from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And and that's carried with me to this day. And I often think, if I had lived in Houston, I don't know if I would have had that exposure. And I think about just how important that decision was in shaping who I am as an individual. And I think about the communities where I work in rural Bihar. The district capital, for example, might have drains and piped water. And if you go 5 kilometers, 3 miles west, north, east, or south, you'll be in these very rural hamlets that have nothing. And how that shapes who you become later on in life. And so geography is not only about where you are sort of cross-sectionally at a moment in time, but it shapes who you are 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the line. And so I think that geography is a really, really useful tool and discipline. And if we can start coupling it with understanding sort of how it affects people over the life course, I think that we will really be maximizing the potential here to understand how social determinants in a certain area influence and shape the outcomes that we really care about over people's lives.
Once again, great responses. The insight that you all are providing to how geography plays a role in your work, the personal stories, and how it impacts the outcomes of your research kind of reinforces the necessity of this field and practitioners of that work. I mean, if you can't locate the people, how can you serve them, right? You have to be able to visualize the problem to make it plain to the people who are in the decision-making capacities in order for them to do something. And sometimes it's these personal impacts that change the dynamic of who we are and what we focus on. And geography plays a role in that because knowledge is situated. So my last question for you guys is, how do we move health towards a more equitable future? And for that question, I'm going to start with Dr. Bonds.
That's a really big question. I would start by saying, by noting what I had said in my last comment, which is it's really important that we think about, from when I say we, I mean decision makers, I also mean implementers, I mean the whole value chain of services. We think about people who we don't meet, right? We think about people, and so I've often thought like one of the approaches that I think is really helpful in Madagascar that I would love to see done more often in the US, but Dr. King showed us a little bit of how that's done in the US, is we don't think about the health problems not as what's in the hospital, but what's in the population, right? Where are the problems, right? Where are the challenges? Where is the inequity? Go there. And I think as a starting point, I think if that's the lens, then to me that's foundational to practical solutions and all other things. So I would say identify where the problems are, think about it from that perspective, and then build programs around there. Obviously, there's a gazillion other approaches, but that's where I would start.
Dr. King?
So I agree with Dr. Bonds. I think that in order for us to really understand health equity, we really need to do things on a place-based level. And so that involves you really understanding where people are, where are vulnerable people located, how are they being impacted, what's really impacting them, and not looking at it from an individual stressor perspective, but from a cumulative stressor perspective, because in a community, you are impacted by cumulative exposures as it relates to environmental justice. So you may be exposed to an industrial pollution source. You may be living in a community without fresh fruit and vegetables. You may not have access to a hospital or to a primary care physician. And so there are these maps that just kind of overlay, and you have these cumulative exposures, which means that solving the problem is quite complicated. So visualizing and really understanding what's happening on a place-based level, and then working with people who live there to solve the problem. So taking their expertise and working with decision makers, elected officials, public health officials, to really develop community-driven solutions. That's my thoughts.
Dr. Jane.
I think so much of it, Dr. Paul Farmer and other liberation theologists who've written a lot about this have spoken at length about the idea of pragmatic solidarity. So understanding that there are these systemic causes that lead to certain health outcomes. So poverty, being the biggest and most obvious, for example. And so in thinking about my own work in India, one way in which poverty manifests as an impediment to sanitation ownership is people don't have enough land to build a toilet. So they own 370 square feet of land on average. And this is in rural India. So they don't physically have enough space to build a toilet. And yet, so what we do as an organization is we provide shared sanitation facilities, that, these public toilet blocks, so that people from different households can come and use it. Is it an ideal solution? No, we want everybody to have their own toilet in their own home. And yet we're providing the best solution that we can today, given the circumstances. And we continue to elucidate and shed a light on the systemic failures, such as poverty, that prevent people from owning an individual toilet. And so to answer your question about how do we ensure equity in health, I really think it's two parts. It's understanding at a deep level what the big systemic issues are, having a set of policies that address those over time, and then providing the immediate solutions that people need today, and making sure those are the highest quality services that we can provide, that everybody deserves.
Outstanding. I want to, on behalf of the GEO 2050 Planning Committee and the American Geographical Society, thank you for your participation on the Geography of Health and Equity, Examples from Around the Globe panel. Go safe and be well.
Thank you, Dee, Matthew, Anoop, and Danae. That was a really, really great discussion. Now following up, we're going to have a lightning talk, identifying declining rates in drug overdose mortality in Eastern Kentucky, with Mr. Michael Mead. Michael?
Hi, my name is Michael Mead. I serve as a senior fellow at NORC at the University of Chicago and as director of research and programs for the East Tennessee State University Center for Rural Health Research. We are going to be talking to you about declining rates of overdose mortality in Eastern Kentucky. This work comes from our opioid misuse community assessment tool. This was a tool we developed for USDA that allows you to look at overdose mortality rates across the United States using heat mapping. So the tool allows you to overlay social and we are showing mining and natural resource, and you see that correlation between mining and overdose mortality. And it allows you to compare data across 5-year time periods. So you can see that that mining has actually decreased throughout this region, and you see some of those associations with overdose mortality as declining rates of mining have occurred. One of my favorite parts about the tool is that it allows you to access county level data. In this example, we have Clay County, Kentucky, and you can pull your county data, compare it to your state and to the nation. And you can also compare across 5-year time periods. And in this case, we can see that the overdose mortality rates in Clay County have gone down 41 per 100,000 over those time periods, comparing 2010 to 2014 to 2015 to 2019. And this basically shows that nationally. And you can see nationally across the nation, overdose mortality rates have gone up. The nation as a whole has gotten a darker shade of blue. However, within Eastern Kentucky, and this is really what drew us to the study, within Eastern Kentucky, we actually see very rapid declining overdose mortality rates, unique from what we see in the rest of the nation. So this led us to do a qualitative study for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to really understand what was driving those declining overdose mortality rates throughout Eastern Kentucky, again, unique from what we see in the rest of the nation. This basically shows that map in a different way. So the darker green here are the counties with the steepest decline in overdose mortality. Darkest orange have the steepest increase. And again, you see that unique decline in Eastern Kentucky. And this also shows it another way using line graphs. Over time, you can see that even as rates have continued to increase in Ohio and West Virginia, They went down around 2011 in Kentucky and have remained relatively stable. And this shows the counties that we were looking at. So these are 8 counties in Eastern Kentucky. And interestingly, of the 10 counties across the entire United States with the steepest decline in overdose mortality, these eight are located in Eastern Kentucky. So we, again, were looking at what was contributing to those declines. We heard a lot about policies, programs, and intervention, ranging from prescriber behavior to access to treatment to increasing naloxone distribution and others. And this is just one of the quotes from our study, really looking at the impact of Medicaid expansion. What we heard was that Medicaid expansion really made a tremendous difference in increasing access to treatment across Eastern Kentucky, and treatment really exploded throughout the region due to Medicaid expansion. We also heard about community environmental factors in the Appalachian region, but there were other factors as well. Ultimately, everyone is at the table now. This is another one of our quotes, and it's not just one agency's problem. Everyone is working together to try to address this issue together. And then finally, we do know that there are reasons that also may be contributing to the decrease that we observe. One of those is methamphetamine. Methamphetamine typically does not lead to fatal overdose. So as people shift from opioids to methamphetamine, we also see declining overdose mortality rates. However, and this is really a very important point to end on, however, we also know that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, rates are increasing nationally, and in Kentucky during the pandemic, rates have actually increased in Kentucky 50%, and the region needs to really redouble efforts to regain the ground that's been lost during the pandemic. And this really shows finally what we see in terms of the economic impact. This is from a study we did for the Appalachian Regional Commission, and you see that the 25 to 44-year age group are the people who are most impacted. These are people in their prime working years. That's why this has such an impact on our rural economies. This is showing males, but we also see this in females. And then thank you again for letting us do this presentation. My contact information is on this slide, and we would be happy if anybody wanted additional information.
Thank you very much, Michael. And now Mr. Clinton Johnson from Esri is going to give us a spotlight session on applying GIS as a framework for racial equity and social justice. Clinton?
Hello everyone, my name is Clinton Johnson, and I use he, him, his pronouns. I work at Esri helping people from all sectors use data, maps, and science to solve some of the world's toughest challenges. In fact, I lead a team that focuses on the challenges of racial equity and social justice. I'm also the founder of a community organization called the North Star of GIS, where we work to increase equity and belonging for people of the Black or Black African diaspora in GIS, geography, and related fields. And we also promote the use of GIS to advance racial equity and social justice. It's at the intersection of my two roles, my role at Esri and my role at the North Star of GIS, and their adjacent concerns that I believe will find a wellspring of innovation and increased racial justice. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's for a moment just reflect on the world and our places in it. Each day you rise, you try to shine, and you begin to engage in society, leveraging all that your place in it and your efforts have afforded you. Perhaps some days you head off to work. Some of you literally head outside and off to some other place to do your job. And some of you head off to work figuratively or virtually from some spot in your home. And I imagine that quite a few of you move through your days never feeling as if you've had any encounters with any aspect of racial inequity. And although many geographers enter the field to create positive impacts, many of you probably struggle to understand how geography, GIS, or technology in general could begin to provide answers to injustices as complex as the intersections of systems of oppression like racism, sexism, classism, and homophobia. And some of you see things differently. For some, a change in perspective came amidst a pandemic that in so many tragic ways revealed some of the realities of racial injustice in our world. Perhaps some of you saw those realities in statistical data that revealed the gross racial disparities in who was going into the hospital for COVID-19 and who never returned home. And perhaps some of you lived those numbers as you witnessed Black, Latin American, and Native American acquaintances or loved ones suffer or perish. And perhaps you were catapulted into consciousness of racial injustices, along with millions around the globe in the wake of the horrific killing of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many others. For some, these realities may have often been present in your lives and in the lives of your loved ones who suffer daily from the tedious, relentless, and devastating effects of racism. And some see the paths connecting policies like redlining, zoning regulations, stop and frisk, and the war on drugs. They see those connections to things like shade inequity, the racial wealth gap, and the mass incarceration of Black people, Latin Americans, and Native Americans. Many continue to question whether now is the time to take a stand, and others debate whether there really is a problem. All the while, technology is evolving at a rapid pace, and our collective lack of understanding of racial equity and the role of tech in equity leaves us vulnerable to another 30 years or more of injustice. Trust and believe that history will record our efforts or lack thereof in this period of reckoning. And each of us will likely have to explain our place in this moment to future generations. But let me just talk about my own story, for instance. So growing up in Philadelphia, everyone in my neighborhood was Black. My elementary school was at the border of all Black and all Latin American neighborhoods, and that was reflected in the student population. And the only white people I saw in my day-to-day life, in real life, in person, were the teachers at school. I didn't realize the degree to which all of this was by design until several years into my career in GIS. GIS helped me to make connections between racially segregated communities in the United States to the limits of prosperity for many non-white Americans. At some point, I learned that more than 200 cities across the country were redlined, blue-lined, yellow-lined, and green-lined by a federal program that started in the 1930s. The Homeowners Loan Corporation, or HOLC, used maps to guide and enforce an effort of systemic and structural racism. It defined standards that connected race and social identity to the quality of neighborhood development, declaring that race and social class impacted neighborhood and property values. It spoke to the prohibition of the occupancy of properties except by the race for which they were intended, and it sought to demotivate people from going against that prohibition. Through my work in GIS, it became clear to me that geography, having once been a tool for injustice, could and should now be a tool for unraveling racism and designing a more equitable future. Now, at this point in my career, I worked in GIS and IT for about 20 years. I started my career off at the City of Philadelphia trying to help city agencies find the best ways to use data, GIS, and other technology to improve services and to better meet the needs of constituents. And throughout that journey, I have often been one of very few Black technologists, especially Black GIS professionals, engaged in that work, even when the challenges centered on the needs and experiences of Black communities. And even though Philadelphia has a 40+% Black population. And now moving from local government tech to mainstream tech industry tech has meant that before the North Star of GIS, I saw even fewer Black people and people from other underrepresented groups in the course of my work. And honestly, I've heard about just about every reason for that except racism. This discomfort with naming racism has made it harder to engage in conversations about racial equity and racial justice. People struggle to understand how these terms and these concepts that they are newly learning or newly seeing the meaning of can be connected with the experiences and formal education that they've received up until this moment. There are times when people completely sidestep the conversations about racial equity and social justice, or they completely sidestep the critical racial part of those conversations. People who may have been guided to avoid these discussions about race and racism their entire lives may just not always feel comfortable talking openly about race or racial injustice. They may struggle to find the right words to use to confront racism and to do that intersectionally. And some struggle to be heard when sharing perspectives and sharing lived experiences and trying to provide their expertise in the subject of race and racism. So as we try to increase commitment and actions towards racial justice, many feel hesitant to cross those lines. They feel that society has drawn those lines, and some people want to be allies, but in some ways they still require the help of marginalized folks to guide them across those lines. And some want to finally find belonging and have their experiences and their perspectives centered, but they face so many barriers to equity and justice. So for the past few years, I worked to provide, through my two roles, tools and resources to make all of that just a little bit easier for us to do, easier to talk about, easier to engage with. And Geography 2050 Towards a More Equitable Future marks a moment when the American Geographical Society, its members, and the participants in this important event decided to cross that threshold. This event creates space for and seeks to lift up important conversations about racism and the role of geography in creating a more equitable world. Geography 2050 brings together geographers from across the country to act now to create more equitable futures. In this moment, we have to recognize that being anti-racist and pro-equity is necessary. As geographers, you do not operate in a vacuum. Your work is leveraged by others in social contexts that may be unknowingly creating or sustaining injustice. As such, we must recognize that if a map, analysis, or dashboard informs policy and is not designed to enable equity, it may instead ignore, conceal, or otherwise perpetuate injustice. I'm sure the idea that every map should be anti-racist by design may seem overwhelming. Fortunately, there are experts in racial equity and social justice all around us. Racial justice leaders, champions, and organizations that have worked diligently for decades creating and sharing methodologies and interventions all around the country. And fortunately, there are geospatial capabilities available to help you understand and counteract racial injustice, including data, apps, information products, dev platforms, Esri's Living Atlas, the Racial Equity website and hub, Learn Lessons, and ArcGIS solutions, all sort of focused in on this conversation about racial equity and social justice. So we need geographers across the country to work with, support, and follow the lead of racial justice champions. We need geographers to leverage, create, and share geospatial resources to help understand the landscape of need and barriers to equity. We need you to help find the best places to allocate resources to increase opportunities where the needs are greatest. We also need you to turn all of those resources inward and take a hard look at the field of geography. Find opportunities to increase racial justice and equity in geography itself, and be a part of a change that makes geography a field where Black and brown people feel that they can find belonging. Assess the rooms that you find yourselves in and find opportunities to increase equitable representation of communities across the country. Strive to reflect the local communities that you serve. Adopt and promote practices that ensure that all perspectives are engaged and that marginalized communities have a voice and influence in the solutions you create and the policies you inform. It isn't easy to do either of these things. To be anti-racist and equitable in your approach to mapping, analysis, and storytelling, to be anti-racist and equitable in the ways that you build, engage, and support your teams. The times we live in and the future generations need us to do this challenging work. So tap into Esri's geospatial resources. Learn from and support racial justice leaders and organizations all around you. Partner with organizations like the North Star of GIS to learn and execute positive practices for advancing intersectional racial justice, equity, and belonging. Combine these resources with your own interests, your expertise, and your profession to ensure a more equitable future. I really don't mean to make this all sound easy. There's going to be days when you feel like all of your work is in vain. You might feel as if there's nothing you can do, or there are just so many obstacles in your way. You will get tired or saddened, and you will feel like giving up. And in those moments, lean on the AGS and your peers who've been working to confront racism in their work. Build a network of people you can connect with for validation, healing, and share strategies to overcome barriers. Try to find time, even brief moments in your day, to re-energize and to continue this important work. We need you in this work. Black and brown colleagues that you are sitting next to virtually, and the communities that we all reflect, the communities that need our help to reduce barriers, your colleagues and others seeking to be good allies need you by their sides. And the American Geographical Society, ESRI, and the North Star of GIS are here to help you plan, design, and create a more equitable future.
Thank you so much, Clinton. That was a wonderful presentation. And now a lightning talk, GIS for Racial Equity, Workforce Diversity, with Ms. Koya Brown. Koya?
Hi, I'm Koye, a solution engineer on the global infrastructure team, as well as the solution engineer lead for the Racial Equity Unified team at ESRI. Today, I want to talk about workforce diversity because we've seen it touch so many industries, from transportation to commercial spaces like banking and retail. We've been working with nonprofit organizations, state DOTs, regional planning agencies, transit. We've also been able to show up in conversations for tech and health organizations. So, this represents an opportunity for GIS professionals to lean into the conversations around workforce to support justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. When we think about workforce diversity or workforce equity in our work, think things like this is an opportunity to foster collaboration or monitor performance around organizational goals, or simply here's an opportunity to use location to uncover inequities to drive better outcomes. Now, what you're looking at is a racial equity community outreach solution, which is basically a templatized set of sites, surveys, and apps. This solution has three parts. The first part, which is what you're seeing, is an engagement hub. It's a one-stop destination site for messaging and community outreach. The second part is the community survey, designed for collecting rich information about race, ethnicity, gender, location, and sentiment. And the third part, a dashboard that allows you to view your current workforce in relation to the communities being served. For this conversation, we're going to focus on representation of a workforce across three different dashboards. This dashboard is focused on workforce diversity. Representation is important in any industry. In order to build trust between organization and communities, we can use this dashboard to understand if the workforce reflects the community. If we look at the first three percentages, hiring of Hispanic groups is low compared to what their community makeup is. To make this actionable, organizations can take this to address internal pipelines through things like succession, or prioritize funding towards diversifying the workforce through minority-serving institutions, or have strategic initiatives to hire from underrepresented communities. Next is the details page. It provides key breakdowns and combines race with other factors like gender, income, and years of service. We can leverage tools like this to address pay equity. Let's take a look at facilities across a national footprint. For organizations that have multiple locations, serving in different communities, this dashboard allows you to see at a glance how you're doing. We can take a look at each individual location to see its equity score. We can take it a step further to take a look at its community makeup. When we overlay our locations with demographic data, we can use data to drive decisions or uncover inequities. Now let's shift to looking at community investments. This dashboard is all about following the dollars. For folks in utilities like electric or commercial like retail or banking, or any organization that gives or wants to make community impact. This is a perfect data visualization to see where your investment dollars are going to help you understand the communities you're investing in. Let's wrap up. We can use these dashboards to address hiring pipelines, show opportunities to do recruiting, and to put dollars into communities that align with our equity goals. I wanted to empower you with the right tools for effortful conversations around workforce diversity. With that, I'll thank you for your time today. So thank you.
Thank you, Koya. And now to end our day, we're going to have the AGS Honors and Awards Ceremony. To convene the ceremony is Dr. Marie Price, President of the American Geographical Society. Marie?
Thank you, John. And I also welcome Dr. Laura Polito, Dr. Audrey Kobayashi, Dr. William Denevan, Dr. Carolyn Finney, Mr. William Herbert, and all of you who are participating in this American Geographical Society Fall Symposium. We are pleased that you are joining us for the presentation of 5 American Geographical Society medals. Although we can't be together on a stage to recognize these incredible individuals, we are together virtually and from across the globe through our technology stage. We are so proud to be able to recognize these amazing scholars whose work has done much to advance a more equitable future. The medals we are awarding today include the Cullum Geographical Medal for exemplary geographical research and scholarship to be presented to Dr. Laura Polito, the Charles P. Daly Medal to Dr. Audrey Kobayashi for distinguished geographical services, the Alexander and Elsie Melamede Medal for outstanding work on the dynamic relationship between human culture and natural resources will be presented to Dr. Carolyn Finney. The David Livingston Centenary Medal for the scientific achievement in the field of geography of the Southern Hemisphere to Dr. William Denevan. And we will award for the first time the John Gould Medal to Dr. William Herbert. This newest medal recognizes scholarship that advances ethical issues in the application of geography and geospatial tools. The Society awarded its first medal in 1896. Since then, 10 medals have been created and nearly 200 people have received this recognition. Harkening back to another era, the medals were created to recognize excellence and were awarded to individuals who expanded geographic knowledge through research and exploration, pioneered new geographic technology, and used geographical thinking to influence policy. Many medalists are from the United States, but nearly half are from other countries such as Brazil, China, the United Kingdom, France, Mongolia, Germany, and Canada. Through the awarding of medals, AGS has recognized astronauts, explorers, cartographers, inventors, researchers, world leaders, and of course, geographers. On a personal note, I have had the opportunity to learn from and work with each of today's award recipients. As you will learn from the introductions, we are honoring an impressive group. Now I would like to invite Dr. Deborah Popper, Chair of the Honors Committee and a recipient of the Voris Medal, to read the citations. Deborah.
Welcome to the 2021 medal ceremony. I'm Deborah Popper, Chair of the AGS Honors and Awards Committee, and it's my pleasure to host this event. Ever since its inception in 1851, the American Geographical Society has been dedicated to expanding geographical knowledge and its wise application. In 1896, it added a new tool to its repertoire, thanks to the endowment of the Cullen Geographical Medal for Geographical Excellence. Since then, we've been able to add 9 more medals, each targeting a different slice of geography. There are more regional medals like Davidson for oceans and Pacific Rim knowledge, and more technical ones like the O.M. Millard cartographic one, for example. The medals celebrate our awardees' excellent work, and we hope spur on more. These awardees are geography's role models. We have honored such notables as Louise Boyd, Jean Gottman, Harold Rose, Carl Sauer, Yifu Tuan, and Gilbert White, among others. This year, we are awarding 5 medals. These range from our oldest medal, the Cullum, to our newest, the Gould. I have the honor of reading the citations for each of the medalists. They are a terrific group, and it's my pleasure to act in AGS's behalf. We turn first to our newest, the John E. Gould Medal, going to William Herbert. This is the inaugural year for the John E. Gould Medal, established by the generous Ilse Melamed, whose astute understanding of significant global issues has led her to create a second timely medal. This new medal honors the long-time American Geographical Society Council President and Chair. Gould, a lawyer, first encountered AGS in the 1970s when assigned to assist the Society in a challenge from the city of New York when, as part of moving from its building, the Society kept its library collection intact by placing it under the auspices of the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Gould's defense proved successful and just the first of his contributions to the Society. In his efforts on behalf of AGS, Gould has been unfailing in his attention to the legal and ethical issues of any business before the organization. His sensitivity to detail, nuance, and impact has been impressive. All who have worked with him know that if John Gould thinks something is all right, it is. His service over the years has been characterized by his impeccable legal and ethical care. So the medal is to recognize those whose work, whether academic or applied, represents an exemplary effort to address the ethical implications of geographical and geospatial technologies and decisions. William Herbert is the Gould Medal's first recipient. Like Gould, Herbert is both a lawyer and a New Yorker. He is honored for his work on the implications of technology to privacy and freedom of movement. As a labor lawyer, Herbert has been particularly concerned with the ways in which technology increasingly shapes the workplace and affects those within it. He has been writing for decades about the issue, flagging how rapidly new technologies have been hailed and promoted, while interest in their impacts on expectations of privacy get little attention. As he wrote back in 2008, quote, very few employers, unions, and employees spend time considering what is right and what is wrong when it comes to email and internet use in the workplace. The same is true for explicitly geospatial technologies. Yet those monitoring such things reap tremendous insight into and potential control of the personal lives, occupations, and locations of those monitored. Herbert's interests are not solely in the workplace. His 2005 article on geoslavery, a term coined by AGS's Jerry Dobson and colleague Peter Fisher, was a tour de force on the potential of a whole range of tracking technologies, the legal basis for a right to freedom of movement, and how those two things should interact. He has called then and now for a full discussion of how to balance liberty and security, and the governments and workplaces for government and workplaces to develop clear and fair regulations, expectations, and operations. Without due consideration, the changing structure of work and workplace has the power to undermine our very democracy. Herbert's career has taken him from labor and employment law for over 2 decades, deputy chair and counsel to the New York State Public Employment Relations Board, to his current post at Hunter College, City University of New York, as distinguished lecturer and executive director of National Center for the Study of Collective Bargaining in Higher Education and the Professions. We are grateful for his critical considerations of geographical and geospatial technologies. Therefore, for these reasons and more, on behalf of its grateful members and worldwide scholars, and all who recognize the importance of excellence in geographical research and exploration, the American Geographical Society honors William Herbert by presenting him with the John E. Gould Medal on this, the 18th day of November in the year 2021 in New York City. Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Popper, and the other members of the American Geographical Society's Honors Committee for selecting me to be the first recipient of the John E. Gould Medal. It is a great honor to be recognized for my research and advocacy concerning the impact of geospatial and other electronic data on the power dynamics at work and in society generally. My research has touched on the intersection of labor, law, geography, and technology. In accepting the medal, it's important to acknowledge the many other scholars and activists around the world who are working to advance ethical and legal limitations with respect to the use of geospatial data. Such scholarship and activism are important and necessary to work toward a more equitable future, the theme of Geography 2050. It's also important for me to acknowledge those who have been instrumental in enabling my interdisciplinary work. First, I need to thank Jerome Dobson. A little less than 2 decades ago, I was a labor union attorney who had just begun researching the workplace implications of GPS technologies. After coming across a reference to Jerry's seminal work, which Deborah mentioned, the title of it was Geoslavery, and with much trepidation of contacting a geography professor, I emailed Jerry requesting a copy of the article. To my surprise and delight, he responded quickly to this stranger from the world of labor law with a kind note and the article attached. A year or two later, Jerry encouraged my participation in a special symposium that Deborah helped organize at the 2006 AAS conference in St. Louis. That panel was titled Orwell's Wolf is Back, tracking kids, dogs, old people, and everybody in between. The symposium provided me with an opportunity to speak on a panel with and learn from 4 distinguished geographers. More recently, Jerry and I co-authored a book chapter on urban informatics and published an op-ed last year critical of the confused government messaging regarding the pandemic. For the past year, I've also been a member of the AAG Organizing Committee on Geoethics, which presented a series of webinars, including one focused on labor rights and geospatial data, which I co-moderated with UC Santa Barbara sociologist Rich Applebaum. Among the many lessons I've learned from working with Jerry and those on the AAG Organizing Committee is that geographers are remarkably welcoming and supportive, and if I may say so, very cool. In accepting the John E. Gould Medal, I also need to acknowledge 3 professional colleagues who provided key support for my research and scholarship. My participation in the AAS conference and the publication of my first work on the legal implications of geospatial technologies would not have been possible without the consent of my union's general counsel, Nancy Hoffman. Later, after taking a position with the New York Labor Relations Agency, it was my good fortune to be mentored by Chairperson Jerome Lefkowitz, who encouraged my continued research into geospatial and other technology issues in the workplace. In addition, I must thank Hunter College President Jennifer J. Rabb, who in 2013 invited me to join its faculty. For the past 8 years, Hunter College has provided me with a rich intellectual home and has allowed me to expand my fields of research. Besides my professional colleagues, another key source of support has been my family. My wife, Judith A. Lee, has demonstrated heroic patience, wisdom, and fortitude over 4 decades of marriage. In addition, our daughters, Beth and Lisa, have patiently endured my many intellectual enthusiasms, including taking time out of a family vacation in Namibia to learn about the use of GPS and RFID to track elephants and cheetahs. In closing, I want to underscore the many challenges, though, that we face in our collective effort to create a more equitable future. First, it's critically important that we unite to support policies and funding necessary to respond to the climate crisis. We also need to work together to stop the rise of anti-intellectualism and to increase funding for higher education. In addition, we must redouble our efforts at ending systemic racism. We cannot accomplish a more equitable future without eliminating the current levels of income and wealth inequalities. One of the most effective means in reaching that goal is through the expansion of unionization in this country, which will require federal labor law reform. Unionization is particularly important for platform and gig workers who are now subject to perpetual and oppressive tracking. And lastly, there's a dire need for legislative and regulatory action on federal and state levels to mandate ethical and balanced use of geospatial data at work and beyond. Self-regulation is not a solution, particularly when substantial profits are being made through the technologies. I'd like to thank again the American Geographical Society for this great honor, and I hope you have a great conference.
The Alexander and Ilse Melamed Medal is given for exceptional work that addresses the dynamic relationship between human culture and natural resources. This year's award winner, Carolyn Finney, takes on that dynamic and in her own exceedingly original way, pushes it in new directions that are as important as they have been under-examined. Finney sees herself as a storyteller as much as a geographer who explores our creation of places and spaces in ways that reveal issues of identity, difference, creativity, and resilience. As a cultural and environmental geographer, she's especially concerned with relationships to nature, how and for whom it gets defined, the terms of the narratives around it. Her book, Black Faces, White Spaces, is a deep exploration of African-American experience of environment, the outdoors, forest, and park. Hers is the humanist's approach to people and resources, fully open to difference. She has a sense of obligation as an African-American geographer to engage race, to enlarge our ontologies of nature, to keep from falling into traps that limit or prescribe individuals and groups' understandings and expressions. She asks that we think and talk about environments in ways that sees the different perspectives and addresses what shapes responses, thus helping us understand, for example, how terms like wilderness connote one thing to some and the opposite to others, or how forests can be restorative or threatening, depending upon one's or one's group's past experience that influence expectations and engagement. Currently a geographer at Middlebury College, Finney came to academia after a career as an actor, followed by years of travel. She has been a Fulbright and Cannon National Park scholar. On top of a professor's teaching schedule, she has a calendar jam-packed with speaking events that range from the strictly academic to appearances before conservation, trails, garden, and wildlife groups. She brings a performer's skill to her presentations. She is strikingly engaging, mesmerizing her listeners, while also educating and provoking them to thinking in new ways. She communicates geography through a range of media. Lectures, art, performance pieces are all within her repertoire. Whether speaking or writing, her work has a striking visual quality it combines with its literary resonance. It manages to be personal, conversational, inviting, and convincingly makes clear how central that dynamic relationship between human culture and natural resources, the core of the Melamed Medal, is. Therefore, for these reasons and more, on behalf of its grateful members, worldwide scholars, and all who recognize the importance of excellence in geographical research and exploration, the American Geographical Society honors Professor Carolyn Finney by presenting her with the Alexander and Ilse Melamed Medal on this, the 18th day of November in the year 2021 in New York City. Congratulations, Carolyn.
Thank you, Dr. Deborah Popper. And what a day it is. November 18th, 3 days after my birthday. So I'm really excited. This is a fantastic honor. It's a fantastic birthday present to get. And listening to, it's so interesting to always listen to somebody as they describe how you do your work and who you are. And I'm always so moved by the interpretation, because you set it up here for me to continue to try to fill that in certain ways. I love being a geographer. I have to say that, you know, I like being a geographer on my own terms, but I love what geography offers us, right? An opportunity to think about ourselves in relationship, not only to non-human nature, but also in relationship to each other. How do we do that better? How do we do that differently? How do we do that with thoughtfulness, intentionality, and how do we do that with love? And so for me, it's all about the creativity we bring, our uniqueness that we bring, the righteousness that we bring, And this is a really interesting moment to be a human being, right? There's a lot of things going down. So I am really honored to be part of this conversation with a lot of other thoughtful and intentional people. Yeah, so I just want to say thanks again for honoring me, giving me that affirmation and reminding me of what I am responsible to beyond myself. So thank you.
Our next medal goes to William Donovan. It's the David Livingston Centenary Medal. The David Livingston Centenary Medal was created in 1913 to reward scientific achievement in the field of geography of the Southern Hemisphere. And if anyone deserves such recognition, it is William Donovan, this year's recipient. His work has made him an iconic figure, both to specialists and to non-specialists interested in Latin America. His lifetime of field-based research focused on the vital dynamic between human activity and the environment, has uncovered findings of profound and as profound and as present, as meaningful and useful today as when he introduced them. Donovan's work is marked by his geographical training at the University of California, Berkeley. A student of Carl Sauer and James Parson, also a Livingston medalist, by the way, in 1985, Donovan immediately grasped the importance of field work as the entree into geographical understanding. His early wanderings on foot, boat, bus, and in small planes through Latin America gave him broad exposure and stimulated significant questions, ones that might not have occurred to a less inquiring mind. His careful on-the-ground work helped him answer them. He worked in both highlands and lowlands, documenting how native people have crafted their landscapes. His findings of the remains of adaptations, island terracing and lowland raised fields, changed our understanding of the complexity and range of the Americas' early societies. His 1992 essay, The Pristine Myth, The Landscape of the Americas in 1492, in the Annals of the AAG's special 1492 issue, is a classic. It again radically reshaped our conceptions of human history. The article overturned assumptions about Western Hemisphere populations, their numbers, technological sophistication, and relationship to the natural world. Subsequent work on the topic has started with Donovan's expansive findings of the Americas, with a population greater or equal to that of Europe in 1492, that then suffered a catastrophic collapse of up to 90%. Now, the Carl O. Sauer Professor Emeritus, Donovan spent his career at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He has merited funding and recognition from Fulbright, Ford, and Guggenheim, NSF, National Geographic Societies, National Endowment for the Humanities, among others. He was awarded the Arch C. Gerlach Prize from the Pan American Institute of Geography and History, an honorary degree from the University of Bolivia, and is a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. His publications start early with and continue growing and building. They range from the most specialized to interdisciplinary to broadly accessible. He served for many years on the editorial board of the American Geographical Review. His legacy is alive in the exceptional students he trained and nurtured, who followed him methodologically by working empirically and in the field, all the while making sure to make the time to ask the right questions. Therefore, for these reasons and more, on behalf of its grateful members, worldwide scholars, and all who recognize the importance of excellence in geographical research and exploration, the American Geographical Society honors Professor William Donovan by presenting him with the David Livingston Centenary Medal on this, the 18th day of November in the year 2021 in New York City. Unfortunately, Professor Donovan is unable to share the screen with us, but I want to share some of his gracious acceptance notes. He wrote, "Yes, I accept. What a big surprise. I'm quite pleased and honored. My appreciation to the AGS. I've been a member for over 60 years. I see by the recipient list that I am joining several other recipients who have done research and exploration in Amazonia. Theodore Roosevelt, Candido Rondon, Alexander Hamilton Rice, Bertha Becker, and Susanna Hecht, a good friend. And Jim Parsons was my PhD advisor. As a child, I read about African explorers, including David Livingstone. I thought then explorer would be a good job. It has been. That event is truly remarkable. As chair of the American Geographical Society's Honors and Awards Committee, I'm pleased to announce that Audrey Kobayashi is the 2021 recipient of the Charles P. Daly Medal. As AGS president, Daly created the medal to recognize, and I quote, valuable or distinguished geographical services or labors. Daly himself exemplified such efforts. A lawyer and judge, he began his career in the New York State Assembly and served as AGS president for 35 years. Kobayashi, too, is a major force in and beyond geography, working within the academy and in Canadian public life. Born, raised, and educated in Vancouver, British Columbia, her early career was influenced by the work she did for Japanese Americans' reparations. As a researcher for the National Association of Japanese Canadians, she was an important part of an effort that resulted in 1988 in the Canadian government's apology, redress, and compensation for its treatment of its citizens of Japanese descent. That work has been central to Kobayashi. She powerfully addresses the terms for national identity and citizenship. Her thinking is broad, including those already in the country and new immigrants to it, and extends out to explore the nature of human difference, what is meaningful about it, whether for race, class, gender, ability, or national identity. While the Japanese Canadian experience has been an ongoing part of her work, she has attended to numerous other communities and their control of place and home. With her most recent project, The Right to Remain, focused on Vancouver's downtown east side. There, as elsewhere, she assiduously follows a preferred methodology, participatory effort. A professor of geography at Queen's University, Kobayashi has led geographical institutions both in her native Canada and the US, been president of the Canadian Association of Geographers and the American Association of Geographers, the Canadian Ethnocultural Council, and served on the Canada Border Services Agency Advisory Board. Among her proudest accomplishments during her tenure as AAG president was the creation of the Harold M. Rose Award for Anti-Racist Scholarship and Practice in Geography. As she wrote in her presidential column at the time, Rose's stand in the 1970s made clear, quote, that racism is a spatial process enacted out of social choices over who belongs where. Now, there are many more who would do such work, but progress is slow and reticence strong. And so the award was intended to change that landscape. As longtime Annals editor for the People, Place, Region section, editor of the 15-volume Encyclopedia of Human Geography, and co-editor of the International Encyclopedia of Geography, Kobayashi has been a major force in defining human geography's concerns and findings, effectively emphasizing the field and reshaping the fields to raise awareness and improve its efforts to address issues of social justice and to examine how the right to place and space is constructed, confronted, imposed, negotiated, and transformed. Her awards, editorial boards, and civic activities are numerous. Therefore, for these reasons and more, on behalf of its grateful members, worldwide scholars, and all who recognize the importance of excellence in geographical research and exploration, the American Geographical Society honors Professor Audrey Kobayashi by presenting her with the Charles P. Daly Medal on this, the 18th day of November in the year 2021 in New York City.
Thank you so very much, Deborah. It is more than an honor to receive this medal. I am in awe and humbled by the history of the medal, by the list of people who have come before me to receive the medal, and by the efforts of the American Geographical Society to reflect their place in the world, the place of geographers in the world. And I guess that is the single theme that runs through everything that you've just said, everything that geographers do. Before I accepted this medal, I took a few minutes to look up and see who Charles Daly was. since I thought that was quite important. And he was indeed someone whose career is to be emulated, someone who has given so much to both the American society and to the discipline of geography. So I want to thank you. I want to thank the current council and President Marie Price, and Eddie Pickle, who is one of the members of council with whom I shared an office back when we were graduate students together. And our recent conversation on this occasion echoed many that we had across the office at UCLA all those many years ago. So in 1968, I took my first university geography course and almost immediately decided that my chosen discipline of literature would have to remain a hobby in the background, because in geography, I found two things. I found a relevance, and remember this was 1968, a relevance to what's going on in the world, and wonderful people. And both of those aspects of geography have continued. No matter what branch of the discipline, geographies are almost never disconnected from the world in which they live, and almost never not dedicated to making that world a better place. Unselfish people who care about the world, who care about their students. And so there are many, many, many geographers whom I hold to be those contributors to society who make such a difference. And of course, never has it been more important for we as geographers to think about what is going on in the world. And I don't even have to make the list, but the concerns about Indigenous peoples, about climate change in every aspect, including climate refugees, transformation of landscapes in ways that are just hard to think about. The issue of racism that has always been central to the work that I do throughout my whole career. Black Lives Matter is important. The issues around Indigenous people, and in Canada, we have just found literally thousands of the graves of children in residential schools. I work in Vancouver, as Deborah said, in the downtown east side on a project called Right to Remain, where I'm working in a participatory way in partnership and collaboration with the people who inhabit the single room occupancy hotels that were originally built by Japanese Canadians who came here as immigrants to work in the lower levels of the labor force. And it's a very long story, so I won't even begin to tell it. And all of this in the midst of the pandemic, and I don't even need to say anything there about how the pandemic has changed our world, has altered landscapes, has altered our understanding of who we are and what we can do as geographers. So I just remain deeply, deeply committed to this discipline, to the people who have made this discipline. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Now introducing Laura Polito. The Cullum Geographical Medal was the first medal to be awarded by the American Geographical Society. Its first recipient, Robert Peary, in 1896. And its imagery, as described by the medal's designer, Lydia Field Emmett, portrays the medal's intent. She said, on the front is the figure of a young man standing in the bow of a boat. He has thrown down his oars upon discovering land. He shades his eyes with his hand as the boat progresses through the waves. A seagull hovering indicates the proximity of land. Emmett depicts a world of exploration and discovery, but the assumptions of 1896 underlying such imagery have undergone serious rethinking. And among those we can thank for driving us to see so differently is this year's Cullum medalist, Laura Polito. The award recognizes Dr. Polito's contributions to enlarging our view, making us acknowledge not just the limits of what that young man in the bow saw upon confronting a new to him place, but also the limited vision in familiar places, visions that ignore the complexity and difference in experience and power. Pulido has metaphorically stood in that boat and called for recognition of the primacy of the many, the viewed as well as the viewers, and making inclusion and equity essential to geography's conception of place. Her work on environmental justice has profoundly affected the way we frame environmental and social justice issues. Pulido's curiosity about place and people goes back to growing up in Los Angeles. As a graduate student at UCLA, she pushed the field of geography forward to recognize how geographical circumstances actively produce racial inequality, even as they are treated as inevitable or natural. Her 2000 seminal article, Rethinking Environmental Racism, White Privilege and Urban Development in Southern California, reprinted countless times, powerfully linked environmental racism to white privilege. To Pulido, the serious work within the active field of environmental justice, aiming to explain locational choices, too often was too constrained and so ignored the wider systemic context. Environmental racism needn't be the outcome of individual racist decisions. Instead, the seeming logic behind the results was driven too by ongoing decisions that had already produced and continued to reinforce inequality. She has raised significant methodological issues as part of her efforts to ensure research is inclusive, participatory, and useful to those in the study. And she has actively supported others from a variety of backgrounds in gaining acceptance and getting their work done. Her ongoing work continues to probe the structural issues of inequality, searches for ways to overcome it, and remake our social, political, and environmental landscapes. Now at the University of Oregon, she spent much of her academic career at the University of Southern California. Her work has been recognized with grants, fellowships, and prizes. She has had from National Endowment for the Humanities, Guggenheim Fellowships, twice won the AAG's Globe Book Award for Public Understanding of Geography. And as well as, she has won the Harold M. Rose Anti-Racism Award. She actively writes, collaborates, and mentors, participating in endless panels as speaker, convener, serving on an intimidating number of PhD and master's committees. Therefore, for those reasons and more, on behalf of its grateful members, worldwide scholars, and all who recognize the importance of excellence in geographical research and exploration, the American Geographical Society honors Professor Laura Pulido by presenting her with the Cullum Geographical Medal on this, the 18th day of November, the year 2021 in New York City. Congratulations, Laura.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am deeply honored, not just to get the reward, but gosh, you spent so much time really thinking about my work and its contributions, and I appreciate that. In addition to being honored by this award, I also just want to mention it's really special to be getting other awards from this association along with Bill Denovan. He was once my professor at the University of Wisconsin many years ago, as well as Audrey Kobayashi, who has done so much to help diversify the field of geography, as well as to insist on the importance of studying race and racism. Now, although this award I know is being given to me as an individual, I choose to interpret and accept it for all those who have been working to try to understand and to push for the study of racism within geography. It's kind of an amazing place that we're at right now. We see this explosion of Black geographies, Latinx geographies, Indigenous geographies, and so many geographers are really thinking with an anti-racist and a decolonial kinds of lens. But it wasn't always like that. I'm old enough to know when it was a very different kind of situation. And there's many other people that work to help make this a part of mainstream, if you will, part of geography. And I'm thinking some of the work of my former friend and colleague, Clyde Woods, Bobby Wilson, Harold Rose, Joe Darden, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, Audrey, Melissa Gilbert. And I just want to share this little story that happened to me many years ago when I was a young assistant professor at USC. a colleague at another institution had asked me to review a paper that they had written about environmental racism, thinking that, of course, I knew something about the subject. So I did, and I gave them detailed comments. And in the comments, I said to them, I said, well, you know, I'm not quite sure here what your understanding of racism is. And it's not clear to me, I don't know what racism is. I remember I said that to him, and they wrote back to me and they said, what is wrong with you that you don't know what racism is? You must be some kind of affirmative action hire that doesn't belong at USC. And they were very derogatory towards me, but really what's important is they didn't think that racism was something that should or needed to be studied. They assumed it was an obvious thing, rather than a tremendous terrain of power dynamics that shapes landscapes and lives in so many different kinds of ways. And so the fact now that I'm getting this award today really tells me how much the discipline has changed and how much people are willing to see and willing to engage in questions about what is racism? How do we conceptualize it? How is it operationalized? How do people try to mobilize to create racial justice and those kinds of issues? So thank you very much for this award. I really appreciate it. And I just take this as a really positive sign to think about where the discipline is going. And I look forward to contributing for many years still. Thank you.
Again, congratulations to all of our medalists. You are an inspiring group, and we hope that the audience is as overwhelmed as I am to be in your presence. This concludes the award ceremony for 2021. Thank you all.
Congratulations to all of the medal recipients.